The music sounds just as sweet as ESPN presents for the 10th straight year, the NFL Draft. The decade began with some big hits. The 49ers picked big hitter Ronnie Lott, number 1 in 1981. And though he's not old time, he can certainly rock and roll. Everyone looks for a top gun to lead the way. The Colts may have picked John Elway first in 1983, but Elway took his aerial show to Denver, throwing passes with laser accuracy. Midway through the decade, teams look for some nasty boys. Bruce Smith came out of Virginia Tech in 1985 and helped rebuild the Bills' defense into a snarling bunch. As the 80s come to a close and we look forward to the 90s, everyone is wild about Troy Aikman from UCLA. The 27 teams can't do a thing about it. The Cowboys have already corralled him in Big D. Heisman Trophy winner Barry Sanders is short in size but tall in stature. His awesome ability will make one team's offense instantly dynamic. Strike up the band and make your own selections. ESPN presents the 1989 NFL Draft. You are looking live at the Marriott Marquis Ballroom, just a couple of ticks past noon Eastern Time here in New York City as the 1989 NFL Draft is about to begin. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and to use another song from Jerry Lee Lewis, there's a whole lot of shaking going on because before the draft has even begun, we've got some big trades in the works. It seems as if the San Diego Chargers have been talking to just about everybody that moves. One of the teams that's moving, the Chicago Bears, and it's a trade that might involve Jim McMahon, veteran quarterback of the Bears, going to the Chargers for a #1 pick. It hasn't happened yet, but it may in just a couple moments out at Lake Forest, Illinois at Bears headquarters, which is where our good friend Pete Axthelm is. Good morning, Ax.
Good morning, Chris. With my incredible instinct for news and sheer luck, I do happen to be sitting on top of the big story of the draft. It looks like McMahon's going to San Diego for 2 top draft choices, which right now, Mike Ditka, Bill Tobin, the personnel director, and owner Mike McCaskey are in a meeting. They have not finalized it yet. As soon as they do, they'll be joining me. In the meantime, an interesting thing is San Diego, I learned yesterday, was in the midst of a 3-way deal with Atlanta and the Redskins, which would have left a lot of draft choices exchanged in complicated fashion, but would have left Gerald Riggs in Washington. Where does that leave Bobby Beathard? Well, one more mystery of draft day. Let's go to Andrea Kramer. She's with McMahon's agent, Steve Zucker.
Thanks, Pete. We are here at the home of Steve Zucker in suburban Chicago. Is to be a day to celebrate draft picks to come, but one of Steve's greatest prizes has been Jim McMahon, and it looks as though, Steve, he may be heading out of Chicago. What do you hear? Can we substantiate any sort of rumors?
No, the rumors have been going on for some time. They seem to be really heating up today, though, and there's always a possibility. If Jim were to go anywhere, San Diego is the place he'd like to go.
What has transpired up to now? Have you talked to anybody? Has Jim talked to anybody?
No, we have not, and it's all, we've been hearing the rumors all morning long, and we're just going to respond to them as things break, but I guess that's up to the Bears in San Diego as to what they work out.
Well, we will be with Steve Zucker and later Jim McMahon here, and now let's head back to New York.
All right, Andrea and Pete, thank you very much. And so that's the backdrop as the draft is about to begin. It is an end for the career of Commissioner Pete Rozelle. This is his 30th draft that he will be presiding over, and it could be one of the most intriguing. We have a cast of thousands. We'll be live in more than half dozen places. We'll detail all those to you. And now here is the Commissioner to start the festivities, if you will.
54th Annual National Football League Selection Meeting is now in session. First choice, first round, Dallas Cowboys.
Now I can't imagine that this is going to be more than about a 3-minute call. I mean, the phone companies aren't going to make a lot on this one because the Cowboys made it official 2 days ago. Here's
Cowboys select Troy Aikman, quarterback, UCLA. Next up, the Green Bay Packers.
And so it is now officially official, if you will. Troy Aikman is a member of the Dallas Cowboys, though he was signed and sealed, delivered a couple days ago. Transferred from Oklahoma to UCLA, first-team All-American last year, completing 64% of his passes, 23 touchdown passes a year ago, 209 completions in 2 years with UCLA, threw for almost 5,300 yards, 41 touchdown passes with only 17 interceptions. Troy Aikman wasn't asked to throw long a lot in the UCLA system, which might be some sort of a question as he goes to the professional ranks and becomes a member of the Dallas Cowboys. With me here at there is Troy Aikman, and with the commissioner, Pete Rozelle, right now, and holding up the Cowboys jersey, which they're ready for him. I think you know these fellas, Tom Jackson and Joe Theismann. Joe, I'm going to start with you because you're the QB. You've said publicly you don't think Dallas should have made this move. Have you changed your stance?
No, I haven't. I think that Dallas could have made a better move trading this draft choice. I think they filled a need with Troy Aikman. And since the rule has been passed to only allow 80 players by June 1st, you have to take guys in a situation where they're going to have the ability to help your football team today, not in the future. This kid, being signed as early as he has, will have a chance to go through camp, and I think Troy Aikman will be the starting quarterback. I still believe they could have gotten more help if they'd have traded this pick, but it's good for the Cowboys.
Tommy, the Cowboys, what do you think? I mean, they need someone to throw it.
Well, you have to have a good quarterback. Somewhere in your system, if you want to win championships, you're going to have a good quarterback. I think the thing I would like to see this kid do is have a chance to sit on the bench and learn. Coming from Oklahoma, he really has only been a player 2 years at the major college level. I think he will need to sit on that bench for a while and get some experience before they throw him in under fire.
A couple of notes on Troy Aikman. Last year, of course, no quarterbacks went in the first round. He's only the 6th quarterback to ever be the first overall selection in the draft. A couple years ago, we had Vinny Testaverde in '87, John Elway, of course, by the Colts in '83, Steve Bartkowski by Atlanta in '75, Jim Plunkett in '71 with New England, and Terry Bradshaw in 1970 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm going in the draft, meaning since they started the common draft in 1967. So a quarterback number one hasn't happened all that much. Another interesting note, only 6 quarterbacks picked in the first round since the start of the common draft in '67 have ever won a Super Bowl ring. Greasy, Bradshaw, Plunkett, Sims, Doug Williams, and Jim McMahon, who oddly enough we were talking about today. So Troy, it doesn't guarantee the Cowboys a Super Bowl. It doesn't guarantee success, but the Cowboys figure that they might as well go for him because he's the best quarterback in a lot of people's eyes. Certainly ranks even with Vinny, and we'll get into a little bit more with that with Mel Kiper and how he ranks. But the suspense is over in Irving, Texas for a couple days. Still, our Chris Myers is down there now with a couple of fellas who have studied Troy Aikman pretty closely. Chris?
All right, thanks very much, Chris. It is D-Day in Big D, and the Cowboys in selecting Troy Aikman, only the second time that they have ever used their number one choice for a quarterback. The first time was way back in 1965 when they selected Craig Morton out of California, and Ed Tuttle Jones was the last time that the Cowboys had a first pick overall in the draft in 1974. They chose him, and of course, he's still hanging around on the roster. But we're talking about Troy Aikman and making it official today, and there really was never any doubt, Coach Jimmy Johnson with us, that you were going to make him your choice.
Well, there was no question in our mind for the simple reason, we've known Troy for a long, long time. He's a class individual. I think he's a very talented individual, and we looked at the long range. We looked at the future of the Dallas Cowboys and what player was going to have the greatest impact for a long time, and we really feel like that this year, Troy Aikman, without question in our mind, was the player that we needed and the player that could have such a positive influence on our club.
Now, there was talk of trade. San Diego, Kansas City interested. New England, we hear, offered their top 3 selections this year and the number 1 pick in 1990. You did listen to those trade offers. That has to help a little bit.
Well, we did listen, but that's all we did. We felt like that it would be to our benefit to find out what some of the clubs were willing to give up, but really we didn't waver. We knew that Troy was our guy, and thanks to our owner, Jerry Jones, who I think's done a fantastic job with the organization, he was able to not only draft him #1, but he was able to go out and sign him.
The Cowboys' new owner and your good friend is with us, and kind of like striking it rich in the oil fields, huh? Getting Aikman right off the bat.
Well, Tom, we're thrilled to have him on our club. Our fans deserve the Troy Aikmans if we can get them and have a chance to do it, and we knew we wanted him bad. The only one that wanted it worse than we did was Troy. He wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy as well. And when two people want each other that bad, then you can get together real quick, and we're going to have him out here practicing just as quick as we can.
How soon, how quickly would you expect him to start for this football season?
Well, he's got competition, and a lot of competition, and he's going to have to make our club, and Coach Johnson will, I'm sure, be able to evaluate that as we go, but he's the quality of player that our fans are going to see for many, many years to come.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson. Troy Aikman, they made it official. Steve Pallure, by the way, is still unsigned, the Cowboys starting quarterback from last year. Let's go to New York now and Bob Lee.
Thanks, Chris, and momentarily the Green Bay Packers will make it official.
First round, tackle Tony Mandarich, Michigan State. Next up, Detroit
Lions. No doubt about that one, certainly. Now, we have just been to Irving, Texas, and heard Jerry Jones, the man who's going to be paying Troy Aikman $11.5 million over the next 6 years, talk about his selection of Troy Aikman. Now, Tony Mandarich, the devotee of Guns N' Roses, the 300-and-some-odd-pound offensive tackle, a man the likes of whom we have never seen. Tony Mandarich is the draftee. This guy, once in a lifetime.
He's a great player, Bob. When you watch him, he just dominates play after play. Great physical ability, but he utilizes those skills on every down, and that's rare to see that in a college football player. Look how he just drive these guys off the ball. Just a great football player. Never quits. He'll be down the field 20, 25 yards on occasion. You can see here in pass block and pass protection, very rarely allows any penetration by the defensive lineman. Just a great bookend left tackle who will really help the Green Bay Packers.
4.6 speed at over 300 pounds, and the likes of which we have never seen. We are waiting on Detroit's pick. Will it be Barry Sanders? Probably should be. Tony Mandarich, the selection. Let's get to the podium.
Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions select Barry Sanders, running back of Oklahoma State. Next up, Kansas City Chiefs.
No doubt about that one. There was a little bit of doubt. The best Sanders available. Okay, Barry Sanders goes. We'll have time to go back and think about Aikman and Mandarich and what he is worth. But right now, a true junior, 5'8". Is he big enough to get the job done in the silver stretch offense?
Well, he's not small, Bob. He's just short. You watch him, he's got great quickness, tremendous elusiveness as a runner, great instincts and vision. A lot different than Worley, the other top back in this draft. Worley has more power and more raw speed, but Barry is much more instinctive and much quicker. And if you watch him, he evades tacklers and makes people miss. He's going to be a 1,500-yard rusher in the NFL next season, and he has a great future, and he will generate excitement with the Detroit Lion organization, which is something they desperately need right now.
He is in this draft, of course, as a true junior. Because the fact Oklahoma State is on probation, there has not been a legal challenge to the prohibitions against underclassmen really coming into the draft. The league has really yet to face this. Let's get back to Aikman for just a second. Joe says it was a reach or a mistake by the Cowboys. You, as we were talking and kicking around the rumored McMahon deal to San Diego, are of the opinion you want to develop a quarterback. You don't necessarily have to win now. You like the Aikman selection.
You have to be patient, Bob, and I think the Dallas Cowboys are in a position right now where they can develop Troy Aikman. He's not going to be the savior in Dallas. Steve Pallure is going to open the season as their #1 quarterback, and I think down the road in 2-3 years, maybe 4 years, Troy Aikman will have the Dallas Cowboys in a Super Bowl. Jimmy Johnson's a great coach. I think the organization's going to do everything in their power to develop a winner, and if you look at Dallas, if they would have been picking 2, 3, 4, 10, they would have been figuring out ways to move up to get Troy Aikman. They lucked out on the 16th week of the season when Green Bay goes into Phoenix and pulls an upset. Right. So they're very fortunate to get the first pick. All they had to do was sign Troy Aikman, and he's theirs. They did it, and I think it's a great move. So I think the Dallas Cowboys are well on their way to getting back to the top of the NFC East.
Next up, Kansas City. They have approximately 13 minutes to make their selection. Teams in the first round have 15 minutes per pick. Second round, it's 10 minutes per pick, and from there on, it's 5 minutes per selection. It'll be Carl Peterson's first selection as president of the Kansas Kansas City Chiefs. They need linebacker help. Is this where we see Derek Thomas go?
It should be. They desperately need an outside linebacker, and Derek Thomas is without question the best outside linebacker in this draft. Broderick Thomas, by the way, is up to 267 pounds. So people are now looking at Broderick as a down end in certain situations, like Minnesota has used Chris Dolman, who when he came out of Pitt was a linebacker and then moved to the defensive line.
Broderick Thomas out there. Derek Thomas, take the best Thomas available. And Chris, of course, minutes in, the best athlete available is what every team covets.
The over-under on that line was about 12.52, Bob, the best athlete available. It's the best Thomas and the best Sanders available, because you could have two Sanders, two Thomases go within the first 6 picks, and we'll have to get our research staff on that one to find out when two names were so popular, so high on the draft. Let's go back to the Packers with Tony Mandarich. They drafted in the first round offensive lineman at 85, Ken Rutgers, USC, Ron Hallstrom, 82, Iowa, but there's nobody like him. And Tommy, they're comparing Mandarich. The only one they're even comparing him to is your friend Anthony Munoz of the Bengals. And if that's the only one they're comparing it to, you can understand how Lorenzo White made all those yards up in Michigan State. He probably felt his line at Houston last year in the Oilers wasn't as good as his line was in college.
Well, Munoz is the toughest player that I played ever against on the offensive line. Maybe John Hanna had that kind of exceptional talent, that aggressiveness. But as we have said before, we have not seen anything like Mandarich. This guy is 305 pounds and runs just about the same speed that I ran when I came out of college. So this guy can play football.
And, Joe, what is it to know that you got a guy in front of you like that? Not directly in front, but he's almost directly in front of you from the tackle spot.
Close enough to be in front of you. See, he's right over here. And if you're a right-handed quarterback, that's your blind side. And there's one place that you want somebody you know that's as big as a house. Now, I worked the Gator Bowl this year. Mike Patrick and I had a chance to do that. Michigan State played Georgia in that game. Tony Mandarich has the largest arms that I have seen since Hulk Hogan. Now, Hogan's got those 16-inch pythons. Mandarich is real close, but a real important factor for Tony Mandarich is he comes out of college healthy. A lot of offensive linemen come out with bad knees or nicks or ankles or something. This kid's coming out very big, very healthy, and I think he's going to help Green Bay right away. No question.
Very good also.
Very good, too.
Barry Sanders, the Heisman Trophy winner, the true junior that came out, and he goes to the Detroit Lions. For a while, they were wondering whether Mouse Davis was, I believe, whether he fit exactly into their new offense of the run and shoot as the Lions try to restore the roar. But I think if you draft Barry Sanders, you'll figure out an offense to fit him in, won't you, Tom?
I think that he'll fit basically in any offense. I think the thing that's interesting is people talk about his lack of height. I'll tell you something. I played with a guy named Howard Stevens at the University of Louisville, about 5'2". They don't open the holes this way. They open the holes this way.
Barry Sanders, so he will go to Detroit. We assume it's Derek Thomas to go to Kansas City. We assume it's Dion Sanders that will go to Atlanta. Those are pretty much your first 5 picks, and you can almost write them down. The fun begins when we get to number 6, Tampa Bay, because now there's the trade involving McMahon with San Diego's number 8 pick. Atlanta may also be involved with that. You heard Axe say that with Washington. That trade may still be brewing as well, that Atlanta may get the number 8 pick in San Diego involving Humphreys and Riggs. So they weren't kidding when they said that the McMahon deal was not a done deal yet. We shall wait and see. But in the meantime, here comes the card from the Kansas City Chiefs, who this year may be taking the step to no longer be known as the Chefs. Checking all the spelling, I'm sure. And here's the commissioner.
The Kansas City Chiefs, first-round selection. Derek Thomas, linebacker, Alabama. Next up, Atlanta Falcons.
And the Kansas City Chiefs, an interesting note on Derek Thomas is that at Alabama, Derek Thomas had sack numbers way superior to Cornelius Bennett. We're not trying to say he's better than Cornelius, but already you know that Derek Thomas is a special sort of football player. He broke his own school record with 88 tackles this last year. He had 45 career sacks, whereas Cornelius only had 15. And the young man from South Miami, Florida, will fit in very nicely with the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that's making a move, Joe.
Well, you know, the thing about him is this is the first time Carl Peterson has a chance to draft that high. So I think he's made a real good selection. They've got the best secondary in the NFL. Now they're moving down to making some of the best linebacker choices.
So Derek Thomas is the 4th pick. Here's Atlanta. Number 5.
Falcons, Atlanta Falcons, first-round choice. Dion Sanders, cornerback, Florida State. Next up, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And so Kenny Herrock, the player personnel director of Atlanta, he was awfully quick on that pick. Atlanta has really never had a guy like this, a guy that can sit people in the seats. And you mentioned it at Dallas, Joe. Atlanta needs to sit people in the seats. And Deion Sanders, prime time, Neon Dion, he's being ranked as the best pure corner to come out of the draft since Michael Haynes in 1976. So already that tells you how good he is.
I talked to the Atlanta scouts that are here today in New York, and they said that through phone polls and in the newspapers, they wanted Deion Sanders. The fans wanted Deion Sanders. And, of course, Atlanta felt if he was available, Neon can make things. I mean, it'll light up get stadium down here, I'll tell you now.
Peachtree Street, they don't need any lights on Peachtree Street anymore. And here comes Tampa's pick, number 6, and maybe this will be Broderick Perkins. We shall see. We know that Ray Perkins wasn't as sold on Broderick Perkins as some of his scouts are. But in the last day or so, we believe that they have moved towards Broderick Thomas. What did I say? Broderick Perkins? No, that's a baseball player who used to play for the San Diego Padres. Broderick Thomas, we assume.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, first-round selection. Broderick Thomas, linebacker, Nebraska. Next up, Pittsburgh Steelers.
They should be this easy every year, but I think the easiness stops right now. So Tampa Bay is going with Broderick Thomas, a guy who can play both linebacker, but probably will be used from the pass-rushing defensive end position. Broderick Thomas, outside linebacker, Nebraska, weighs over 250 pounds. His first step just gets him off the line of scrimmage and into the backfield almost immediately. He's almost impossible to handle one-on-one. 98 tackles, 53 solo tackles last year. Tommy, the guy is huge.
Highly aggressive, huge player who can maybe be a swing player, outside linebacker, inside linebacker, might be a down defensive lineman. This guy can do a lot of things for a ball club, and I think that his aggressiveness is something that's going to add to the Tampa Bay Buccaneer attack.
Well, the Buccaneers, Joe, have tried to be getting some players together. It hasn't shown much in the win and loss column. Last year, they made a good #1 draft pick with Paul Gruber. Offensive line. This year, you like this pick?
I think I like this pick. I think the thing about Broderick Thomas is you got Broderick Thomas almost cast in the same mold of Freddie Joe Nunn, who's with the Phoenix Cardinals now. He's tried to play outside linebacker. He's a little too big to try and cover backs out of the backfield. This is the kind of guy who's going to wind up going down, I'm sure, most of the time in Tampa Bay's defense. And they need that. A lot of teams need the outside rushers, but this one's going to help Tampa Bay make another step. Now, if they can teach Vinny how to throw to the guys with his shirts on, that would make it another step that would help him a lot, too.
They're working very hard on that show.
Are.
We have that just in from one of our sources. If you've watched the 10 drafts that we've done here on ESPN, I think it's safe to say, and Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong over there, we've never had 6 first-round picks go in about 20 or 21 minutes. Expect the breaks to go on pretty soon as Pittsburgh is thinking between perhaps Worley and Rison, and then we'll find out if San Diego makes the trade. Pittsburgh is next. San Diego follows. We'll be back. ESPN's coverage of the 1989 NFL Draft is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world. By Bud Light, everything else is just alike. And by Levi's Dockers. If you're not wearing Dockers, you're just wearing pants.
ESPN's coverage of the National Football League Draft continues for the 10th consecutive year with the Marriott Marquis in New York City. Good afternoon. I'm Bob Lee. We're waiting on Pittsburgh now, the 7th selection in the first round. They've got approximately 10 minutes. We have had a machine gun start to this first round. Troy Aikman, Tony Mandarich, Barry Sanders, Derek Thomas, Deion Sanders, and Broderick Thomas taken quickly. We still, of course, have that rumor percolating about a possible trade sending Jim McMahon to San Diego. We wait to see what happens with that. We will have a chance to analyze what has been a scattershot open. But now, let's check in Las Vegas with Al Bernstein, standing by with 2 of the men who have been among the top 6 selected. Good morning, Al.
Well, lots of excitement. Hi, Bob. How are you? Well, it was appropriate. The Kansas City Chiefs needed some linebacking help. They called the right place, the Aladdin Hotel here in Las Vegas, for Derek Thomas. And it's appropriate because he won the Butkus Award for Best Linebacker of the Year. Let's bring Derek in if we can. And Derek, not really a surprise to you. You probably expected to go right there.
Well, I had hoped to go right there, and I heard some rumors that they might take Barry Sanders this morning, and I got kind of shaky, but I was all right once I got in here.
How are you going to fit in with the Kansas City Chiefs? A new regime, a new coach, a new general manager, a new beginning for everybody.
Well, I think I fit in very well because they run a scheme similar to the one that I ran in college, and I think I can execute and do real well soon.
Well, you did well in college, 27 sacks. You got a few more with the Chiefs.
Well, I hope to exceed 27, but if I don't, I think I'll be happy with the number I come up with.
All right, I'm sure they'll be happy with you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Derek Thomas, the first of the linebackers to go in this draft. Now let's send things over to Andrea Kramer in Winnetka, Illinois.
We are in the home of Steve Zucker in Winnetka, Illinois. A very happy Dion Sanders. The most important thing has already been decided what number he's going to wear. What number is that, Dion?
21. We had to get a 2 in there somewhere, so I think we chose unanimous decision. We wanted 21.
You just said this is your mom sitting next to you. You said she's my very rich mom. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
No more sales. No more nothing now. We get that big house we've always been wanting. We get everything we want now.
It looks like you're wearing your signing bonus here. I mean, plus we have we can see the nice primetime logo already, or what?
Yeah, we got sweatsuits started, jackets started, everything. We got it going on here. Everybody got on jewelry. Even the baby got a little something. We're ready now.
Even the baby has jewelry. Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. Atlanta or Tampa Bay. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town with Coach Campbell and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
Man, I was so happy. But I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would have asked for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
On layaway, huh? No baseball's leverage there, huh?
No.
What did Marion Campbell, you just got off the phone with him, what did he say to you on the phone, aside just from welcome to Atlanta?
Welcome to Atlanta. He was, he laid it low for the last 3 days, and he knew deep down inside it would work out, and he can't wait till I can get there, and he want Dion and Primetime to get on that plane.
Well, you just said, tell Marion Primetime's coming to Atlanta, huh?
I want everybody at the airport. I want everybody in Atlanta there. I want a special greeting when I get there.
All right. We'll be back with Dion a little bit later. Let's now go back to Las Vegas.
Well, thank you, Andrea. We are here with Broderick Thomas, the gentleman who was selected by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the second linebacker to be selected in this draft. And Broderick, you were probably expecting to go right in this area. Are you surprised it was maybe a pick earlier than you thought?
No, I don't think it was a pick earlier. I think it was right on time. I've been talking to Coach Perkins, and a lot of other people have been very interested, and things went down just as we expected. And I'm very happy to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer right now.
Well, they can use you, to be sure, a lot of inexperience in the linebacking core, but some talk about you maybe being a down end of some sort. What do you think of that talk?
Well, myself, Coach Perkins, and Coach Kynes, we already have talked over these things. I'll be on time. As soon as I get there, I'll be playing outside linebacker.
Okay, well, congratulations on your pick.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Broderick Thomas, he says he's going to be a linebacker. Let's go back to Bob Lee.
And he's had the training. Thanks, El. Dion worried that if Detroit had taken him, he'd make so much money, he'd have to put it on layaway. And when Dion went to Yankee camp, of course, he's playing Double-A minor league baseball. He wanted a single-digit at Yankee camp. Those are tough to come by, but they soon educated him. He ended up with 44 in Fort Lauderdale this year. We're waiting on the Steelers. They've got about 5.5 minutes to go, and it's an important draft. Chuck Noll with basically a new coaching staff. He remains the head coach. This is a team that through the 70s, through the dynasty, drafted 18 Pro Bowl players. Through the 1980s, as we put the cap on this decade, have drafted only 3 Pro Bowl players. They have some rather definite needs. This, as we understand it, is their only first-round selection. The Mike Merriweather deal, Mel, apparently has not gone down. There had been talk, of course, that Merriweather, if the signing could be accomplished with the Vikings, that they would pick up another first round. Apparently, the holdup there is a $400,000 signing bonus versus a $400,000 interest-free loan. Steelers, this pressure. They've got to select wisely. They took Aaron Jones, Jermani Dawson the first 2 rounds last year, and it worked
What they
out.
really need, they have to decide right now if they want Rison or Grossman or a guy like Worley. I don't know why it's taken them so long. I think Tim Worley would make the most sense here. Last year, they missed out by 1 pick on John Stevens, who would have been a great addition. Warren Williams is a good number 2 back. He's not a starter. They need somebody to team with Merrill Hodge, and I think Worley's the man. Rison would make some sense because Brister needs weapons, but I don't know why it's taken so long. I think if I were the Steelers, I would jump at Tim Worley at this spot.
Let's again recap Mike Merriweather, the holdout linebacker from last year. There had been a conditional trade worked yesterday. This would be the deal, and apparently, and the deadline for this deal was midnight, actually the beginning of the draft today, approximately 30 minutes ago. Our understanding of it right now, we understand it did not go down. The assistant general manager for the Vikings flew out to Sacramento last night, try and close the deal with Merriweather. And again, the question was whether he wanted a $400,000 signing bonus, was demanding about $1 million a year, and would have settled for probably $800,000. Less than 4 minutes on Pittsburgh's selection. So apparently this will be the only, and yes, that's the Final Jeopardy theme song as the time counts down on the Steelers. This is the only first-round selection the Steelers will have. The Steelers are up, then San Diego is in the hole. We will see if the McMahon trade becomes a reality. There's a spot of tension as we catch our breath, step aside, and then back to New York City early in round one.
Something's coming. Something hot. Something outrageous.
Yes.
Something provocative. Something exciting.
Great.
Something's coming. Something great.
Watch for the new look of First Run. Now with more showings and more movies, like Bette Midler and Lily Tomlin as two sets of twins. Two's company and four's a riot in big business. Michelle Pfeiffer tries to get away from mob life and falls for FBI man Matthew Modine, married to the mob. And Richard Dreyfuss is a New York actor who becomes president of a Caribbean country. Moon over Parador. More movies, more showings. Now First Run is more convenient than ever.
ESPN is your ringside seat for the North American heavyweight title fight. Champion Orlin Norris faces Greg Page as Budweiser presents Top Rank Boxing. Tuesday night at 9 Eastern live on ESPN.
Back live at the NFL Draft at the Marriott Marquis. And I believe the Pittsburgh Steelers, with choice number 7, have just gotten the 2-minute warning. We heard them hum the Jeopardy tune from our gallery gods here up above us. So the Steelers will have to hand in their card to Commissioner Pete Rozelle in the form of a question. Now, the rules have changed now here at the NFL Draft. The first 5 or 6 guys, we pretty much knew who was going to go where. And not to say that we are geniuses, it was pretty much to say that the first 5 or 6 players were in a class by themselves. And by the way, what you're seeing below me and to the side of me, we'll be doing every half hour here as we're on for 7 hours live, recapping the selections in case you're tuning in late. Don't ever let it happen again. We'll allow you to tune in late just this one time. I think now, with the Steelers next, the Chargers pick at 8, and that's the one which may go down with the big deal with Jim McMahon, the one that may go down with the big deal involving Atlanta and Washington with Gerald Riggs, or San Diego could keep it by themselves. I do know San Diego was, as we look at Pittsburgh, was also talking with Houston about swapping first-round picks, getting Sean Jones. So the Chargers, really, it looked like they weren't sure what they wanted to do. The Steelers now have under a minute, and you got to figure it's between Andre Rison, here comes the card, wide receiver, Tim Worley, the running back, maybe Bert Grossman, the hometown kid that played defensive end for Pittsburgh. Here's the Steelers' choice. And we'll check the pronouncer. And here's the commissioner with the 7th overall selection.
Pittsburgh Steelers, first-round selection. Running back, Tim Worley of Georgia. Next up, San Diego Chargers.
Well, Mel Kiper hit that one on the head. And really, you figure it's the next group of 4 or 5 guys. Tim Worley is a tailback, but the man is, some rate him ahead of George Rogers coming out of college. The size and the speed and the quickness that he has. Rushed for 1,200 yards last year, 17 touchdowns last year. Is an excellent blocker. The knee injury which he suffered in the sophomore season, he is recovered from. The youngster from Lumberton, North Carolina, Ken Lumber. 221 pounds, Tommy, and tackling a tailback like that is no easy task.
220-plus pounds, running a just over 4.3 40. This is unbelievable, Chris. This is the reason I quit football. This is the reason I got out.
Well, personally at ESPN, we're glad that you did. So Tim Worley now becomes a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Joe, now San Diego. You got a gut feeling that all this talk may not go down? This is their pick coming.
I think this is their pick coming. They talking to Dan Henning, he liked Andre Rison a lot. He felt like if Andre Rison was still there, they were either going to try and make a deal or else they were going to just try and go ahead and take the best athlete left in the top athletes as we've seen him go. Andre Rison right now would help them tremendously. It would go along with the guys they drafted last year. He would fit in there, but I still believe that their biggest need is at quarterback, and I still feel like they've got to make some kind of deal with that or hang around for the supplemental and take a shot at Rosenbrough or Walsh.
Well, now, you mentioned the supplemental. I was just going to mention Pittsburgh. As Bob detailed, it looks like the deal with Merriweather did not go down, that they won't get 2 first-round picks. However, I know San Francisco is very interested in making a deal with Pittsburgh that would send the Steelers their first-round pick, the last overall in the first round, number 28, and also maybe another player, maybe another pick. And you would have to think that if the 49ers get their opportunity to sign Mike Merriweather, that Ed DeBartolo Jr. and company will sign him. They won't make a deal and not be able to pull that one off. Supplemental draft. Tim Rosenbaugh, Washington State. Steve Walsh, Miami. These guys will go in the supplemental draft. It'll be held the first week of July. What happens is, I guess, do we explain it now? Maybe we get into this now. The teams with the worst 9 records, of which San Diego would be one of them, they will draft 1 through 9. They all go into a hat. It's weighted, as Dallas would have 28 chips in there, Green Bay 27. At any rate, the first 9 teams would have the first 9 cracks. It's, if you choose Rosenbaugh or Steve Walsh, you'd essentially be using a pick, next year's first-round pick you'd lose in the draft. So San Diego has 2 shots, or let's say, they would draft at worst number 9. Maybe they will wait to take one of those guys. Would you, Joe? Would you wait?
I think they have so many needs, Chris. I really believe that they can afford to wait to take a quarterback in the supplemental. Right now, Dan Henning's taken over a football team. He's got so many different areas to fill that if he can get a quality wide receiver like a Rison, it would help him. If he can get a Burt Grossman at an offensive line position, it would help him. So, I mean, he's got help coming, or defensive line position. He's got help coming from different places. When you look at their needs, I mean, it's across the board. Cornerback is obviously one. Dion Sanders is gone with all his jewelry. One for, a seat for him, a seat for his jewelry, a seat for his family. That's going to be an expensive trip to Atlanta. I got to be honest with you. But again, the Chargers really are in the catbird seat here. I'm sure they're trying to work a deal with the Washington Redskins still. I got off the phone at 10 minutes to 12 before we went on the air. Nothing was dead, but nothing was still going. So I still think that's a live possibility.
Tommy, you got to see the Chargers a couple times last year. You played against them. The one thing with Dan Henning, I mean, he's in there now. He didn't have to win this year. I mean, he's going to have a few years. Maybe it is best for him to stockpile. They do need a lot of help.
I think that they need so much help right now that they're in a situation where a guy like Rison certainly could not hurt them. They can wait on the quarterback. The thing is that these kids are like #1 choices for next year, and I think that it's going to get down into a situation where money, economics, always affects what all ball players and coaches and owners do.
Well, we're going to cue up Randy Newman now with It's Money That Matters, and maybe play that throughout the whole first round. Speaking of money that matters, going back to Deion Sanders for a minute, the Falcons will sign him. A lot of teams are worried about him putting in a guarantee. What will it cost them to put in a contract, a guarantee that he doesn't play baseball? He's been playing AA baseball with Albany, the Yankees in the Eastern League. Word that we had understood this weekend is that immediately George Steinbrenner promotes him to AAA to maybe put the squeeze on a little bit. But I think he wants to play football over baseball.
You know why? I'll tell you why he wants to play football over baseball. He's the kind of kid who you could see by the jewelry, you could see by his personality, he's going to become a center of attention in Atlanta a heck of a lot quicker than if he winds up banging around the New York Yankee organization from AAA up to the majors, down to the minors, and God knows where else they're going to wind up putting him. The kids, he likes stardom, he likes the neon. Peachtree is very comfortable, I think. They probably have a space for him, a little star on it already, a little star in the sidewalk for him.
Next to Dominique.
Next to Dominique. And I mean, he would fit in very well. It would give that organization a lift which they haven't had for a long time.
Now the fun begins because the San Diego Chargers are up next. Do they keep the pick? Do they get Jim McMahon? Do they get Stan Humphries from Washington? You know they'll do something when we come back. We are back live at the NFL Draft. You can see the clock, a little more than 7 minutes left as the San Diego Chargers have the #1 selection up next the number 8 overall. Will they keep it? Will they send it to Chicago in exchange for Jim McMahon? What's the latest from Winnetka, Illinois? Andrea Kramer's at the home of McMahon's agent, Steve Zucker. Anything cooking there, Andrea?
Well, Chris, Jim McMahon is upstairs. He said that he has no comment to make when and until some sort of deal is culminated. Right now, there's no news. Let's go to the Bears camp with Pete Axthelm and see if there's any news there.
Very little, except the fact that McMahon has, on local television, made some statements which are basically sayonara. He thinks he's out of Chicago. He thinks it's a done deal. Ditka still in meetings. We're waiting to hear from him specifically. I have to repeat what I said on game day this morning, that you think of Jim McMahon, the headbands, the flair, the style, and they can just brush him aside. It seems as though they raised the price of fame. Back to New York.
All right, Axe, raising the price of fame indeed, and the Chargers are now talking to everybody, I guess. There is an announcement being made here. We'll pick that up in a moment. San Diego Chargers pick next. And after that is Miami, who also will have a very intriguing selection because they could go big back or they could go defense, which, let's face it, the Miami Dolphins certainly need help there. But all eyes are now upon the San Diego Chargers. And, you know, the calls cost more to go to the West Coast here. They're running up a pretty good phone bill as they've been burning it up as teams trying to maybe make it a last-minute offer for the San Diego Chargers. If the Chargers do surrender their first-round pick and it goes to the Bears, of course, they would have 4. If it goes to Atlanta, they would have 2. Right now, the teams with multiple first-round picks are the Cardinals picking 10 and 17, the Bears picking 11, 12, and 25, the Rams picking 21 and 26. And if San Diego makes a deal with Atlanta, they would have the 2 selections as well. I know for a fact that Atlanta wanted whoever was, as long as Rison or Worley were left. Atlanta wants one of those players. Andre Rison, the wide receiver, who young quarterback Chris Miller might need, is there. I know Atlanta is one of the teams on the phone with San Diego because they could really use a receiver. There's a team that is starting to make a move here, Joe. A young quarterback in Miller, the couple of linebackers they drafted last year. Rison would make sense for them. There's
absolutely.
Atlanta.
Absolutely. I really believe that they are making some good decisions. I think Atlanta is in a rebuilding situation. We saw it towards the end of the season. Their entire football team started to play better. Chris Miller, besides being a 5-handicap golfer, had a chance to go through an entire season as the quarterback. He took all the heat. He went through the growing processes. Now he's in a situation where he can assume a leadership role, and they start to put the pieces together around him. And really, you win with defense. You start winning with defense, and then you build your offense up to make it competitive. So I think Atlanta has started that way. One thing about Chicago, having 3 first-round draft choices, Chris, they can't afford to keep 3. They're not going to sign 3 first rounds. It's going to cost them too much money.
They might get 4 here.
If that happens, then they'll probably deal at least the 1. If they have 4, they'll deal 2. So I wouldn't see Chicago with any more than 2 first rounds because economics won't allow it.
The Chargers, we should mention, did go number 1 wide receiver last year, so we're talking about Rison. They drafted Anthony Miller in the first round and also drafted Quinn Early in the 3rd round, another wide receiver. So they've made a move towards that position. I think, Tommy, that if you're San Diego, well, you commented at the beginning that you were talking about McMahon. Would you make that move, or would you keep it and get maybe a defensive player like Grossman?
I think I would keep the choice, but that's because I see Rice, and I've only seen him in the one game where Joe actually covered that game, but he is in a different caliber, a different receiver than Early. And even with the quarterbacking problems that they have in San Diego, this kid, all you got to do is throw the ball within the 4 or 5 yards of him. I saw him on a 4th down and 42 situation where he grabbed the ball between 2 people in the end zone, Gator Bowl. This kid is the best receiver out there.
Yes, and I know Atlanta wants him. And will Atlanta get him? Will San Diego get him? What is the story? Let's go over to Bob Lee and Mel Kiper as the Chargers are certainly getting their money's worth for their time allotment, aren't they?
They certainly are. They got less now than 3 minutes. You know, one reason might be if it is a 3-way, it could be so complicated, it's going to take that long to write it all down. You know, Pete Axthelm lamenting the lack of sentiment in the league. Pete, Look at Tom Landry. I mean, 100,000 people honoring the folk hero yesterday throughout the Metroplex. San Diego is up. We get the specter, and we talk about it every year, Mel, of guys, and there's the Charger table is now 2.5 minutes. Players who in the weeks and days before the draft, their fortunes have risen in the eyes of the scouts. And then on draft day, you've got players who might have been picked by this point, but really start to plummet, and you get that herd mentality. Is there a player now you thought might have been gone, and if the Chargers don't take him, you can call him a plummeting pick?
I think right now you'd have to look at Tom Ricketts as one player we don't hear anything about. He was a highly ranked offensive tackle right behind Mandarich going into the year. Now nobody talks about Tom Ricketts. He had that foot problem at the end of the year, and he has slid down. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up. Tracy Rocker may have slid all the way out of the first round. Wayne Martin, another kid from Arkansas, a defensive lineman, could go as late as the third. John Ford slid down. Sean Collins from Northern Arizona has moved ahead. Lawyer Tillman obviously has moved ahead, so he has moved down as well. But the guy who's moved up is Andy Heck from Notre Dame, a big offensive tackle. He's up to 288 pounds. You'll be hearing his name.
Has he moved up this far, though?
Not quite this far, but he could very easily be a mid-first round pick.
But Eric Metcalf has.
Eric Metcalf, people are going to try to move up to
and
get.
Hartley Dykes.
Hartley Dykes is another one people would like to
These
move up to
guys are on the move. They're going up, and we
Definitely.
might see Eric Metcalf. We talked about it yesterday on SportsCenter, and I think we touched on it earlier. Metcalf is a versatile guy, so he is on the move. We have 70 seconds now on San Diego's pick to be followed by Miami. But the Chargers, and again, if you've just joined us, the rumor that we first reported, the reports that we brought you on game day this morning, the possibility of Chicago trading quarterback Jim McMahon to the Chargers in return for yet another first-round pick for the Bears, which would give them 4 first-round selections. They already have 3. Nobody has ever had 4 number 1s. What they're about to do today with 3 number 1s, it'll be the 12th time in the history of the common draft. So Chicago is drunk with draft choices. They've got 20 today. The Chargers have needs all the way across the board. And Steve Ortmeyer, second-year man now in charge of the player personnel for the Chargers, has less than 30 seconds. Win now. That's the pressure in the league. You don't like the McMahon trade if it happens better than anybody else has.
No, not at all. I think they made a mistake a few years ago with Mark Vlasic. He went earlier than expected. Mark Malone's not the answer. No, Jim McMahon, I would rather go for Mike Elkins, a Terrence Jones, a Rodney Peete in the second round and develop him, especially Elkins and Peete, rather than make a trade of this magnitude for a quarterback who's aging and has had a lot of serious injury problems during his career.
Well, if he was healthy, and San Diego was passing. Well, Don Weiss, the executive director of the league, does have the card.
Was now selected.
So they have put Miami up. But apparently the pick has been made, so I think we'll get back to the podium now because the card was on its way up in the hands of Don Weiss. And I don't think he did not write enough on that card. After years of experience, you can tell. I don't think it's a trade unless it was scribbled in ahead of time. It looked like they might have put a name down. Let's see.
San Diego Chargers select on the first round Bert Grossman, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
Well, it wasn't a trade. It was a one-line scribble. Bert Grossman out of Pitt. One of the guys who really has seen his fortunes rise over the last several weeks. This young man, 6'5", 270. Every year he got better. Had a bad ankle his senior year, Mel, but really came on over the last 4 games. This guy has improved through his career, and the scouts were wise enough to concentrate, I guess, on the last 4 games this year.
Well, the last 4 games are very important, Bob. The All-Star games, the combine workout. You can see his pass rush ability. You can see how quickly he reacts to the ball. He's got the size. He's up to 270. He'll get stronger once he gets into an all-season weight training program. There's no question that Bert Grossman was the best defensive lineman in this draft. And on some teams' board, Bob, he was the number 1 player in the entire draft. Not just a first-round pick, but the number 1 player in the entire draft.
All right, so McMahon's trade, a rumor. Maybe there was substance to it. And I think right now, you'd have to think that they did not work the 3-way. Washington still, which was part of that 3-way matrix in the rumored San Diego, Atlanta, Washington 3-way trade, is going to have to be out there shopping for a running back. No surprise, Washington without a first-round pick. It'll be a while before we get a chance to really discuss them in depth. Miami is up. And this is a team, Mel, that through the years, yes, they have defensive needs, but they have continued to expend blue chip or premium, meaning first or second-round picks on defense. They haven't gone offense in the first round in quite some time. and they're going to have a pressing need to go defense again today.
They have needs on defense, but they've had them for years. And if you look at that offensive football team right now, they need a running back. And they need somebody who has that strength and that power. And a Sammy Smith has it, a Cleveland Gary has it. But if you look on the defensive side of the ball, there's a Lewis Oliver sitting there for them, who's the kind of defensive back that they're looking for. I think if you heard Don Shula during Super Bowl time, all he talked about was David Fulcher and the impact that he had with the Bengals. David Fulcher is as big as Oliver, but he only runs in the 4.65 range. Oliver runs in the 4.3s. I think right now Lewis Oliver is the best defensive player on the board, and he should be the Dolphins' pick.
A 4.3 defensive back who can hit like a hammer. Well, Pete Axtell out at Bears headquarters. Jim McMahon at this moment is still a Bear.
Yeah, yes, he is. It appears the deal didn't go through. There are two possibilities here, obviously. One thing is the Chargers could have taken Grossman and put him in a package, which will go to the Bears eventually from McMahon. I think more likely is, as I reported early this morning, that I think San Diego preferred the deal where they get Steve Ortmeyer, the general manager of San Diego, really likes Stan Humphries, the backup quarterback of the Redskins, where they get Humphries, offensive tackle Simmons, and a bunch of draft choices change hands, and Gerald Riggs goes to the Redskins. I think that's what we're going to see as the day goes on. Let's go back to Chris.
All right, Axe, thank you. Miami has an intriguing selection. They could pick a big back that Don Shula has been talking about, like Cleveland Gary, a guy that played fullback at the University of Miami, whose offensive coordinator, Gary Stevens, is now the offensive coordinator with them. They could go Sammy Smith. They could go defense. Here's the commissioner.
Miami Dolphins, first-round selection. Sammy Smith, running back, Florida State.
So,
next up, the Phoenix Cardinals.
Miami, which needs defense like you read about, has decided to go for Sammy Smith, the back who on some days looks like he's the greatest player in the history of the National, or could be the greatest player in the history of the National Football League, but it's a guy that some teams were a little worried about because on some days he comes to the park like a free agent. That's not us talking, that's just scouts who I've talked to and everyone's talked to around the league. But Sammy Smith, the running back from Florida State, is another one like Worley, over 220 pounds at a tailback. Came out early like Worley, had 1 year left for eligibility, is an excellent receiver, so you know that fits in with Miami. Shula has been talking about a big back for a long time. He's also a good pass blocker, which will help, and 2,500 yards in his career at Florida State. The youngster from Zellwood, Florida, now becomes a member of the Miami Dolphins. One little thing we will add, with Rison not going in either 8 or 9, the top two receivers are Rison and Hartley Dykes. They may fall all the way, just not because their value isn't as good, just the way the draft is gone. They may go down to be available for the Jets, Seattle, who I don't think will go that way, and New England. 14, 15, 16 are now doing a little dance because they may have a shot at a receiver they never thought they had their chance at. Let's go to Miami and Sammy Smith. They need defense, Tom. Is that a good pick?
Well, I mean, Sammy Smith is going to fit into anybody's offense. He's an excellent back if he can show up, and you know, he's had a few injury problems during his career. The thing is when you need defense the way the Dolphins need defense, I can't explain you going after a guy like this and not trying to fortify your defensive side of the football.
I want to get into something else with you guys. Here's Jim McMahon, and it still may happen. Jim McMahon, Gerald Riggs being bantered about like they may go to other teams, stars of their teams. They go back to their team, Joe and Tommy, this fall. Do they put that out of their mind? Sure, they are professionals, or do you have to live with that for the rest of your life, that the team is not that high on you anymore?
What happens is you have to understand you're dealing with guys with major egos. And you really have, you've got guys who have egos that are, you know, second to owners and coaches as far as where their positions are. That's an insult to Jim McMahon. Even that his name is mentioned in trade, even that he wants out. Now the fact that he wants out and he can't get out, that makes it even worse. We saw that with Jay Schrader in Washington a year ago. He forced that trade to the Raiders. As far as Gerald Riggs goes, that's not going to be such an insult. He's a great football player, and he's under contract. He's going to contribute to that football team. But Jimmy Mack, I think, wanted out sincerely because I don't believe he's going to win the job from Tom Zak. I think they're going to go to camp and say it's open. But Jim has been been hurt a lot, and he's going to be battling himself in injuries to gain the #1 starting job, as well as Tom Zach in competition. When we get to the Chicago picks, that's when you may see some, you might hear Jim's name come up again. As far as the Miami choice goes, absolutely drives me crazy. Cannot understand why in heaven's names the Miami Dolphins would not try to improve their secondary, if no place else. Lewis Oliver should have been their pick.
Or Donnell Wolford, who is the top corner. The next pick is Phoenix. Now, Phoenix has 2 picks in the first round, the 10th and the 17th. I don't think they're going to pick Kelly Stoffer again. They've tried that a few times. You never know what the Phoenix Cardinals are going to do. They always hold the first curveball or the knuckler on draft day, and it looks like the card has gone up. You've got Phoenix with 2 picks coming up, and then with 10 and 17, and then the Bears with 3 first-round picks. I want to get back to that comment about Riggs and McMahon in a moment, but here's the Cardinals pick with the commissioner.
Phoenix Cardinals, first round selection. Eric Hill, linebacker, Louisiana State.
There is a good
Next
pick.
up,
That's an uncardinal
Chicago
pick.
Bears on a choice from the LA Raiders.
We hate to say that, but let's face it, the Cards have provided us with curveballs. I just want to quickly finish that thought, Tommy. Was your name ever mentioned in a trade that you know of with Denver, or some of your teammates who are outstanding defensive players, and did it affect them after, even if they stayed with the Broncos?
Well, I was not personally, but some of my teammates, Lyle Alzado, when he went in the deal to the Raiders, some of the players were mentioned, and I agree with Joe. When you insult a ball player, especially a guy who has served you as much as Jim McMahon has served Chicago, he is not going to be able to forget about it, and you may be opening up a can of worms, not only right now at draft time, but when you get to camp, you may have a very hard time dealing with Jim McMahon. All
right, Eric Hill goes to Phoenix, who is, that's their first of 2 first-round selections. Chicago has the next 2 picks. Let me throw it out. I'm going to guess Donnell Wolford, cornerback, and the offensive lineman of their choice would either be Heck or Brian Williams. Let's go upstairs to the gallery gods and the god himself, Bino Cook.
Well, all the crazy people in New York are not at 42nd and Times Square. Some of them show up here on the balcony for the draft, and we got 3 fans from Miami. They needed frequent miles, so they came here, and they're all shocked over the choice of Sammy Smith, running back. You're shocked.
How you doing?
Sam.
I thought they would take Louis Oliver, but I guess they want more offense. They'll have to win by 45 points every game now.
Well, I want to ask you, you come up here. Why? I mean, you could stay at home.
To have fun.
To have fun, to watch Miami blow it in the draft again.
Now, he's a bachelor. You 2 are married. I mean, did you have trouble getting permission?
Wasn't hard at all. We just had to make sure we came here and stood next to you. That was all we had to do.
We made them an offer they couldn't refuse.
Okay, let me ask you, what do you think of the draft choice of Sammy Smith?
Somebody who's 28th in the league in defense, you would have thought they would have drafted somebody to help in that end, not more offense.
Are the Miami fans critical of the draft choices in the last few years of the Dolphins?
They're very upset with them, at least the ones where I am.
Your season ticket holders, are you upset too?
Yes, I am.
Who would you have drafted?
Louis Oliver.
Louis Oliver or anybody on defense?
Louis Oliver or Eric Hill, somebody that's a big hitter.
Okay, I'm going to make it quick. The second round, quick, just you. Who would you pick?
Tracy Rocker.
Okay, now we will interview some of these fans later this afternoon. Now back to Chris Berman.
All right, Bino, thank you very much. And one of the reasons they may have gone with Sammy Smith is that they did not sign Melvin Bratton, a guy who would have been a first-round pick a year ago, broke his leg. They had until midnight last night to sign him. Did not. Melvin Bratton is available in this draft. 2 other notes. Mike Merriweather has signed with the Minnesota Vikings. That trade is now pending only a physical, and the Steelers will get 2 first-round picks. And one other pearl of wisdom, Bert Grossman, defensive end, now a member of the Chargers. He is half-brother to Margot Adams. Thought we'd throw that in before we return to the Marriott Marquis and the draft in New York in a moment.
So Chicago, as we are back live in New York City, about to make the first. Maybe they'll make them bang, bang. They go 11-12. Number 11 selection that the Bears own by virtue of the Willie Gault trade. Then, of course, the number 12 overall selection in round one, part of their compensation for the departure of free agent linebacker Wilbur Marshall last year to the Washington Redskins. Just again to backtrack, we have had 10 selections, a very quick first round, and 9 minutes now remaining for Chicago to make their pick. San Diego for Burt Grossman in the number 8 hole. Miami for Sammy Smith, running back out of Florida State, and Phoenix for Eric Hill. You heard the talk about Miami's crying needs, and they seem to be annual ones for help on defense, but they went offense. And Chris touched on it a moment ago before the break, the fact that Melvin Bratton is in this draft pool. He did not reach an agreement. Bratton, a talent whose opportunity stalled by circumstance. It's a long road back. He runs dirt hills incessantly to a pounding beat. Melvin Bratton runs from the reality that his football career crumbled in its finest hour. He's climbed hills before and now faces perhaps the tallest.
16 months ago, Bratton had the world on a string, a first-rounder to be at running back on the top team of the country, the Miami Hurricanes. So close, yet so far. In the fourth quarter of the Orange Bowl, with Miami rolling past Oklahoma for the national championship, with Bratton's career at its peak, he took a hit and blew out his knee. Last year, it was a gamble, but the Dolphins invested a 6th-round draft pick on Bratton, knowing that he faced a long rehab. Bratton did not sign. He did pursue the rehab, long and hard, spending the 1988 NFL season working out, unsigned, unpaid, but resolute. He is worth more than a 6th-round draft pick.
Where he will be today as he trains, unable to reach in a court. As of last night with Miami, we will see. He is available to be drafted. Melvin Bratton, a talent. He may not be ready for the beginning of the season. I'll tell you who is ready. The Chicago Bears. They have 2 back-to-back selections, their first 2 of the 3 number 1 picks that they have. They have reached a decision. Maybe we'll get both of them back-to-back. Let's get to the podium as we await the word. Bears, one of the 2 teams in the league. 26 teams signed veteran free agents. The Bengals elected to not dip into that pool of some 600 players, and the Bears did the same. Now, Pinchback going over the pronouncer. Maybe we're going to get back-to-back picks. And I think, yeah, we've got 2. So we're going to get 2 names quickly as we get a fix on where Bill Tobin, Mike Ditka, Mike McCaskey are going. This is a team that through the 80s has had 10 number 1 picks. 5 of them have played in the Pro Bowl. The commissioner.
All right, Chicago Bears select as a result of a previous trade with the LA Raiders. They used the Raiders' first choice in the first round to select Janelle Wolford.
Defensive back.
Defensive back, Clemson. Then the Bears on their own first round selection. This is a trade from Washington to the Bears. First round choice. Trace Armstrong, defensive end, Florida. Next up, Denver Broncos.
Donnell Wolford, Trace Armstrong, as the Bears make a double dose of some defensive help. And let's take a look at Donnell Wolford, outstanding player for Clemson, who started for 4 years, also returns punts, always drew the tough receiver. First Clemson defensive back to be a first-team All-American ever. This is a guy who's got corner skills and 4.5 speed.
I'll tell you what, Bob, these are 2 great picks for the Chicago Bears, one of the best organizations at evaluating talent in the NFL. See Wolford, how he closes on the football. Great reactions, very tough individual, causes interceptions like he did here. Just a fine football player. Might lack the recovery speed of Dion Sanders, but he was a 4-year starter. You see him here as a punt return ability. He can put 6 points on the board for you in this capacity. Great choice here. I really thought Phoenix would have to look at Donnell Wolford because of their needs at left corner. I think it's a great pick. Trace Armstrong, I thought, was one of the most underrated players in this draft. I think he will be more productive early in his career than Burt Grossman, and that's saying an awful lot because of Highland Grossman as well.
He transferred, didn't he?
Transferred from Arizona State. Very highly competitive individual. Probably the toughest player in this draft, along with Darrell Johnston from Syracuse.
He didn't play, though, in the pro season. He had some knee problems, went to the combine, and at that point really was only able to show his strength doing some reps. So it took a while to get a fix on him in this postseason.
Well, he had 2 minor knee injuries, Bob. They were arthroscopic knee injuries with cartilage damage. He's fine now. He tested out well prior to the draft. Trace Armstrong is fine. He's in great shape, and he will be a great addition to a team, the Chicago Bears, that were desperate for defensive line help and desperate for a cornerback to work opposite Bestie Jackson.
This guy has run some 4.8s, Trace Armstrong. We have him down at 4.9. So all the talk of the trade, the possibility, and Jim McMahon's ego being bruised, as you heard the discussion from Chris and the guys about, you talk about a trade and trade doesn't come off, but it didn't come off. And so, as again, we will recap what we have seen to this point in the first round. Donnell Wolford, Trace Armstrong. The Denver Broncos are up next with approximately 13 minutes to make that pick, to be followed by the New York Jets. So the talk of a 3-way has not happened. We haven't seen that yet. We understand, again, if you have just joined us, that indeed Mike Merriweather has signed with his new team. Minnesota has reached an accord. So apparently now that number 24 pick, if you're doing the draft with us at home, will belong to Pittsburgh as compensation as part of that trade. And now we wait to see what Denver does. Denver got up to the plate last year in the first round and didn't even foul it off. It was like woof, 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 down and out against Ted Gregory, traded to New Orleans before the season even had a stubble of a beard on it.
Well, they need help on defense, but I think all their defensive players they might be looking at here, Donnell Wolford, Trace Armstrong, and Eric Hill, players like this are gone. I think you can't force a defensive need choice in this spot. You have to look at the running back, fullback position. They need a complete player in that capacity. I think Cleveland Gary from Miami would be a great pick here. So I think you'd have to go against your needs and take the best player on the board, and I really believe Gary is the best player here.
Well, Denver owner Pat Bowlen has the money to spend because he flashed that wad in front of Bruce Smith, and of course that trade didn't go down. Donnell Wolford, Trace Armstrong selected by the Bears, and Pete Axtell out at Bears headquarters in Lake Forest. The trade didn't go down, but the Bears, by at least our wisdom here, picked up 2 darn good players.
Thank you, Bob. The Bears, not surprisingly, they built their reputation on defense. They went for these 2 very good defensive players. A minority opinion on that is Al Davis, who traded Willie Gault for that number 11 selection, says there is no player in his draft that's going to go 11th that I would want better than Willie Gault. So that's one thought on the matter. He said there's other ways to build a team than the draft. Going back 2 choices to Miami, yes, I'm shocked. I thought they would take Eric Hill. They're desperately needing linebackers, having gotten rid of Hugh Green and Bob Brzezinski. I really thought they would take Hill. A lot of people thought they would take Louis Oliver, the strong safety. They went for the running back, Sammy Smith. I'm so puzzled. The last time I was this puzzled by a Don Shula draft selection, it was some guy he took in the last choice of the first round. I think his name was Marino. Let's go to Kevin Kiley in Anaheim for some other thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Well, I'm out here. I think I could hear a collective sigh when Trace Armstrong went in that last draft pick to the Bears. Armstrong is a guy, the defensive coordinator of the Rams, Fritz Shermer, went down to Florida to see. He's an up-the-field pass rusher, and that's one of the Rams' really desperate needs. They have free agents along that defensive front. They're also looking at Bill Hawkins out of Miami, so they're hoping he's going to be around later. The defensive line, of course, for the Rams is a primary need. Donnell Wolford, I think, fits very well, those 2 picks for the Bears, because they like to play pressure defense, and they need cornerbacks that can play man-to-man. And Wolford out of Clemson did a great job at man-to-man for Clemson. He'll play that with the Bears, and of course Armstrong getting upfield, they'll be able to get the kind of pressure that they would like. I'd also like to talk a little bit about that Sammy Smith draft pick by Miami. Everybody's kind of down on it, but I think you need to remember that Sammy Smith was a potential Heisman candidate going into the year. He's a guy that can really play. The question about Smith was whether he could stand the physical punishment, whether he could stand up to the pounding. If he does, he'll take a lot of pressure off Dan Marino, who has not been effective over the past few years. So Smith works out. He's going to be a great draft pick for Miami. And remember, if you take a defensive guy, that the offense on the other team can run away from that guy. So let's take a good look at Sammy Smith. He may be a little bit better. We'll be back with more of ESPN's draft coverage in a moment.
Back live at the NFL Draft at the Marriott Marquis. The next pick, number 13, belongs to Tommy's favorite team, the Denver Broncos. I think we can say that safely, but it may not belong to them for long, because a trade is in the works with the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns, a team that I know wanted to move up 3, 4, maybe 5, 6 places, a team that would like a wide receiver. And what's happened is neither Rison, Hartley, Dykes, or little Metcalf, a guy who's a running back who could be a wide receiver, they're all available if Cleveland does make this deal, which we'll find out about. Why don't we find that about right now?
To recap this trade, Denver trades the current choice, their 13th pick in the first round, to Cleveland for Cleveland's first, Cleveland's second, Cleveland's fifth, and Cleveland's ninth. So Cleveland is selecting in Denver's place on the first round, and they choose Eric Metcalf, running back, Texas.
Well, there's kind of a surprise. I would say that's
the New York Jets.
Some sort of a shocker. Let us first go with Denver, Tommy. Here's a team that needs defense, but Louis Oliver is probably the highest-rated defensive player on the board, and that's the one position the Broncos are set on defense, right, at safety?
Well, Louis Oliver, Denver has Dennis Smith and Mike Harden. Both are Pro Bowl caliber performers. And I think that when you look at that, Denver is thinking that the defensive talent that's left on the board will still be available when they get down to the 20th pick, which would previously be Cleveland's.
And here comes the Jets pick. We're going to get back in a moment to talk about Eric Metcalf, which is kind of a surprise. But in the Cleveland scheme of things, it makes some sense. The Jets, if they like a wide receiver as the heir apparent to Wesley Walker, Rison or Hartley Dykes, could make that move. I think they would have gone Trace Armstrong, but again, he is gone. Your best value are some offensive people left, Joe.
Well, I got to believe it's going to be Andre Rison. I talked to Joe Walton earlier this week. If they felt he was there, they'd take him.
Here it is.
New York Jets, first-round choice. Jeff Loggaman, linebacker, Virginia.
Like we said, if you thought it was too smooth, stick around a while. It's like New England weather. It'll change in 5 minutes. Jeff Loggaman, no question the best rated inside linebacker from Virginia, but a guy projected to everybody that I talk with in the second round. Oh boy, and Joe Walton is taking the front already. They're chanting Joe must go. But Loggaman is a guy that is by far and away the top-rated inside linebacker, all ACC in Virginia. He's tall. He's over 6'5". He's 240. From Great Falls, Virginia, recorded 117 tackles last year. The Jets, a team trying to rebuild its defense. It did in the defensive backfield last year in the draft with McMillan and Hasty and other kids like James Shake Your Booty. They need linebackers. They need linemen. It's just kind of a problem. Defensive lineman. I would say Metcalf is a mild eyebrow raiser, but the Jets going inside linebacker like so. What he is the heir apparent to Lance Mel. That's what they're thinking, Lance Mel with the knee injuries. But we got some excitement, Joe.
Well, we got some excitement. Obviously, this is what the fans wait for here in New York. They wait for the Giant picks. They wait for the Jet picks. Traditionally, they've been real tough on the Jet picks. And this one here, again, it gives them reason to look at their papers and find the guy and say, what's he doing in the first round? It's in the second round. But remember, last year they went offensive line and defensive secondary. This year they try and, like you say, shore up that middle linebacker position. I don't see it as a bad deal. I think if Eric Metcalf was there, that would have been their #1 choice. But they were ready with their secondary pick, and it turned out being Loggaman.
It is Loggaman. Remember, they shocked this draft in '83 when they picked little-known Ken O'Brien at quarterback, and he has done very well. So Mike Hickey likes to go cut back against the grain, so they say. That's exactly what Mike and the Jets have done. And again, what you have, let's go back to Metcalf with Cleveland real quick, but as I see Seattle coming up next, and I got to believe they're going to go with the offensive lineman of their choice, either Heck from Notre Dame or Brian Williams from Minnesota, a guy that can play center, guard, or tackle. I know Chuck Knox doesn't pick offensive lineman #1 very often, but I have to believe that's where they're looking, or else they go maybe with Oliver as an heir apparent to as a Kenny Easley type player. I don't think it will be Oliver. Let's get back to Metcalf. In the Cleveland system, a team, Tommy and Joe, that has a chance and really had better make their move under Bud Carson the next year or two or lose it. He gives them a whole other dimension in their offense. A small receiver that can go up with Webster Slaughter and go down the field. A lot better.
Well, and not only that, Metcalf can do so many things for you other than come out of the backfield and catch the football. He's an excellent runner. He's going to help you in your special teams area. This is a kid that can do a lot of things. He couldn't be a bad choice for Cleveland.
You know, they now can both put him and Ice Cube back there to return kicks and punts, and they can never kick it away from anybody, right? Seattle and New England, and I'll tell you what's sitting there for New England is the wide receiver of their choice. And I think if you told Dick Steinberg a couple days ago that he might have Rison and he might have Hartley Dykes to choose from, which might be their lead, I think he would have told you, first of all, put you in a straitjacket, but second, he'll be happy to take it. Seattle and New England are the next picks. Let's go over to Bobby and Mel and see if they've recovered.
No, we haven't. I mean, this could be the biggest. This is a reach. This is like Muggsy Bogues trying to block a shot by Manute Bol. Loggaman, not only is that a reach, perhaps, but it's certainly going to have a domino effect through the middle of this first round.
I'll tell you what, Bob, it's obvious to me right now that the Jets just don't understand what the draft's all about.
All right.
You know, you're supposed when you buy in a draft is just as important as who you select. And what they're saying right now is that Jeff Loggaman is one of the top 10 players in this draft, and there's no way.
Look at the players who are still out there. Lewis Oliver is still available. Andre Rison is still available. Hartley Dykes is still available. Joe Wolfe, great offensive lineman. Andy Heck. These players all rated far above Loggaman.
Dykes is the player that they should have taken. If you team Dykes without Toon, you're going to cause so many problems for defensive coordinators. They'll never sleep the week before the game. You have two guys with that kind of size and that kind of ability. There's no way that cornerbacks in the NFL can match up with a Dykes and Toon combination. Why they would take Jeff Loggaman this high out is beyond me. If they're interested in Loggaman, you move down. You don't stay with the 14th pick in the first round. There's no way Jeff Loggaman's one of the top 10 players in this draft.
I know you're working on a book, The History of the Draft for the last 20 years. I think you've just found a new entry for the Reach chapter, perhaps. A lot of wisdom on draft day. We'll see if history bears it out. 10 minutes on the selection for Seattle. They own that because of the Fred Young deal. We'll be back to the Marriott Marquis after this.
I used to think all printers were alike. You gave them the work, and then you hoped you got it back on time. And right. Then I discovered Sir Speedy, and I don't have to hope anymore. They really know how to take care of my business. All the office forms, brochures, sales sheets, labels, invoices. Hey, you name it, and they get it done. And I like that in a printer.
Try Sir Speedy for your large copy jobs. Our prices are very competitive, and our service is tops.
Right now, you could be watching your commercial, your business advertised on television with NYT Cable. Be among the top advertisers who recognize the power of being seen on television. Cable television. It's visual. It's enticing. It reaches your customers. And it's affordable. Be a part of the fun and call for more information. You'll get the benefits of being seen on television at a price you can afford. Call NYT. It's the place to be.
Back at the draft live in New York, Eric Metcalf has become a member, or certainly has been drafted, and I assume he's going to sign with the Cleveland Browns. His dad was a pretty darn good player for the Cardinals and the Washington Redskins. Like father, like son. Back in the mid-'70s, Terry Metcalf was a two-time All-Pro running back for the St. Louis Cardinals. Just 8 years after his retirement in 1981, he sends forth his son Eric, a senior at Texas, to chase down the same dreams in the NFL that he himself once achieved.
Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were.
When I was young, you know how you go out there and play football and everyone says, well, I want to be this guy, I want to be that guy. I wanted to be Terry Metcalf because that was my dad and he was playing professional football.
Even when I coached him in high school, I was amazed a lot of times because I knew, I seen that move somewhere before. But it's unique that I can see it through my son.
He's very similar to his dad. He may be a tad quicker than Terry was. Terry and Eric are built very, very similar. There's enthusiasm in their eyes when you look at them, and they're the same type of running backs.
They're exciting type players. When they get when the ball gets in their hands, you know that something can happen every time. Both exceptional football players, and I'm sure that Eric will have a career like his dad. He's a darting, dashing, fun-loving type running back that can put the ball in the end zone, and they're a lot alike.
I won't let anyone tell me, well, you should have been like your father or your father was better than you, because I'm not trying to make everyone else happy. I'm trying to make myself and my family happy, and I think if I can do that, everything should be fine.
You know, he can't be me. He can only be himself. He can't be anybody else. And, you know, sometimes media personnel have said, well, he has big shoes to fill. And I tell him, well, he wears a 9.5, I wear a 10. He fits his very well. And the bottom line is I tell him, no matter what you do, just do the best that you can. And if you don't make it, that's fine, because I'm going to still love you anyway.
Always good to hear from our friend Neil Young on draft day. Tommy, you tried to tackle Terry Metcalf a couple times. If Eric is anything like his dad, opponents are in trouble, right?
Eric certainly has some big shoes to fill, but I'll tell you what, he runs just like Terry. He's up on his toes, and what I like about him, he has the great vision. So he makes that Gale Sayers type cut across field. In him, Cleveland now has about 3 guys that every time they touch the football, you're going to have to worry about protecting the end zone.
Joe, at the end of Terry's career, he was with the Redskins, and you were there. He's a special kind of player, right?
I had a chance to play with Terry the latter part of his career, and of course I didn't get a chance to see him like Eric is now. And one thing about Eric, what people don't realize, is he's only 20 years old. You're talking about a very young man who has a tremendous amount of maturity and a tremendous amount of ability to exploit. I agree with Tommy. I think anytime one of those 3 guys in Cleveland touches the ball, the defense has got to wonder when it's going to wind up in the end zone. I think he's quicker than his father. I really believe that he's quicker. He's a little smaller, which he should be quicker. But if he's got any, and he's got all that Metcalf blood running through him, he's got stardom written all over him.
In the genes. We are halfway through the first round here at the Marriott Marquis in New York. We're waiting on the Seattle Seahawks, who own the next selection. We'll be back right after this. We are back talking football on this Sunday afternoon, maybe Sunday morning where you are, live at the Marriott Marquis in New York at the NFL Draft. And tomorrow we make a switch. We have college baseball, Monday Night Baseball. It'll be Kentucky against Mississippi as ESPN's coverage of NCAA baseball continues with that SEC battle. Live coverage at 8 Eastern, 5 on the West Coast, maybe 3 o'clock in Alaska and Hawaii, or maybe 2. Seattle, Oliver is there. I don't think it's going to be him. I still think it's going to be a lineman of their choice, maybe Heck or Brian Williams, or they could go wide receiver. Joe, what would you do?
Well, you see, they lose 2 tight ends in that plan B. They lose 2 centers in the plan B, but
Yes.
They still need defensive help. I think it could be Oliver.
Could be, because they haven't had a guy like Easley back there. But the point you make, they lost their starting center Blair Bush in the free agent pick, and so Brian Williams might be the guy.
Seattle Seahawks select on Indianapolis slot in the first round by reason of a previous trade. Andy Heck, tackle, Notre Dame.
Well, we thought it'd be one of those 2, Andy Heck or Brian Williams. Andy Heck is a Golden Domer from Notre Dame, who very interestingly was recruited and played tight end. Now, Jerry Faust had him and said Jerry could recruit. He had some guys lined up at the wrong place because Andy Heck played tackle last year. He's only played 1 year collegiate tackle, has Andy Heck. But for him to go as the 2nd offensive lineman in the draft tells you, and he is a guy that Mel talked about that's been moving up and up and up and up as long as the offseason when he moved up. First team All-American, and after only 1 year at tackle. So obviously he may not be polished and ready to go, but I will tell you one reason why Seattle picked him, and that he is one of the few coming out of college in his first year that can line up at left tackle. In other words, not only right tackle, but left tackle, play without the tight end and still handle the defensive ends. I know the Seattle scouts were looking at him that way, and it takes something special to line up at left tackle rookie year, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Just stepping in and being able to play is not a given in the National Football League. I mean, you have to be able to go out, and as you look at their depth charts, you see where Mike Wilson's in his 12th year, which is on the right side, and that's very important. That's the position that Heck was naturally playing this past year.
Here comes New England's pick next. 16th, and I got to believe it's the wide receiver of their choice, either Rison or Hartley Dykes. And if I had to guess, I would say it's the big guy, Hartley Dykes from Oklahoma State. They have the shorter burner in Stanley Morgan, who's still got a couple years left with him. New England is not taking long as they have the next choice here. And then we'll have Phoenix second pick. So they're checking the pronouncers. New England with the 16th overall pick. And we're going like wildfire here as this is, my goodness, an hour and a half. This is the 16th choice.
New England's choice in the first round, Hartley Dykes, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
Well, if you stick around long enough, you occasionally get one right. Hartley Dykes, the big, tall receiver from Oklahoma State, who now joins Barry Sanders, his college teammate, as guys chosen in the first round. 6'3½", 220 pounds, runs a 4.6 from Bay City, Texas. Consensus first-team All-American. Has 2,400 yards in career receiving yards. Drafted by the White Sox last spring as a pitcher. I don't think he's the baseball player that Dion Sanders or Bo Jackson is. But Hartley Dykes, now the tall receiver that can go up and get him in Foxborough opposite Stanley Morgan. And New England just can't believe their fortune to have a wide receiver left. And they have all those veteran quarterbacks. Hartley can catch from any one of them.
Well, opposite Stanley Morgan, and obviously Stanley getting up in age now, so this guy one day will probably be the replacement for Stanley Morgan. The surprising thing about Hartley is the fact that he is so big and rangy, but he has the quicks of a much, much smaller receiver. He's going to do a lot of damage in New England.
He caught a guy who may go in the first round, Eric Coleman of Wyoming. He caught 11 passes on him in the Holiday Bowl last year. To say what kind of receiver Hartley Dykes is, this is a good value for the number 16 pick, Joe.
Well, it's a good value. Also, you got to take into consideration, here's a young man who has had pretty much the run of the mill. The guy's pretty much had it the way he wanted at Oklahoma State. He's had a lot of freedom, practiced when he sort of felt good, had, just things his way. For him to go to a big city, I think would have been terrible. To go to New England, where they're out away from the high rise, like a Dion Sanders would be, it's going to be good for him as a person, which I think is going to help him contribute as a football player.
Yeah, New England again, getting a good pick with Hartley Dykes. And after the surprise of the Jets, we've now gotten back to normalcy, Mel and Bobby, with Heck and Hartley Dykes, guys who you would expect to go at about the middle of the first round.
Right, and of course Dykes won't be needing a new car. He's well equipped in that area. His recruitment put Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Illinois, and Texas on NCAA probation. That could be a draft record. He was that good in college, so you can see what he can do for the Patriots when the money's coming on top of the table. Trends, we had our first wide receiver go at the 16 spot. We had 6 wide receivers go in the first round last year. We had 3 running backs go in the top 22 last year. They went quickly this year as we've just recapped the first round. Heck, you've talked all weekend about him zooming up the charts. And indeed, he did all the way up to 16 or 15, actually, because I think as you were sitting down a month ago looking at the offensive line, he was maybe your 11th or 12th best offensive lineman 2 months ago.
Well, he started out the year, Bob, as probably a 5th, 6th rounder. He moved from tight end to offensive tackle this year. Really struggled early in the year, did not play well at all. The last 5 or 6 games, he's showed tremendous improvement. He's up now to 288 pounds on a 6'6" frame. There's no question that Andy Heck has moved up more than anybody in the last month in this draft. And I thought he would go in the middle of the first, and that's where he went. What ought to happen now is Dick Steinberg ought to send a personal note of thanks to Mike Hickey, Joe Walton, and the Jets for allowing a great player like Hartley Dykes to still be there with the 17th pick in the first round.
You know pro organizations. You look at what the Jets did today. Does this selection just point up that the Jets, who have not had a general manager for several years, need a general manager or a football man really at the presidential level in that organization?
I just don't think the Jets understand the draft. You have to get value when you make a selection. If you're picking 14th, you have to get a player that on your board is 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the way it always works with most teams in the league. And I can't see Jeff Loggaman as any more than an early to mid second round choice. So if you're going to take Loggaman, you move down. And I really believe that Dykes should have been that choice.
Let's go to the podium
Pittsburgh
quickly.
and Minnesota have now confirmed that the terms of the trade are finalized. Minnesota has traded its first round selection in the draft, which is the 24th spot in the first round, to Pittsburgh for veteran linebacker Mike Merriweather.
We had passed that news on before, so indeed the number 24 selection in this first round belongs to Pittsburgh. Phoenix is up. That's part of the Kelly Stouffer trade. Hartley Dykes, the selection, Beano Cook of the New England Patriots, and there are some Pats fans that have made the trek down here to New York City.
Okay, now we have a lot of New England fans here. One from Maine, and I will say they're not the wide receivers. But first, what did you think of picking Dykes?
I thought it was an excellent pick. I thought Andre Rison might be just a tad better, but you can't second-guess Dick Steinberg. The guy's a genius. He does it every year. Dykes is going to be all-world for the Pats, and we're going to go all the way to the top.
Okay, what did you...
Hello to Livermore Falls.
Okay, what did you think? A lot of booing up here. What did you think of the pick by the Jets? Did you laugh?
Oh, shit. Second year, disappointing second year involving this draft for the Jets. Very disappointing.
Thank you, Jets. Thank you for helping the cause.
Okay, now back to you, Bob Lee.
Everybody's got an opinion on draft day. They are players that you might say are slipping. Maybe you would have thought at this point Lewis Oliver would have been traded. The phenomenon of the plummeting pick. Also, Andre Rison, Michigan State. Let's check in now, as we now have about 9.5 minutes left to go for the Phoenix selection to be followed by the Jets. Kevin Kiley with the Rams in Anaheim. Kevin.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot. Andy Hecht, I think, from Notre Dame is a player that moved up because he's versatile. He went to Woodson High School in Northern Virginia. I watched him play while he was in high school. Played some defense, played tight end at Notre Dame, and can play both tackles, the right and left. And Mel was talking about him moving up. He's a kid that really works hard, hit the weights, 288 pounds now, and I think that's the reason he's so high in the draft. Another guy that surprised me, along with everybody else, is Hartley Dykes, the fact that he didn't go to the Jets. Now, there's a guy that I always felt was a top wide receiver in the country. Watched him play for Oklahoma State. A very, very fine player, and good to see him go to New England, but a surprise he didn't go to the Jets. We'll be back with more of the 1989 draft in a moment.
And we are back live in New York with the Phoenix Cardinals' second first-round pick coming up next. And they have some minutes left before they make their selection. We are fortunate enough to have with us the #1 pick of all the draft, the Dallas Cowboys, Troy Aikman, quarterback superior, if you will, from UCLA. And I guess, Troy, you've had an interesting relationship with Jimmy Johnson. I mean, he tried to recruit you once to Oklahoma State. I guess when you're playing for Oklahoma, he was at Miami. That's what one you suffered your broken leg, and now third time is a charm for him. I mean, were you trying to dodge this guy or what?
Well, I've had some talks with him, and he recruited me when I was at Henrietta High School when I came out of Oklahoma State, like you mentioned, and I guess I have him to thank for breaking my ankle and turning my career around and forcing me to transfer to UCLA.
Troy, when you get into uniform, the season gets ready to start. There's going to be a lot of speculation on whether you should start or not. Do you want to start beginning of the season?
Well, I think that's a difficult question for me to answer right now. Certainly, I don't know at this time what's going to be asked of me, how quickly I'm going to be able to get in and learn the system. And until I do, there's really no timetable. But I'd certainly like to get in there when I feel like I'm ready to go, and hopefully it'll be sometime this year.
Troy, let me, and Joe and Tommy, let me jump in for a second because the Cardinals are about to make their selection. Then we'll go back to talk with the newest quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, Troy Aikman. Here's Phoenix's second
Phoenix
first round.
Phoenix Cardinals select in the first round. Joe Wolfe, guard, Boston College.
All right, so the Cards, first one, Eric Hill, linebacker, LSU. Now they go with Joe Wolfe, guard, Boston College. The Giants are up next, but Joe, why don't you quarterbacks take it for a while?
Yeah, well, as far as pressure goes, does this relieve pressure off of you knowing that everything is settled, or has it been that way for a while? And if that is the case, how do you feel like you're going to be able to handle that pressure going in? You know, you're walking in where everybody's expecting you. First, they look at, as professionals, they look at the amount of money you're making. Then they say, okay, let's see what the value looks like. Does it put additional pressure on you?
Well, I think in terms of pressure, if this relieved any, I think it relieves some of the pressure just from knowing for sure where I'm going, getting this behind me. I think I'm just now beginning to walk into a situation where there's going to be added pressure to perform now on the football field, and that's inevitable. That's going to happen, as you well know, as a quarterback, no matter where you go, whether you were the first player chosen or the 16th, there's going to be pressure for you to perform, and all I can do is my best, and I'm going to go out there and do the best job I can and try to please myself as well as my teammates. And I certainly don't want to get in a situation where I'm trying to please everybody, fans and media, because you'll drive yourself crazy trying to do that.
Well, you've got a guy, I think you're one of the young quarterbacks that's coming into a situation with an opportunity a lot of people don't have. You get to turn around and hand the ball to number 34, Herschel Walker. Have you thought about what that's going to look like, or have you had a chance to work out with him at all?
I haven't had a chance to meet Herschel or talk to him, but I grew up watching Herschel at Georgia, and it's going to be a great experience for me. I think with a running back like Herschel Walker, it'll help make that transition for me a lot easier. He's a great player, and with receivers that they have at Dallas, certainly there's some great talent on that team, and that'll certainly help the burden.
Troy, our best wishes to you. First pick in the draft. I mean, that's something you probably thought about maybe a couple of years and tried to get out of your mind and say, my goodness, it's pretty lofty status. You've earned that status, and we look to see you in the Cowboy colors for a long time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, Troy Aikman, quarterback, UCLA. First pick, already signed, sealed, delivered to the Dallas Cowboys. When we come back, the Giants will be up next. Stay with us. ESPN's coverage of the 1989 NFL Draft is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world. By the Hartford, the insurance people of ITT. When you need us most, we're at our best. And by Apple Computer, giving you the power to be your best. The New York Giants have the next selection, about 10 minutes to go to their selection. And guys like Andre Rison and Louis Oliver, guys who were projected to go a little bit higher in this draft, are still sitting around. However, the Giants have young wide receivers. They have young safeties, and so maybe they go offensive line, as the Phoenix Cardinals just did with their second first-round pick. Boston College guard Joe Wolfe, and I think it's safe to say when you get a player from BC, just like Penn State or Pitt, you pretty much know what you're going to be getting. A no-nonsense guy, 6'5½", 280. Joe Wolfe has played every position on the offensive line. With since you're going to the Giants, you might have to do some of that. If rather than Phoenix, he might have to move around on their line. He could be the best lineman ever at BC, some people say, which is a heck of a moniker to carry around. The youngster from Allentown, Pennsylvania, goes to the Phoenix Cardinals. And so the Cardinals, in Eric Hill and Joe Wolfe, didn't pull any surprises today. Let's go to the podium because the Giants are next. And if they're looking linemen, it would be Brian Williams or Wisniewski from Penn State. Of course, they went to offensive linemen with the first picks last.
New York Giants, first-round selection. Brian Williams, guard, Minnesota.
Also, the Giants,
next up,
who went Eric Moore and John Elliott, offensive linemen 1 and 2 last year. And they'll go with Brian Williams, who's a 300-pound guy that can play tackle, guard, or center. He's just a great athlete for Minnesota. 6'4", 300 pounds. Is a good deep snapper. He's a solid pass protector. The young man from Pittsburgh. You know, the Giants lose Billy Ard to Green Bay in the not the dispersal, but the free agent draft. Carl Nelson may not be able to play for him anymore. This seems like a good pick for the Giants, who've had some offensive line problems, if you listen to Parcells.
I think it's an excellent pick for the Giants. And the thing that you like about this kid is, as you said, I mean, you know, you get a good 300-pound offensive lineman. It's a guy who's going to be there for the next 12, 14, 15 years.
They are counting on that. A guy who has been with us almost that long on draft day, the inimitable one from Sports Illustrated. And usually I reserve that, Paul Zimmerman, for Tom Meese, so I don't know if you're sharing that.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, but we're going to look it up. I brought my thesaurus in the back. Your thoughts on the first round lasted a couple hours. The Jets pulled a huge surprise, didn't they?
Well, there are two big surprises. Number one, Loggaman gone. Number two, Andre Rison still hanging out there. I looked up Loggaman in the meantime. And, you know, I expected to see some numbers in the workouts that just jumped off the board and pop everybody's eyes open. But the guy, he ran 21st best of the 40 guys tested. Granted, he's big, but they drafted a big guy, Alex Gordon, a couple of years ago, and he didn't do anything. So it's a mystifying thing unless there's some sabotage afoot there.
What picks jump at you that you really love? I mean, at the top 5 and 6, we kind of knew. I guess New England got great value a couple moments ago with Dykes.
Well, the top 8 or 9 were chalk. Miami surprised people by taking Sammy Smith. I think that's a great pick for them. I think they can get a defensive player, a good defensive player in the second round. There was no real game-breaking defensive guy available, so they took the offensive guy, and I think that's great. And I think their offense will really be dynamic, and they'll luck in maybe to a defensive guy in the second round. But I sort of like that, going for the quality.
Z, what about the almost situation that we had with Jim McMahon almost becoming a member of the Chargers?
It would have been madness for the Chargers to trade for him. I think Joe called it before. I mean, you're getting a guy that might give you 5 games.
You say Sammy Smith is a kind of a gamble, but you like that pick for Miami. The Bears, you pretty much knew would go Wolford. And Trace Armstrong, he's kind of a Dan Hampton clone in his work habits, right?
Well, one thing about the Bears picks, they're always safe. You always get big-name guys from big-name schools that aren't going to hurt you. Maybe they take a little while to develop, but you can almost chart the way they pick. You know, they don't get the guys from these way-out type schools.
Do you get in a situation, Z, where there are some athletes left on the board right now that I think the later teams never really expected? You mentioned Oliver. We've talked about Andre Rison. Does this change the situation for somebody like New Orleans who really didn't think they had a shot at maybe a DB where they need some help?
Well, New Orleans figured offensive line, defensive line. They figured they get some nice big plow horse type of guy, and here's Andre Rison jumping at him. They don't really need receivers that much, but how do you pass them up? But of course, I could have been asking that for the last 5 picks.
They certainly could use some speed receivers, and that might be the case with Rison. We shall see. New Orleans is up next, and we'll continue with Dr. Z and the rest of the festivities in New York and points beyond as our live coverage of the draft continues in a moment.
Third Base Sports and Trophies is the winning team for your sporting goods and award presentation needs. We specialize in team uniforms, jackets, custom embroidery, and engraving with a wide variety of plaques and trophies to choose from. But what you'll really like about Third Base is the fast, same-day service because all the work is done on premises. You're safe at Third Base Sports and Trophies, Route 38 and Hollywood Avenue, just west of the Cherry Hill Mall. Fax orders welcome. Call for our free catalog.
Right now, you could be watching your commercial, your business advertised on television with NYT Cable. Be among the top advertisers who recognize the power of being seen on television. Cable television. It's visual. It's enticing. It reaches your customers. And it's affordable. Be a part of the fun and call for more information. You'll get the benefits of being seen on television at a price you can afford. Call NYT. It's the place to be.
Thinking about that, I've been thinking about what it will be like to go to the Super Bowl next year and watch it on television. What will it be like when the season opens and we won't be going to a game?
Back here at the balcony with all the real fans following the draft. We got 2 Jet fans. You could say the most controversial choice in 1988 was the choice of Senator Quayle for vice president for the Republican Party. But that is mild as far as the Jet fans are concerned. The pick first round, a linebacker from Virginia. Doug and Tim, are you upset about the Jets picking, in your opinion, although I don't know what any of us know, the pick they did in the first round?
You know, I looked through Sports Illustrated, Sport Magazine, ESPN, Associated Press.
Well,
Nobody had him in the first round. He's listed as the 7th. The NFL Combine says he's the 7th ranked. This guy is nobody, and I don't know why they didn't trade him away if they wanted him.
How do you feel, Tim?
When you have talent like Andre Rison and, you know, Louis Oliver still available, I mean, why not take them? I mean, the Jets need someone that will make them a team of the future. This guy does not seem like a person that will help them in the future.
Have you been happy with the Jet picks in the last few years?
No, I haven't. I've been coming since '65 when my father got tickets. I was 4 years old. I've had season tickets since. And it's annoying because Joe Walton shouldn't be the coach. We need a real football man. All right, but we need a real football man as a general manager anyway. And I'm sure you wouldn't argue that when you're talking football, you have to have a football man running the team. And the Jets don't have that now. And that's why they come up with picks like this. And I just want to say hello to Section 208 and my brother Dave.
Okay, well, we have that. First, it now looks like the Steelers are going to get Andre Rison, which will make them the winners in the first round. Back to Bob Lee.
He's hanging out there. Whether he goes that far down remains to be seen. We have had 18 selections, 8 defensively, 10 offensively, as Jeff Loggaman, good ball player, not projected anywhere near where he was selected and taken by the Jets, the 14th pick, the first Virginia draftee by the Jets since they took Lester Lyles back in 1985. There's some big names out there. Okay, Louis Oliver has plummeted. Andre Rison, not nearly as much, but Oliver had been talked about as one of the 7 samurai at the top of this draft a couple of weeks ago.
He's a fine football player. When you look at Oliver, he should be in this general
area. But why is he
right
plummeting?
Now. Well, people look at pure safeties and they downgrade them. They'll take the cornerback over the pure safety. What teams did to allow Rison to slide down this far is go strictly for their major needs. Teams took Joe Wolfe. Teams took Brian Williams. Clubs like this. And, of course, the Jets threw the whole first round out of kilter with the Loggaman pick. But Andre Rison is an outstanding football player. If you even look back into history, when Jerry Rice came out, he went in the mid-first round. You had that year Toon, Brown, and Rice. None of those 3 went before the 10th pick in the first round. So wide receivers tend to slide, but it's allowing the Saints, it's allowing the Broncos and clubs like this to get a real steal at this point in the draft.
Okay, we're waiting to see what happens with the Saints, a team that lost 8 veteran free agents to the Type B free agency. We really have yet to delve into that. We will through the afternoon. The effect that some of these selections in the later rounds will have Type Bs. New Orleans is up with about 6.5 minutes to go before their selection. We talk about the fortunes of players rising and falling, and then there are players who just want to get, as we watch the Saints, want to get into that first round. It's prestige and it is money. One such player is a cornerback from North Carolina Central, Robert Massey, maybe on the bubble as it comes to being projected as a first rounder. And with him, spending this draft Sunday with him, is our Jimmy Roberts in Durham, North Carolina. Hello, Jim.
Hi, Bob. How are you today? We're down in Durham, North Carolina, as you said, at the home of 22-year-old agent Drew Rosenhaus, representing several of the players here in the Triangle area between North Carolina State, North Carolina, and Duke University. Most notably, Robert Massey, the cornerback from North Carolina Central University. And, Robert, a couple of surprises in the first round, huh?
Yeah. The biggest surprise to me is the fact that Louis Oliver and players like Andre Rison are still available. And it's scary because in my situation, it seems now that the first round is almost impossible.
Well, there is, as Bob Lee mentioned, quite a big difference between the first round and the second round monetarily. I think we mentioned in talking yesterday that the difference in signing bonuses alone can be as much as $500,000 in average between the first and second rounds. I know you're sweating it out right now.
Yes, when you're talking money, most definitely, because you want to make as much money as possible, so I'm scared.
What about Miami? I know that you and Drew were talking about the possibility of going there, and that pick, Sammy Smith, surprised you?
Shocking. You know, I expect Louis or Darnell to be picked at that point, and with the running back being picked, that's like a setback for the defensive backs in this year's draft.
All right, Robert Massey, we'll be here with him throughout the day until he does get picked. And, Bob, I've got a question for you. What happens if a team runs out of time? Does Gene Barth run out into the middle of the floor and throw a penalty flag?
We wait for Dick Papero to call a 2-shot foul, I think, actually. All right. Money makes a difference. Lee Steinberg, the agent, said, you know what a first-rounder is? The qualities that somebody taken on the first round. Last year, for example, Wendell Davis, the Bears, signing bonus $500,000. Marcus Cotton, who opened the second round when the Falcons took him, just got under $300,000. So between those consecutive picks, you see a big difference. On average, last year, a first-round bonus was worth nearly $700,000. On average, last year, a second-round bonus nearly $240,000. So, yes, it makes a great deal. Where you are selected in this draft, as the card should be on its way up as we await to see what New Orleans will do. Jim Finks, Bill Kuharich, and the pressure on to get this team over the hump and get back in. Who do you think, Mel?
I like Andre Rison here. I don't know how you can pass up a player with his ability. And, of course, Louis Oliver's still there as a great player, and I think will be a future Pro Bowler. So I think the Saints are in a great position to get value with this pick and also fill a need. You talk about speed at wide receiver. That's something they don't have.
First round selection. Wayne Martin, defensive end, Arkansas.
Wow. Wayne Martin, defensive end out of Arkansas. Now, you and I were talking earlier this morning before we started about players whose fortunes have plummeted, and he was like #1 on your hit parade this morning.
He had dropped back. He was a top 15 pick when the season started. He had dropped into the second or third round on most teams' boards, and I think if you look at this pick right now, this is a forced pick for need. They have definite problems on the defensive line. If they're going to take the best defensive lineman available, it would be Bill Hawkins. You see Wayne Martin here. He's got some pass rush ability. He got his weight up to about 280, but he missed that Cotton Bowl game against UCLA.
Is he a head case? I think that's a question scouts are going to be asking because he was suspended. He also missed spring practice coaches in '88 for disciplinary reasons. You're not drafting necessarily Kiwanis Citizens of the Year all the time. This is a guy who's put a lot of weight on in college, but whether indeed Bourbon Street can get to you.
Well, that's that Cotton Bowl. He had an opportunity there to really get after Troy Aikman and show what kind of pass rush ability he has against a team like UCLA. And, of course, he missed that particular contest, and I thought he had dropped down. I really believe this is a forced pick because of need on the defensive line. And if they were going to take the best defensive lineman available, I really believe it would have been Bill Hawkins.
He didn't run well at the combines either, right?
No,
he was over 5 seconds.
He did virtually nothing at all to solidify a first-round position. And I think when you look at this pick, you have to take value. And we'll be talking about Andre Rison and Louis Oliver, and these two players will be Pro Bowlers, and I doubt seriously if Wayne Martin has that kind of ability.
Well, you know, history will prove if picks are reaches. The Jets certainly have a leading morning line candidate for that with Jeff Loggaman, and now Wayne Martin, defensive end, Arkansas, taken by New Orleans. Denver is up next by virtue of a trade made today with Cleveland. They've got about 13 minutes, and we'll be back in 2 of those minutes after this.
Back in New York live at the NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos are up next, and they have some time to make their first-round selection with the 20th overall pick. They made an earlier trade with Cleveland, swapping first-round spots, but in exchange, Denver also gets Cleveland's 2, 5, and 9. So to give up number 13, they get number 20, number 47, plus a 5 and 9. And really only one more defensive player on the board. Wayne Martin just went if Denver still wants to go defense. 2 guys that have plummeted. Andre Rison, much as his college teammate Lorenzo White, Michigan State, did a year ago. He went a lot lower than people thought. For what reason, we don't know. And Louis Oliver. They have fallen by the wayside. And Tommy, we talked that the Broncos have good safeties. They also have good wide receivers, so those 2 guys don't seem to fit here, do they?
The 2 best athletes on the board, Rison and Oliver, still left, happen to be the 2 positions that the Broncos are pretty substantial at, the wide receiver and the safety spot. I still like the next choice to be Cleveland Gary. I'd like to see him get the big fullback to take the pressure, at least some of the pressure off of John Elway.
Yeah, but I mean, they've fired their whole defensive staff. Some friends of yours, they tried to get Bruce Smith for $1.05 a year. I got to think they go defense, which Joe might lead us to Hawkins.
Bill
right?
Hawkins. I think when you think of the Denver Broncos, you think of their absolute ultimate need, it's defensive help. You saw what Pat Bowlen tried to do by offering Bruce Smith as much money as he did. When he put that dollar sign out there, all he was saying is we need defensive line help right away. Bill Hawkins is probably the best guy on the board right now in the first round. My guess is they will go defense and they will go defensive line. He's going to save himself. Now, you figure $1.50 for Smith, he's probably going to have to only pay about $700,000-800,000, so they've got a little bit of money. By the way, Denver, by making the trade that they did with Cleveland, gets a star right next to their moves for this year's draft. I think they are the stars right now with that trade.
As long as they don't make picks like Ted Gregory, who they realize they make a mistake in and have to trade in the middle of the season to New Orleans, which was your play of the year, right? When their number 1 draft pick, right?
And the thing about Ted Gregory was that, and you know this if you're around the Bronco organization, this kid was reported to be 6'2", 6'2.5". When they spotted him at camp, the guy was about 6 feet tall. So questionable sighting there from the staff last year. But yes, I agree with Joe. I think they've done an excellent job so far this year, depending on the pick they make.
Argument for the metric system, at least, to be used at Denver. Denver is next. Then the Rams go, and they do have 2 first-round picks at number 21 and 26. Then it's Colts, Houston, Pittsburgh's second pick in the first round as the Merriweather trade went through, and then Chicago. So now we're getting into teams well, Denver didn't make the playoffs last year, Tom. This just in. But now we're getting to teams that are among the better in the NFL. And one thing that we could say, and we'll talk about when we get back, is a guy like an Andre Rison.
That's right.
He may be upset that he's falling down, but he may be going to a team that could get him to the Super Bowl in the first year. We'll be back with the draft continuing in a moment. All right, we are back here in New York as we await the pick of the Denver Broncos, their first-round selection coming up. As you know, that we've been going all across the country. We have live remotes in many places, like Kevin Kiley out in Anaheim, but we're not going to go there right now. See, we're going to make you wait. Good things come to those who wait. We will go to Anaheim in a moment. or shortly. The Broncos have 7.5 minutes left with their first-round selection. I want to go back and just throw out a little tidbit. With Seattle's selection of Andy Heck, the tackle from Notre Dame, I believe that, first of all, it's Seattle's first time they've ever gone offensive line since 1977 when they drafted Steve August. It's also the first time that Chuck Knox at Seattle, before that Buffalo, before that the Rams, it's the first time that Chuck Knox has drafted a lineman in the first round since Dennis Harrah and Doug France, to replace guys like Joe Sabelli. I mean, are we going back a little bit in football? So Chuck is not a guy that drafts linemen first round that much, but when he does, all he asks is player personnel focus. Is this guy a football player, can play 10 years? And France and Harrah were two very good ones, and they have the same thing in mind with Andy Heck. So that just a little bit of tidbit. Another tidbit on the Chicago Bears, whose third first-round selection will be coming up. Last year, remember, the Raiders had 3 first-round picks, and they went Tim Brown, Terry McDaniel, and Scott Davis. The Bears, with their 2 first-round picks so far, have gone Donnell Wolford, Trace Armstrong, and then they have a 3rd first-round pick. The last time the Bears had 3 first-round picks was in 1965. One of those picks was Gale Sayers. Another one of those picks was Dick Butkus. I would say that those were pretty good picks, and if Trace Armstrong and Donnell Wolford can follow anywhere near those footsteps, the Bears would be awfully happy with this draft. There's the understatement so far, and I didn't even have to say it was the best athlete available. Now let's go out to Anaheim and enjoy Kevin Kiley. Kevin?
Thank you, Chris. Out here, the Rams have to be delighted about the way the draft is going so far. They lost Johnny Johnson, their leading interceptor, cornerback, to free agency. They also lost Gary Jeter. He was second on the team in sacks. Their main needs are the defensive line. Mostly defense is what the Rams are after. They're after, obviously, some young people to carry them through the next 8 or 10 years. Bill Hawkins is a guy that they wanted. Trace Armstrong is another guy. Rondy Wetson out of Florida is also another fellow that they wanted. Now, the only one out of those 3 that are gone are Trace Armstrong. They also need some help at the inside linebacker position, but it's a weak draft for that. I have to believe that the Rams people have a feeling that they're going to get some pretty good picks. Now, it took 3 guys to carry their draft picks into the draft room the other day. They have 17 picks overall. They've got 5 picks in the first 2 rounds, or 6 picks in the first 2 rounds, and they have 10 picks over the first 6 rounds. So they're going to get some of these people that have not been picked. They do not need wide receiver help. Andre Rison may not be a factor for the Rams. They picked up 2 wide receivers in last year's draft. They got Aaron Cox was their #1 pick, and of course Flipper Anderson went in the 2nd round. So they're pretty well set at wide receiver. They might be looking at Cleveland Gary also. Could be interesting here for the Rams, and they pick 21st here in the 1st round. Let's go out to Winnetka, Illinois, and Andrea Kramer.
And thank you. We are back at Steve Zucker's house. We are downstairs. Louis Oliver is upstairs. He does not want to talk to anybody, does not want to see anybody, will not come down, which is understandable. Some are saying that his stock is falling. Nobody seems to know why. One interesting thing, though, is that the 49ers have just called to talk to Louis Oliver. We do not know why. Back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, Andrea, and there's the Broncos pick is in the hands of the commissioner, Pete Rozelle, presiding over his 30th draft today.
Denver Broncos. Denver's first-round selection, Steve Atwater, defensive back, Arkansas. Next up, Los Angeles Rams.
Louis Oliver is there at that position, and Steve Atwater, a guy who several scouts told me they really liked, but a guy who's a safety didn't quite seem to project as Oliver. So there goes our theory about Mike Harden and Dennis Smith out the window. Maybe, although they can't play forever, Tommy. Denver has gone with the safety. You surprised?
Well, I'm surprised if you were going to go with a safety that you wouldn't go with Oliver. There must be an unspoken reason why they have not. But I think that Dennis and Mike, even though they are aging slightly, are both at the caliber of being Pro Bowl performers. Certainly, you get a guy behind him, he's going to help, and they need all kinds of defensive help, as Joe has said before.
Well, I think the important thing that Tommy brings up also is Atwater's going to help him now. This draft, if there's anything in this draft as far as depth goes, it's in defense. So they can make this pick now. They can take the luxury, and there may be that defensive lineman left out. Don't forget now, Denver also has the 2nd pick of Cleveland's, which could allow them to make a deal as well. So I think we're going to start to see some trades coming up. I mean, this is something that surprised me. I felt like there would be more deals made in this particular draft, particularly in the late rounds, than there have been at this point.
Atwater, a guy that had 70 tackles last year from his safety spot at Arkansas, 15 career interceptions with Arkansas, and now he goes into Denver. And let's face it, they have been saying that they need new defense. They certainly need a pass rusher. We thought it would be Bill Hawkins, but in Steve Atwater, there's a guy that really has improved his ranking in the last week or so. He has been moving up. Next up are the Rams with the first of their 2 first-round selections. For more on what Denver has done, and there you see the Rams on the horn. Again, it's a long-distance call. Let's go over to Bobby and Mel.
Okay, Chris, I think Tommy touched on it. An unspoken reason, whether a perception forms in the mind of a scout or player personnel people along the way, whether there are rumors, founded or unfounded, whether there's just something you see. Louis Oliver is still out there. Andre Rison is still out there. The Rams are up with about 12 minutes to go. Then comes Indianapolis. You heard Andrea Kramer say, though, that the phone call has come in. The Niners wanting to talk to Louis Oliver. Before we get to other matters, do you think they would be of a mind to trade up maybe with the Rams or the Colts to get a shot at him at this point, not anticipating that shot before?
Well, I think you have to look at it and look at Louis Oliver as a sliding player. When that starts to happen, everybody starts to wonder why. But I think that if you look at Oliver and you look at Rison, you have the Indianapolis Colts and you have the Pittsburgh Steelers on the horizon. I know the Steelers, for one, would love to have Rison. Indianapolis has wide receiver needs opposite Brooks. And, of course, Oliver would fit in there as well. But I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are the team that could come out of this draft with 2 outstanding offensive players if, in fact, a guy like Rison is still there. And even if he isn't, Lawyer Tillman from Auburn is a player that would really look good in a Steeler uniform. So Pittsburgh, with Worley and one of these 2 receivers, is going to do a great job surrounding Brister with the kind of skill people he really needs to be a great quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, whether these are reaches or whether these are just some great intuitive moves that will be hailed into the 90s when you look back on the draft of '89 as master strokes of genius, we can't say right now, but we can say the Rams have about 11 minutes to go. The Colts, Houston, then Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh with their second first-round selection. Then comes Chicago, the Rams again. So the Rams have needs. And right now, John Robinson and John Math trying to decide what to do because they have opportunities they didn't think they would have at this moment. We're waiting on them. We'll wait for you to come right back with us. We'll be back.
We're back live at the NFL Draft. The first round is going about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and actually, it's gone pretty quickly. We are up to the Los Angeles Rams selection, their first-round selection of the 2. They have the number 21, the number 26 pick overall. This is their own pick, number 21. Getting back very quickly a moment ago to Denver, which was Steve Atwater, the safety. Yes, they have Dennis Smith and Mike Harden over there, but a message, Tommy, here?
Well, I think the one thing people have to understand, you're looking for depth, but also Dennis, although he's a Pro Bowl caliber player, last year missed a few games. He's missed a few games in previous years. He's had injury problems. And Dan is a guy, as a head coach, who likes to see you on the field all the time, as all head coaches would. But I think he may be sending a slight message to Dennis that either stay healthy and be on the football field, or we'll have to try to move somebody else in there.
The Rams, for the second time in 2 years. Last year they had 2 1s and 3 2s. There you go. It's hard to say that, but they had 5 in the first 2 rounds. Same thing this year. They got their 2 1s and they've got a bunch of 2s. Last year they picked among their first 3 selections a couple of wide receivers, Aaron Cox and also Willie Anderson in the second round. So, I mean, here's Rison. We're trying to put him somewhere. If they don't go, please, Joe, I think the Colts are going to take him, aren't they?
We'll find a place for him somewhere, Chris. We're going to find a kid a home someplace, somehow. He's too good not to go in the first round. He can help some football team. I don't believe it's going to be the Los Angeles Rams. I think with Jackie Slater getting a little bit older, it's going to be an offensive lineman, some offensive help. The reason why is Fritz Shurmur has gone to that multi-linebacker type defense. So their need for a defensive lineman, a nose tackle, a defensive end, is not as great as one would seem in a football team. I look for the Rams to go offensive tackle and in Indianapolis to come up and probably find a home for Rison. He'd like it there in the Midwest. Just drop down from Michigan and, take a little short trip down.
Plus a dome, and there's a team that like we said, could be going to the playoffs. The Rams, you mentioned the change in their philosophy and defense, but still they lost a lot of their veteran defensive line people. Jeter went to New England. Meisner, they lost in the draft. They also lost to safety Johnson, Johnny Johnson. The Rams' faces are changing, but, here's a team that is a playoff team, made the wild card last year. and has all these blue chip selections last year and this year, they really ought to make their mark here, shouldn't they?
They got to go defense, Chris. They really have to go defense. It's a situation that they're faced with because they loaded up offensively. They've got to get some help on the defensive side.
All right, let's jump over to Bobby and Mel as their thoughts on the Rams as the first round. We told you it would slow down eventually, and finally it has.
But, you know, a couple of years ago, it was a marathon. It was bloody after a while. 4 hours and 8 minutes back in '87 for the first round. Last year, rather brisk 3 hours and 29 minutes. We're 2 hours and 18 minutes into it, and already well into waiting on the 21st pick. The Rams have 2 selections here in the first round, and they had an outstanding draft last year. In fact, I think they kept 10 players either on the roster or stashing them on injured reserve, which you can't do this year. We'll get into that in a bit. So now the pressure's on to continue. I guess probably the least productive pick they had last year of their prime picks was their first pick, Gaston Green.
Well, they passed on John Stevens, who was the big back that they were looking for. To take an injury-prone runner in Gaston Green would surprise a lot of people. But, you know, here they have the defensive line needs. But, you know, I'm going to keep repeating the name of Andre Rison. When you're talking about the draft, a lot of people said it was a weak draft or whatever, that there's nobody after the 15th, 20th pick. When teams reach for players, it allows all these good guys that were in the top 10 to slide down. Now teams that are picking between 20 and 28 could get a guy like Rison, who is in the top 5 on their board. A lot of people thought Rison might go to Atlanta, might go to Tampa Bay with the 5th, 6th pick. All of a sudden, he might be there for the Colts, for the Steelers. And that's what makes the draft, as far as being an exact science, something that it isn't.
You know, I have to wonder if John Robinson is at this point thinking to himself, maybe I dreamt this. This is a dream. I have a shot here at a Rison or at a Louis Oliver if I want him. Whereas when he got up this morning, it was just not going to happen. This is a team that really took a hard hit, just like the Oilers, probably among the hardest hit on Type B veteran free agency. 37% of the players around the league that had a chance to move did so. And they did so at an average, well, the bonuses were almost averaging $40,000. And so people left the Rams. They lost 12 players. They lost Gary Jeter. They lost Johnny Johnson. They took some heavy hits.
They did, and they had those defensive line needs going in. That's why Billy Hawkins' name has come up from Miami. You know, if I were the New Orleans Saints, that's who I would have taken. Not Wayne Martin, but a Bill Hawkins. You'll hear Mitchell Benson's name come up in the late first, early second. A big, wide body from TCU who would be a heck of a nose tackle for somebody. So there's some names. Of course, Rocker, we're going to be talking about him, but he had plummeted out of the first round possibly, but he was productive, so people are going to consider him as well. This is tough for the Rams. You have Gary, you have Rison, you have Oliver, a lot of great value picks, but you also have the need with the defensive line. This will be one of the more interesting choices in the first round to see what direction Robinson's going to go.
These are choices they didn't think they'd have. These are options they did not anticipate. Mel, your rankings of the top wide receivers already, we can see that, well, Andre Rison was your top one. We had 6 wide receivers taken in the first round last year, and the first one selected this year, Hart Lee Dykes, taken by the New England Patriots in the 16th position. So it's been a rather speedy first round. It has not been a round where we've seen a lot of wide receivers go, so your top guy is still out there, as well as Sean Collins. Interesting, he was, what, a tight end in college, but you project him as a wide receiver in the NFL.
Well, he's only 6'1 and a half, 205, so he will definitely be a wide receiver. He's got good speed, he's got great hands. Sean Collins should be a late first, early second round pick. I'm sure a team like the Lions, who are going to that run and shoot, and now have Barry Sanders, would love to have a wide receiver like Sean Collins or Lawyer Tillman or Peebles. There's going to be some great receivers on the board in the early second for teams that definitely need help at that position.
All right, we're waiting on the Rams. They have 3 minutes to make the first of their 2 first-round selections. We'll see if anything is perking in the way of a trade. There are plummeting picks and some outrageous fortune for the Rams when we come back.
I've got to go.
But we just got here.
I've got some calls to make. I'm going to look for another job.
What?
Our group's getting computers. So I haven't figured out the new typewriters yet.
Here's your chance to do a lot more than just typing.
Yeah, but
relax. Bob Dion learned how to use one.
Bob Dion? The guy who still needs help with the coffee machine?
Yeah, that's the one.
Maybe I will have a little something.
Third Base Sports and Trophies is the winning team for your sporting goods and award presentation needs. We specialize in team uniforms, jackets, custom embroidery, and engraving with a wide variety of plaques and trophies to choose from. But what you'll really like about Third Base is the fast, same-day service because all the work is done on premises. You're safe at Third Base Sports and Trophies, Route 38 and Hollywood Avenue, just west of the Cherry Hill Mall. Fax orders welcome. Call for a free catalog.
If you're one of those people who thinks of the Inquirer as just a big city newspaper, think again. Sure, we cover the city like no one else. And we offer Pulitzer Prize quality reporting of the rest of the world. But now, get the Inquirer where you live in the suburbs, and 3 times a week you'll get your own suburban news section called Neighbors. The Inquirer covers your community as well as we cover everywhere else. So get the Inquirer where you live and get the city, the suburbs, and the world all in one package. Why buy any other newspaper?
For all the action is ESPN. The City of Lights is aglow with live French Open tennis. Then off to the races when the green flag falls, including 3 days of Indy time trials. ESPN brings you Derby Day and Preakness Day specials. The PGA Tour always spells action. And college baseball's best head for the NCAA World Series. All this and more in May, only on ESPN.
The Rams. The clock is ticking. We're back live in New York City for the 10th consecutive year ESPN's coverage of the National Football League draft. We have seen some players slip on down towards that Rams 21st selection. They will also be picking again on the number 26 hole, the second from last selection in the first round. This is a trade, or this is a pick that the Rams, this is their own. Their later pick will be one they picked up in the Eric Dickerson trade. All right, if I had to pin you down, not to what you would pick, but what you think they will do, what will they do? Rison?
I'd take Rison.
You would they?
Will they? Probably not. They would probably force a defensive line need here, and there are several. We haven't even mentioned the Stewart brothers, Alex and Andrew Stewart, who at one time figured in the late first, early second
Hawkins,
round.
Ronnie Weston.
Mitchell Benson, Ronnie Weston, Hawkins. These are the defensive linemen there, but my pick would be Rison, obviously, but I don't think they will.
It's that man's last draft after 29 years as National Football League Commissioner. Pete Rozelle will shortly have the announcement as the card is up at the podium. The Rams pick. Pete Rozelle once the GM of the Rams way back when.
The Rams' first round selection. Bill Hawkins, defensive end, Miami.
Well, whether it's a force, time will tell. Defensive, as you said, Mel, is not the selection you would make, but it is the selection the Rams would make now with the Colts up on deck. Bill Hawkins, defensive end out of Miami. And so for a team that really had a lot of needs and has pretty well defined them, this is their first round.
Well, one thing about this, which was different in New Orleans, Bill Hawkins was the best defensive lineman on the board. I thought he should have gone to the Saints. So if you're talking about just drafting the best player at a position of need, they did it. But they passed on the best overall player in Rison. You see Hawkins, he's not that big. He's only 260 pounds, but he's got tremendous movement, almost has that agility of a linebacker that you're looking for. Good pass rusher. Does a great job against the run. A complete player, but not a dominant player.
Part of an outstanding front line. Brown, Stubbs, Hawkins up there, and an outstanding student. He earned his degree, in fact, played as a postgraduate, earned his bachelor's in business with a 3.0 grade point average last year. So he's got what it takes to read. What reading you do in the trash up front.
He does, and now we have, of course, the Indianapolis Colts sitting there with this pick, and I'm sure Ron Meyer's ecstatic right now. When you have players like Oliver and Rison and Lawyer Tillman still there, if he passes on one of those 3 players, then you got to believe something's wrong with their board, because these 3 players should be in your top 10, and they're picking with the 22nd pick, and they're definitely getting value with this choice.
Well, Louis Oliver thought that by this point, certainly on this draft day Sunday, he would already know who his future employer would be, but he has not learned that. Andrea Kramer standing by in Winnetka, Illinois, at the home of his agent. Andrea, what's happening? Is Louis disappointed?
Thank you, Bob. Well, I would venture to say that, yes, Louis is disappointed. One thing, though, when a player stays around this late, unfortunately, I think some rumors have to start, and some rumors have. Louis, have you ever had any problems with drugs? Have there ever been any drug tests that you have failed or refused to take?
I've never failed a drug test. I don't know why someone wants to say that I'm on drugs. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I've taken every test that was given to me, so I don't know who started this rumor that I'm on drugs, so I think that's the reason that no one has picked me up yet.
You expected to go in the 12th or by the 12th or 13th pick. Needless to say, you're a little bit disappointed. You did not want to come down before. Why now?
Well, the PR person from Zucker Sports Management came up and told me that there was a rumor going around that I was on drugs and had failed a drug test, so I felt that was the reason I hadn't got picked up yet, so I came down to clarify that.
Have there ever been any problems with storage? No. Do you have any reason why your stock possibly could have plummeted like this?
No, I don't. I don't take steroids. I work out hard all the time. I run I run all the time, so I don't know why someone wants to say I failed drug tests. I mean, I took the test at the combine all throughout my career at Florida, so I never failed a drug test at all.
Well, we thank you very much for talking to us. I know it's a difficult time, and Lewis at least will probably end up going to a contender at this point by going this late in the draft. The one good thing. Let's head to break right now. Stay with us.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. Got my mind set on you. But it's gonna take money. A whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set. My mind set on you. This time I know it's real. The feeling that I feel. I know if I put my mind to it, I know that I really can do it. I got my mind set on you. Set on you. I got my mind set on you. Set on you. But it's gonna take money.
The Mercedes-Benz 560 SL Coupe Roadster. Is it the car you wanted above all others because of its mighty V8 power? Or its blend of quick reflexes and sumptuous comfort? Or its incredible workmanship and finish? Only one thing is certain. You will have the driving experience of your life, finding out.
Like a lot of business people, I thought all insurance companies were the same. Believe me, there's a world of difference out there. I know, because thanks to the Hartford, we survived the kind of fire that would have wiped out most companies. But with the Hartford's people behind my business, we met payroll. We got back on our feet. So please, don't tell me all insurance companies are the same. They're not.
When you need us most, we're at our best. The Hartford.
So the Colts, as the clock ticks with 9.5 minutes to go. The Colts with a selection that used to belong to the Eagles, coming over to them by way of the Ron Solt trade last year. Solt, part of Buddy Ryan's, and Buddy goes about it every which way. He was so happy last year when he had Keith Jackson, the tight end, available. Wait to see what happens with the Colts, with Andre Rison still out there, with Louis Oliver out there, and we've heard the rather frank discussion between Andrea and Louis Oliver about the rumors. And this is a non-believing society. We were talking about this yesterday at length, how people want to believe bad things about people, unfortunately, when things like that crop up and people's names begin plummeting. And Lewis says, I have passed every drug test. I've never refused to take one.
Well, it's true. And when you look at Rison and Oliver, I think that they'll go in this spot, and it's going to be a contender. So I think they're going to be in good shape in the long run. Naturally, they're going to pay the price as far as their contract initially is concerned. But overall, it can benefit a player because he's going to be in the playoffs or possibly a Super Bowl early in his career.
Well, the NFL drug testing policy is in effect, as well as a steroid policy as well for this coming year. And we're, of course, waiting for the Rams to make their second selection in a bit, Kevin Kiley. They've already made one in this first round.
Thank you, Bob. I'm here with head coach John Robinson of the Rams. John, are you a little bit surprised that Bill Hawkins was left at this point in the draft?
Oh, I think when you get into this thing, you can't worry about surprises. We thought he'd be picked somewhere around our pick, perhaps a little earlier, but he provides for us that pass rusher type of player, that profile, that tall, rangy player. He's been a consistent performer for Miami, and we think his best football is ahead of him. We've had a lot of frustration over the years trying to find that type of player, that type of pass rusher, and once we saw him there, we were determined to have him.
I know, talking to Fritz Shermer, the defensive coordinator for the Rams earlier, was saying, gee, we just haven't been able to hit that defensive lineman. Do you feel you've hit one?
Well, we certainly hope so, yes. So we do feel, we feel that Bill's a very bright young man. You know, has proven that he can be successful. He's played in a great program, a club there where he's used to winning, and that's always an important factor. You know, each year in the draft, there are receivers that seem to be there each year, but the defensive end has been an elusive character.
Okay, John, the Colts are getting ready to pick. Thanks so much for coming out. See you, and we'll see you a little later after those other picks. Okay, back to Chris Berman.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. And here's the Colts pick, please. Isn't it Andre Rison by now? From Philadelphia. It's the pick in the Ron Solt trade.
Indianapolis Colts take in the Philadelphia spot in the first round by virtue of the previous trade agreement. Andre Rison, wide receiver, Michigan State.
Well, like we
Next
said,
up, Houston Oilers.
Andre Rison is going to a team. Joe dropped him down from Michigan. So we've been waiting to show these highlights for a couple hours.
Oh, these are highlights.
We're very happy to show them to you because this guy was rated #1 on a lot of everyone's list as wide receiver. 146 career catches, broke Kirk Gibson's all-time record for receiving yardage with almost 3,000 yards. In the Gator Bowl, 9 catches, 252 yards, 4 TDs. Joe, I know you remember that. But 3 touchdown passes in the Hula Bowl, and is such a good athlete that his sophomore and especially his junior year, he plays in the Rose Bowl and then plays 6th man on the basketball team. Not this past year. He's 6th man on a Big Ten basketball team. What kind of athlete is Andre Rison? I'll tell you what, Ron Meyer can't believe that they had such a shot to get a receiver like this. And again, Tommy, we talked about it, and Joe, he's going to a team. It's going to cost him money, but he's going to a team that can get into playoffs right away, and was a year ago.
Well, he'll make that money up, Chris. The difference between being chosen as those first 10 players, second 10 players, last 8 is substantial. But what you're talking about, a kid now who may miss the dollars coming out, but his team hopefully will be in the playoffs year in, year out. He'll make that money back along the way.
There's the receivers that the Colts have.
And they really need them. Clarence Verdine comes over from the Redskins. Matt Booza, not real burners. Billy Brooks, pretty fast. And Clarence Weathers, still in his 7th, still unproven. I think this is a perfect situation for Andre Rison. You know, we get all wrapped up with money for these kids. First 10, second 10, third 10. I don't think that's necessarily that big a factor. This kid is a quality first-round pick. It just so happens that Indianapolis has improved themselves to be a pretty good football team. It doesn't mean that they still aren't going to be able to pay that kind of money. The one catch he made there was 4th and 21. He reminds me of a Ricky Sanders that the Washington Redskins have. His movements, his running ability, and the one thing when I worked the Gator Bowl this year that impressed me more than anything is his work habits. He was diving around on a field, making catches, getting ready for a bowl game just to try and help his football team win. The Indianapolis Colts have got themselves a real blue chipper in Andre Rison.
And as a guy that I was told that was rated at least the equal of Michael Irvin, who was picked very high last year with the Dallas Cowboys, the equal of coming out of college. And we all agree that the Colts have one heck of a player, and it certainly fits their bill to a T. The next pick belongs to the Houston Oilers. And if there was one team that was decimated, and I mean decimated by the free agent draft, the non-compensation draft, it had to be the Houston Oilers. They lost 15 players. They worked so hard to draft #1 and #2 kids and get backup people at some skill positions, and now they've kind of been wiped out. So they could go a lot of directions. Pete Axthelm has a tie-in, even though he's in Lake Forest, Illinois. Ax has been talking, of course, to his good friend, Jerry Glanville, and some others down at Houston. And Ax, I wonder on your thoughts on where the Oilers might be going.
Well, it's interesting. We've been talking about glamour players, but really what the Oilers need is spear carriers. Talking to Jerry Glanville this week, he was saying, he said, did you ever go hunting? It happens I never have. But he said, if you ever you get a deer and you gut the deer, he said, that's what that judge in Minneapolis did to the Houston Oilers. They gutted us. We lost 1/4 of our chemistry on this team. We didn't lose stars. What we lost is the guys that, and you may remember from last year, they used those Army helmets, gave them out as trophies, the guys who will hit the beach. Speaking of hitting the beach, I want to confirm that there's no truth to the rumor that Exxon supertanker Valdez that had the oil spill in Alaska was piloted by scouts from the New York Jets. Back to you, Chris.
Well, Ax at least has cleared up one big mystery today. You mentioned the free agents that the Oilers have lost. One of them Perhaps in my mind, the biggest one they lost was their starting strong safety, Keith Bostic, to the Indianapolis Colts. Now, here's the Oilers were hurt most by losing 15 players. You see Atlanta and the Chefs and the Rams and the Jets and Washington were close behind. But the Oilers really lost a lot of depth. But they lost their starting strong safety, Keith Bostic. And I don't know, I'm just an amateur mathematician, but if I subtract Bostic, maybe I add Louis Oliver. Isn't that kind of basic addition?
Well, we found a home for Andre Rison. I mean, you got to face it. We shopped long and hard. We finally found a home for Andre Rison. One I think that he'll be happy with, and one I think that his buyer will be happy with. Here's another case. I talked to Jerry Glanville earlier this week. When Axe mentioned that he was gutted like a deer, that's the term that Jerry mentioned to me. But the other thing is his football team lost Spencer Tillman, a special team player. Right now, he had a lot of guys stashed around that were going to help the Houston Oilers in the future. That's the way it is. He had players that were in a developmental situation. With the new rule that they passed, having only 80 players signed by June 1st, there are no such thing as developmental players anymore. I can see Louis Oliver going to that football team. I can see him contributing to the special teams and helping to rebuild the chemistry that has really come apart for the Houston Oilers. And it's going to take a good 2 years to get that tenacious, nasty, rotten, no good, downright scoundrel type attitude back.
You know, chemistry is something you talk about, and people think that it's just kind of a generic term, but you guys played, and you know more than anyone else how much it means on a football team. For example, the Buffalo Bills, they're hoping they make our show today. I mean, because they don't have a pick until the end of the third round. They were interested in moving up somewhere in the first round, but one of the big factors in why they haven't and why they decided not to, in talking with their people, Bill Polian, et cetera, is they didn't want to disrupt the chemistry on their ball club. That's a very fragile thing, isn't it, Tommy? And the Oilers really do have a lot of rebuilding to do.
Well, because of the people that they've lost, they certainly do have a lot of rebuilding to do. But this kid, Louis Oliver, and listening to him in that interview, I think it's just a shame if this kid does not get picked now, or maybe goes into that second round, if those rumors that have been elicited to would be unfounded. I think it would just be a shame because this kid is a super athlete.
As we wait on Houston's pick, one little tidbit. Bill Hawkins is the 10th player in the 80s from the University of Miami to go in the first round. Jim Kelly, Eddie Brown, Michael Irvin, Benny Blades, Alonzo Highsmith, Lester Williams, Jerome Brown, Vinny Testaverde, and Bernie Kosar. Just thought you'd want to know. The Oilers are coming next with the 23rd pick in the overall in the draft. We'll be back to New York in a moment.
All right, we're back in Durham, North Carolina, at the home of Drew Rosenhaus, agent to several of the players down here in this Durham area, most particularly on this day, the cornerback from North Carolina Central University, Robert Massey. Robert, at the beginning of the day, we called you the bubble guy. The bubble seems to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. How do you feel at this point?
Oh, man, if it get any bigger, we might have to move out into a bigger place to burst it. But, it's, like I said, it's still scary.
You know, there are rumors have surfaced. Andrea spoke before with Louis Oliver, and that's something that frequently affects professional athletes. That's something that you're going to have to deal with. One of the things that's been a criticism of you is that you're from a small school. You haven't been exposed to a lot of this pressure. What do you think about this? You see something like this happens on a draft day. This isn't something that you've had to deal with before.
Based on the draft right now, I'm a little upset. I feel that the school that I came from has nothing to do with my playing ability. I showed the world, the country, so to say, that I can compete with the top picks in the country this year in the East-West Shrine Game in the Senior Bowl.
Surprised that Andre Rison went so late. I know you told me earlier that you thought he was terrific.
Very surprised. In my opinion, being that I didn't play against Harley Dykes, I felt Rison was the best available receiver in this year's draft.
Who have you talked to today? I know we've seen you run out of the room a couple of times and head to the phone, but who have you talked to?
I've heard from the Denver Broncos twice, and I also talked to the Phoenix Cardinals.
And the substance of those phone calls?
Basic information. Are you healthy? Would you like to play in those cities? So, I responded, yeah, most definitely.
All right, well, we'll keep abreast of things here. Chris Berman, now back to you in New York.
All right, James, thank you very much, and we will review the picks below me and to the side of me. You can check out what you may have missed as the Houston Oilers, the card is on its way up to the podium as we near the end of the first round here, the 1989 NFL Draft, live in New York and points beyond. The Oilers The pick is coming up to the podium. And let's see what Houston, they can go a lot of directions, but we've tried to find a home for Louis Oliver. Maybe we did.
Well, also think trade, you know. That's the other thing they might consider, is trying to deal that out.
Here's the commissioner.
The Houston Oilers take David Williams, tackle, Florida.
Well, like we said, Louis Oliver.
Next up is
David Williams, tackle from Florida. And before we talk on him, let me ask Tommy and Joe, you guys both sat a long time when waiting for your draft pick. You remember that day, Tom?
Well, they did not have the ESPN technology that they have now, but so I had to listen basically on the radio and try to figure out what was going on. But after the first round and a half, I thought I'd go in the first round or the upper echelon of that second round. When I did not, I left and went and played basketball. I just would not sit there and send myself through that torture that I know Louis Oliver is going through now.
Joe, you were in what, the same round, the fourth?
Same round. I won the fourth. You know, they tried to humor me by saying it was actually the third pick by Miami, but it was in the fourth round. It didn't make me feel anything. I did the same thing Tommy did. I took off and went and played basketball. And, you know, we are a little bit at fault, and I say we in the media, and the teams call up, and like Oliver's gotten and Massey's gotten a few phone calls. They say, would you like to play here? Are you interested in our football team? We're interested in you. And it builds up the hopes of these kids. And they sort of say, oh, God, that's a place I'd like to go. Gee, that's a place I'd like to go. And then all of a sudden, their balloons just keep getting pins stuck in them. And it becomes a very tough thing emotionally for them. They'll get over it once they get into camp, once they get a chance to play a little bit. But right now, these kids are on emotional roller coasters. Only thing that Tom and I could recommend to them is go find a basketball court, bang it around, put it out of your mind till it happens, really.
Or live in an area that doesn't get cable, so you don't have to put yourself through this. David Williams, a tackle from Florida, has gone to the Houston Oilers. And the Oilers, of course, have built such an outstanding offensive line. And again, they go with some depth as they go with the big 6'4.5", 295-pounder from Florida. Started in 45 straight games. Had some back surgery a little more than a year ago at this time, but guy bench presses over 435 pounds. He's a homegrown product from Lakeland, Florida. And so David Williams now goes to a deep, but maybe not quite as deep anymore, offensive line by the Houston Oilers. This is a team that wants to overpower you on offense and defense, and a team that can be going to the playoffs. The Pittsburgh Steelers, by virtue of their Mike Merriweather deal, and the Vikings did sign him, now own 2 first-round selections. Their first pick was Tim Worley, running back from Georgia, back at number 7. Now this is Minnesota's original pick. The Steelers now own it. They are now the next one to make a selection. It didn't take them long.
Pittsburgh Steelers first-round selection. Tom Ricketts, tackle, Pittsburgh.
Well, they didn't have to drive very far to test this
Chicago
kid,
Bears.
did they? They went from Three River Stadium over to the Pitt campus. Tom Ricketts, the big 300-pound offensive lineman, going to Pittsburgh. And here you see your run beginning with offensive linemen. It was going to happen at some point, and I think our run with offensive linemen is happening now. A 3-year starter at Pitt. Teammate Mark Stepnoski got a lot of the publicity, but Ricketts gets the higher draft pick. He's good speed for a guy 300 pounds. 5'2", Murraysville, Pennsylvania. Tom Ricketts going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And one thing you know with Chuck Noll there, he's going to learn how to trap block. If he doesn't already know that, he's going to learn how to trap block, right?
Well, the other thing, too, is John Kolb is there, and John Kolb is responsible for making Louis Lips, for example, a stronger athlete who was able to play the entire year. John Kolb will take anything and make it bigger and stronger. If you can imagine Ricketts getting bigger and stronger, it'll happen in Pittsburgh, which is really the home of the big arms and big defensive and offensive linemen.
It's their trademark.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can think of Mike Webster, of course, is no longer there. Now he's going to play one more year with the Chiefs. But Ricketts, I mean, it's not your classic trap blocking size guy, but he'll learn.
You are exactly right. It is something that you will do every 2 or 3 plays in Pittsburgh, is learn to trap block.
He's going to be blocking for Tim Worley, among others. He was the other first-round selection of the Steelers. We have 4 picks left in the first round. The Bears choose again, the Rams choose again, then Cincinnati, then San Francisco. Memories abound from draft day. We heard Joe and Tommy before. This is what Keith Byers remembers about his draft day. We'll be back.
I remember the draft starts at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was up by 5:30, 6 o'clock, you know, just anticipating where I was going to go. And when I was the 10th player picked by the Philadelphia Eagles, that was one of the happiest days in my life, in my professional career. And I was just something to just springboarded for the rest of my career, and it's an experience that I always remember for the rest of my life.
This report details new opportunities in several markets here.
And we'll be arriving in
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah, at 200 kilometers, 125 miles per hour for you.
I never would have known. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Too bad.
Hey, Phil, it's Ross. Your bid came in this morning. How soon can you come down for a face-to-face?
Hi, Philip. I need you here for some planning meetings. Let me know when you're
Business is tough. The least your airline can do is make sure that business travel isn't. That's why United offers the most service across the U.S. and the Pacific. United, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies.
Hey, Phil, I sure hope you haven't unpacked your bags yet, pal.
Get ready. Red 98! Look out! It's coming your way. The all-time smash hit, show-stopping video. The NFL's greatest hits. And it's free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated, the magazine that's a sure hit every week. Call this number now and get all the best action, greatest stars, and biggest plays from the files of NFL films. And it's all rolled up into 45 minutes that will knock you over again and again. But you'll keep getting up for more, and more, and more. And you can get your hands on it all free. Plus, you won't miss out on the 25th anniversary edition of the famous swimsuit issue. It's an entire issue devoted to 25 years of the best in swimwear. And save almost 50% off the cover price. 25 issues payable in 3 monthly installments of only $9.89 each. And you can charge it. Get your free video, the swimsuit issue, and save on SI by calling now. 1-800-325-3000.
ESPN's coverage of the 1989 NFL Draft is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world. By Castrol, the motor oil engineered for today's smaller car. And by the companies of the Prudential. Come to the Prudential and build your future on the rock.
It has been a very quick first round. In fact, not quite 3 hours deep as we await the third selection of Chicago Bears. They've got about 10 minutes to make up their mind. It's only the 12th time in the history of the common draft that one team will have 3 picks. And, of course, we talked before back in '65, the Bears had this chance. They came up with Gale Sayers, Dick Butkus, drafted Steve DeLong. He ended up in the AFL with San Diego, but Eric DeLong is his son. Keith DeLong, Steve's son, is in this draft. Let's talk about the fact that we've been spending some time with Robert Massey. Small college athletes, they do well in the defensive secondary, though. You see a lot of them go early in the NFL draft.
They do well, Bob, because they play basically man coverage at the small colleges. And you're talking about a guy like Massey who will be able to come right in and help a team, whereas at the major college level, they're basically playing that zone defense. So it takes a while for cornerbacks at the major college level a lot of times to come right in. But small college corners have as good a shot as anybody of playing right away in the NFL.
You know, Robert Massey sitting and waiting at the home of his agent in Durham, North Carolina. Hi, guys. Jimmy Roberts spending some time with him, and they're waiting to see when that phone will ring. Not with just an inquiry, how do you do kind of phone call, would you like to play with us, but with the news that indeed he has been selected. So the Massey family and some other clients of Robert's agent are awaiting that phone call. And a lot of phone calls are just, as we said, how do you do phone calls? And as Joe talked about, you can burst that emotional bubble. We have seen 6 offensive linemen taken so far in the top 24 selections. And year in and year out, you begin to see maybe a run develops. Maybe player personnel guys begin to think, well, here comes the avalanche. I better make my move now if I'm going to get the guy I want.
That's true, Bob. We have a couple guys still there. We have a Ralph Norwood from LSU, a Bob Cratch from Iowa, and a guy like Doug Waddell from Boston College. But I think the key position in this draft, there's a lot of quality at wide receivers still there. Sean Collins, Lawyer Tillman, Derek Hill, some great players.
We might have a trade. It looks complicated up there. We've had one trade already today between Denver and Cleveland. Let's get the particulars now.
The Bears are up now. However, they trade their first pick in the first round, this pick, to Miami for Miami's second and third choices in this draft. So the Bears now have Miami's second and third and Miami has the current choice.
And Miami's on the clock with 8 minutes to go. That will give another pick, which would be, what, 21 selections in this draft for Chicago.
We had Louis Oliver going there with the
maybe he's
ninth
going.
pick, and he would make a lot of sense here, obviously, and would fill that need that we talked about opposite Jarvis Williams.
Louis Oliver, defensive back, Florida.
Miami with a need for defense. First time around.
Next up, Los Angeles Rams on a trade previously acquired from Buffalo.
All right, Rams are up next. First time through, the Dolphins took Sammy Smith, and you heard all the second guessing beginning. But then Don Shula's organization making that trade. The Bears pick up the second and third round selection. Louis Oliver is a first rounder. He's going to move downstate. This is a young man who is fast, who has power, who has 4.3 speed. Was a walk-on originally, became a starter as a sophomore. Hits like an offensive, or I should say an outside linebacker, and has coverage of a cornerback speed.
One thing we talked about, Bob, when Don Shula was evaluating the Super Bowl with Cincinnati and San Francisco, all he talked about was David Fulcher and the impact that he was having with the Cincinnati Bengals. And if you compare Oliver to Fulcher, Oliver's as big but a lot faster. The interesting thing with Miami, if they would have taken Oliver with the 8th pick, they could have come back with this choice and not had to worry about it. You're talking about trading up in the second round. They might have been able to get a Robert Drummond, the running back from Syracuse. So you have to question Miami's situation. I still don't like the Sammy Smith pick, but I think Shula was aggressive here, saw a great player slide through, and did what he had to do to acquire that pick from Chicago. And Louis Oliver will be a great addition to the Miami Dolphins next year. I think a much better addition than Sammy Smith. And like I said earlier, they wouldn't have had to give up anything at all if they would have taken Oliver early and waited for their second round pick and get a Robert Drummond or a Lewis Tillman with that pick.
All right, back in 65, as we said, the Bears had 3 selections. They exercised all 3. Only 2 players ended up playing for them. And here in 1989, they have 3 picks. They used 2, trade 1 to Miami. Chicago will pick now with the 36th selection in the draft. That is Miami's second round pick, the 8-hole in the second round. So they moved themselves down about 7 or 8 picks. So let's see what's happening. Louis Oliver, finally, Andrea Kramer, has been selected, and yes, he is a first-round player.
Well, a little bit later than he may have expected, but 25th is at least in the first round. How do you feel about this? Miami is where you grew up, at least staying home. Is that a good sign?
Oh, yeah, it gives me a chance to be home and be close to my relatives and things like that. So I'm pretty glad that they picked me and chosen me in the first round. I think I would have gone crazy if I would have slipped into the second round.
They were certainly aggressive in getting you. I mean, it's almost as though Don Shula got his big back early, and now he wanted his big defensive back, and he certainly moved aggressively to do that.
Well, I just got a call about 2 minutes ago, and he called me and told me that they were trading up with Chicago and that they were going to take me. So I said, go ahead.
You're not as excited, though, as if it had happened sooner. Just the disappointment, obviously, it may subside once you get into a mini camp or go back down to Miami?
I'm disappointed because I didn't feel like there were that many other guys that were better than me. And once I slipped past 13 pick, I thought I would have been gone by then. But now I'm just getting picked. But I'm happy to know that I made it in the first round, but I'm still disappointed.
Did you say anything to the Dolphins about why they may have thought you lasted so long?
No, they didn't ask me any questions. I just told Coach Shula. He told me when he called, he said, well, you passed every drug test that we know of, and you didn't refuse any tests that we know of. And I just told him it was some stupid rumor, and he just told me that they were going to pick me as their pick.
Well, you may be calm. Your parents are certainly happy here. And let's go right now to Pete Axthelm at the Bears.
Thank you, Andrea. You know, these rumors that come up around draft time remind me of several things. One athlete several years ago that rumors were rampant about was Wilbur Marshall, only helped the Bears to a Super Bowl. Another one, and I brought this name up once before in the program, was a guy who had a terrible senior year at Pittsburgh. Don Shula made his phone calls, did his homework, took the scouts' advice and his friends' advice, and took Dan Marino. Might be a good move. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Axe, thank you. And so Louis Oliver, we finally found a home for him in the Miami Dolphins. And here's a guy, well, on one hand, Tommy, He lasted until late in the first round, but still went to a team that's kind of rebuilding. That's not fair.
Well, we sat here and we speculated on the fact that if you go later in the first round, you were going to make up some of your money because you were going to get with a playoff football team. Now, here Oliver has gone to a team that is not doing really well. They will be going through some rebuilding, but I'm just glad to see him get in that first round, as he is, again, a super athlete. And talk about tenacity. I think the rest of the league may get a little extra tenacity from Louis Oliver as his career goes on.
Yeah, think about the draft. It's beginning in September. It doesn't matter where you were drafted. Right. You can play. You can play. Joe, and you thought that the Bears might get rid of one of those first choices.
I think they had to. I think basically you're talking about the story of economics for the Chicago Bears. They're not going to pay 3 first-round draft choices, although they picked up a defensive lineman and a defensive back. Not going to have to pay him as much money as you would one of the skilled positions on offense. It's a good move for the Bears. They pick up a couple more choices, like they need them like new shirts. They've got 1,000 of them out in their closet, and they're just picking them up now. I really believe that Louis Oliver should be very happy being in Miami. He is in a situation where he can help that football team right away. I would project him as a starter today, right now. As soon as they open minicamp, Louis Oliver becomes my starting free safety, which is the other thing you have to consider. All those teams that drafted ahead of Miami in this draft really weren't in need of a free safety. Denver needed the strong safety with Atwater. Corners were needed, but the free safety was sort of like, where are we going to fit him in? He's at a place where he'll fit in and help right now.
Yeah, defensive. Let's, Paul Zimmerman has rejoined us. Why Oliver and Rison lasting so long? Have you figured it out yet?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to use words like this. I'm quoting the scouts. Rison, they said character. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, well, there are questions. I said, what questions? They said, well, his attitude. What attitude? And that's all they would say. One of those very mysterious things. The same thing about Oliver. No drugs, but they said the kid is a little bit strange. Strange in what way? Well, one scout told me he didn't go home for the holidays. I said, oh, he didn't? Well, I guess that's going to cost him a couple $100,000. But there were questions like that. One of those mysteries. Don Shula, who is from the same area, from Florida, picked 2 Florida guys. He certainly checks everybody as closely as any other coach. If there's any character problem, he'd know about it, and he likes him, so I'd have to believe that character thing is kind of a myth.
So Miami has come off, I mean, with Smith and Oliver, obviously, 2 picks. You told us before you love the Smith pick. You got to like this one, too.
I love the Smith pick because Shula's whole history is not overusing running backs. He spots them around, and he's got a spot guy for instant dynamite who he can play a couple of plays and then sit down. Now he's got the impact guy on defense, so he's gotten 2 impact players in the draft, and that's all you could hope for.
What else may have, since we last spoke in the last 8 or 9 picks, what else might have surprised you? Atwater to Denver, although he was, rated pretty high there. David Williams to Houston. I mean, they have a stockpile of offensive linemen, don't they, Z?
Well, yeah, the fact that Houston, the fact that Atwater was rated higher than Oliver.
Yes.
That surprised me because when I talked to Dan Reeves, he said he loved Oliver. Of course, that's what they say.
I mean, they lied to you? Don't tell me they lied to you.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Not Dan.
I'll tell you the pick that really surprised me. Pittsburgh taking Ricketts over Steve Wisniewski of Penn State. Because if ever a guy had Pittsburgh Steelers written all over him, it's Wisniewski, who's a terrific drive blocker, a great trapper. He's small. Pittsburgh likes those small offensive linemen. I mean, he was really their style. Instead, they took the local guy, Ricketts. I don't know, maybe Chuck Noll is changing his philosophy.
Maybe. And Worley, actually, some people said that there was a question whether he could be a good runner in a trap block system. I think he could be a good runner on any system. We'll come back to Z in a moment. Louis Oliver is a young man that when you see where he grew up in Florida, you see how far he had to come to make himself an excellent collegiate athlete, you wonder why he lasted this long. Belglade, Florida lies at the southeastern corner of Lake Okeechobee, 70 miles from Miami. But those 70 miles could be an entire world away. Belglade is an impoverished farming town whose population is swelled by migrant workers during the harvest season and shrinks again when the fields are empty. Her soil is her fortune, says the town motto. That fortune-yielding soil is as black as midnight. It gives up sugarcane, vegetables, and sod that matures on the lush lawns of West Palm Beach.
I know personally coming up, being a youngster, that's all, you be around is sports activities, football. You always see the younger kids playing football, running track, playing basketball. So it's sort of like something that grows into you as a youngster coming up in Belgrade.
It's not very much to do here in the way of socializing. Your horizon, it seems to me that it's limited.
Maybe that's why Glade Central High produced such talent like Lewis Oliver. Virginia wide receiver John Ford. And defensive lineman Rondi Weston.
It was kind of rough because we never played like in the grass. We always played on concrete or in the road, you know, and it was fun, you know. You only feel the pain afterwards.
But in the spring of 1984, Lewis Oliver was missing something his teammates had, a football scholarship. And in a small, impoverished town like Belglade, a scholarship could be your only ticket out. But Lewis had something else. His trophy case was full of academic honors. He had learned the value of an education from his mother, a strict disciplinarian who wanted a better life for her children.
It has to be something that you want to do, you know, inside yourself. I want more. And you just don't settle for anything less than that. And that's what you strive for. He told me I'm going to make it in spite of. And I always say, I know you can.
Lewis was able to go to Florida with his mother's help and 2 small academic scholarships. It wasn't enough, and he was determined to earn a football scholarship by his second season. He knew hard work would get him noticed, but in the meantime, his academics would get him through.
I think I was going to get out of Belglade anyway. You know, I didn't think I wanted to be there and be stuck in a town like that. So I pretty much wanted to just get out of there. And if I didn't, if athletics wasn't the way, I knew I would get out of there with my strong academic background.
And now it's Lewis's time. He has earned everything he's worked for. He graduated in December with a degree in criminology and law. He is a highly touted defensive back coming out of a Division I school, ready to go play in the NFL. His dreams are just about to be fulfilled. Lewis Oliver, plummeting pick indeed. He's going to be a great pro, drafted by Miami, and he's one of 3 Florida Gators that have gone in the first round, joining teammates Trace Armstrong and David Williams. They have the team lead so far. Rams pick is next when we come back.
Well, first time around today, the Rams took Bill Hawkins, defensive end out of Miami, and they've already got the 2-minute warning, and now it's time to start hitting the sidelines. You can't stop the clock. On draft day in New York City, the Rams with the 26th selection. This day has flown by. We have had rapid-fire selections. Last year, 3.5 hours the first round. The year before that, well over 4 hours. So we've had some quick choices. In fact, the first 6 selections were bang, 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 I think, within 30 minutes. So the Rams, this is part of the Dickerson trade. And a little bit later on this afternoon, long about the 25th selection of the second round, we will finally be able to put the ink blotter out and finish off the Eric Dickerson trade. It's taken a couple of years for finally all the picks to come shaken down, but finally the Dickerson trade, and this pick that's up right now as we recap what we've seen so far, this pick is part of the Dickerson trade. Then the Bengals, then the Niners as the Super Bowl teams will close it out, and now we've got 15 seconds and counting. All right, there are needs, there are obvious needs, there are not so obvious needs, and there are some names left out there on the board. One name, if you had to make a selection, if you're John Robinson.
If I'm John Robinson right now, I'd take Robert Massey, cornerback from North Carolina Central. He's a pure corner, and I think that's what the Rams are looking for. But they have those defensive line needs. They have offensive line needs. See what happens.
Rams have passed, so that puts the Bengals up on the clock, and the clock starts ticking for them. The Rams can come back at any moment, and you see the card being handed right there. So they have made their selection. Will it be Robert Massey, our man on the bubble, sitting and watching with Jimmy Roberts in Durham? Will it be a wide receiver? Maybe Sean Collins out of Northern Arizona.
But they really could use another defensive lineman or an offensive lineman.
Ronnie Weston?
There's some good players there. Ronnie Weston, Mitchell Benson. These guys are good players.
Tracy Rocker maybe in the first
Alex
round.
Stewart. There's some players there for him.
Here we go.
The Rams, on their choice from Buffalo, first round, select Cleveland Gary, running back, Miami. Cincinnati's
Cleveland
up.
Gary, Miami's running back, who gives you such a dimension.
He's the only player that was still on the board that was in the top 15 as far as boards were concerned, as far as ratings. And, John Robinson obviously saw value with this pick. He went against the needs. Obviously, it's a big back, which tells you what they think of Gaston Green. Here's a team that could have had John Stevens last year, took Gaston Green. Now they come back and take a Cleveland Gary. So they could have had the big back last year. They didn't. They passed. They took an undersized, injury-prone back in Gaston Green. Now they come back and have to use a first-round pick on a player at the same position. Gary's a fine player.
Transferred in from Georgia, right?
Came from Georgia. In fact, if you look back at Georgia, they had Keith Henderson, Tim Worley, and Cleveland Gary all in the same club when they were freshmen. So you can see that Vince Dooley knows how to recruit running backs, or he did when he was the coach at Georgia.
He's not just a running back. This is a guy who's the best receiver, certainly, among all the running backs out here. Probably, the softest hands in the drafting. And you limit yourself if you just let him run the ball and just throw him screens, because this is a guy who can really help you downfield.
One thing he can't do that well right now is block.
Right.
And I think that's what you have to look at with Cleveland Gary. An outstanding receiver, good runner, as he showed at the Senior Bowl, but he has to improve his blocking skills to be a real factor as a pure fullback in the NFL.
So Cleveland Gary selected, and now the Bengals are up. And the Bengals, like the Bears, stood resolute with their checkbook at veteran free agency time. And Paul Brown says, I'm not going to spend the money. And so the Bengals lost. They lost some 9 players, signed nobody. And Paul Brown has the reputation of being tight with the dollar and spending it wisely, we should say, because, yes, he got to the Super Bowl. So this is a team that has some needs. Lost 9, added nobody.
Well, he had the injury to Walter. When you look at Joe Walter, went down on the offensive line, so they have those needs. But when you're at this point in the draft, you're taking the best player on your board. And I think the Cincinnati Bengals are a very talented club, as we all know. They went to the Super Bowl. They have a lot of depth at certain positions, but they could use a running back because they obviously, with Stanley Wilson's situation, that's a question mark. And the offensive line. I like Robert Drummond. I think at any point in this late first, early second round, Robert Drummond would be a great pick, a running back from Syracuse.
This is a team that really, the Bengal organization has only, I believe, 3 scouts. The assistant coaches, once the season is over, and Lord knows it was a long season this year, they go out, they do a lot of the scouting and the testing in person. And also, I think Paul Brown's son, Mike, said it best. He says, when you want to find out about a player, you don't talk to the head college coach, you talk to the trainer. The trainer can tell you a lot. I'm not going to ask you to divulge some of your sources, but is there validity in what he says?
There is. I think when you talk about a trainer, you're talking about a guy who knows the work habits of a player and knows about the injury situation during his career and really gets inside and tells you what kind of heart the kid has. And that's what scouts ultimately try to determine. You know the physical skills, you know the athletic ability, you know all the measurables, but you don't know what makes these kids tick. And obviously a trainer does, and that's who you try to talk to. Anybody that's close to the player knows what he's doing on a daily basis in preparation for the season and also during the season.
You talk to the trainer, you talk to the positional coach as well, not necessarily just to the head coach. We have seen Tom Ricketts taken with Pittsburgh's second selection in the first round. Miami going for Louis Oliver, trading for that selection to get it from the Bears. And the Rams going for Cleveland Gary, running back, outstanding receiver as well for Miami. The Bengals are up. They've got 11 minutes to make their selection. It has been a rapid first round full of news and many surprises. The Bengals are up, and we'll be back right after this.
Back at the NFL draft live in New York, 2 first-round selections remain. The next one belongs to Cincinnati, or it did, because the Bengals looking, well, they've made a trade, and it's with a team that we thought would be involved with trading for another first-round draft pick earlier in the day. It's the Atlanta Falcons, who essentially, I guess I'll give it to you, Atlanta surrenders their 2, 4, and 10 for the opportunity to move up, 10 spots, the opportunity to move up into the first round, I guess 10 selections. And maybe this is a unique player in the draft. Maybe, guys, it's somebody like Lawyer Tillman. Perhaps. This is the trade that was just made. The reason we mentioned Lawyer Tillman is this is a guy with tight end size that plays outside. The only two players, and of course we're speculating still, the only two players that come to mind right away are guys who in the past have been wide receiver and tight end were both Jets, actually. Jerome Barkham, Richard Castor, guys big who could also play outside. And maybe this is where Atlanta wanted to move up again. Here it is.
Cincinnati trades its first choice to Atlanta in return for Atlanta's second in this year's draft, their fourth in this year's draft, and their 10th in this year's draft. Atlanta picks Sean Collins, wide receiver, Northern Arizona. Next up, San Francisco.
Okay, well, we were close. I'm not going to give myself a half a hit, but Collins is a guy Mel and Bobby talked about before who played tight end at Northern Arizona. That's Naz Worthen you're looking at, who did not get picked. Sean Collins from Northern Arizona, and the guys were here earlier today handing out these hats from Northern Arizona, and the Lumberjacks had a first-round pick. He played tight end because of need at Northern Arizona, but definitely projects to be a wide receiver. And Atlanta has the young quarterback in Miller, and we were talking earlier, Joe, that we thought they'd get up to number 8 to pick Rison. They get a wide receiver, which they need.
Remember also, Atlanta has run the old Washington Redskins style of offense with that H-back. And I think that's where they can project him. Maybe not as a true wide receiver, but that movement back who will be put in situations where he can go out and be a receiver coming out of the backfield, use as a blocker, and have a multi-use position. That would be called what is now termed in football the H-back position.
I think they really think him as more of a receiver type because he's really, although he played tight end, he's only 6'1.5", 210, but he can play a few places, and he's a unique player like Lawyer Tillman. The Niners will round out the first-round selection. They may be going tight end, Walter Reeves, although that might be a little high in this spot. That might be a need, but there are a lot of wide receivers around if they want to pick one there, and they also might be looking linebacker. Here's the Niners.
The last pick in the first round. San Francisco 49ers pick Keith DeLong, linebacker, Tennessee. Dallas leads off the second round.
Well, there's Robert Massey, who says, well, I guess I'm going to go in the second round. All right, man on the bubble. But remember Thurman Thomas, the guy who let us into his home last year, went in the second round. And boy, he had a marvelous year for the Buffalo Bills, so all is not lost. The 49ers have drafted a guy who is maybe Chris Spielman Jr. In DeLong, the linebacker from Tennessee. Keith DeLong's dad, we talked about before, was the third guy in the Sayers-Butkus draft, picked by the Bears in '65, ended up playing for the Chargers. But Keith DeLong is the second inside linebacker to go in this draft behind Loggaman, is a player who plays a lot bigger than he is, a player who, like Chris Spielman last year for Ohio State, played so well for the Lions. He just loves to hit, and I guess you can never have too many of those on a ball club.
Well, not only that, I think he's going to a team that has a tradition of having defensive players that absolutely love to hit. Starts with Jeff Fuller, Ronnie Lott, Romanowski, that entire defensive football team. That's all they're geared to do is hit and stick people. With Ricky Ellison being in and out with injuries, I think it's a good move for San Francisco. Of course, when you're world champions, you can stick anybody in there, and you got some pretty good help all the way around you.
You know what's amazing for the 49ers is that they only lost 2 players in the supplemental draft. One other note on the 49ers. Today it will be official. John Frank, their starting tight end, is indeed retiring to go to med school. It took him 4 years to finish 1 year at med school at Ohio State and trying to play at the same time. And what scared John last year, who, by the way, the Niners won almost every time he was in the lineup. This is a big loss for him. He wants to be a surgeon, and he injured his hand last year. And if you're a surgeon, I think you need a pair of hands, good pair of hands. So John Frank will be announcing his retirement here today, something to keep in mind.
He's got a pair of rings too, you know. I mean, that helps your influence your decision a little bit too. When you've got a pair of rings on your fingers that say world champion, it makes it a little bit easier to make that transition out of the game.
You know, I'm not trying to compare Keith DeLong to a guy that the Niners got at the end of his career to win their first Super Bowl in 1981, a guy that just loved to hit people on the inside. But you mentioned Ricky Ellison, a guy who liked to hit. I think a Hacksaw Reynolds, who they got at the end of his career and just was hitting people and helped the Niners win that first of the 3 Super Bowls under Bill Walsh. So the first round has ended in 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's a veritable new world speed record And we'll be back with the second round in a moment.
We are in the second round now as clubs get 10 minutes per selection, and the Cowboys are up with Detroit on deck. We have just completed the first round, and Chris talked about it. We went zip, zip, zip like the handy housewife helper in 3 hours and 13 minutes, the quickest first round since 1984. 5 linebackers were taken in the first round, 6 offensive linemen, 7 from the SEC, 8 independent schools, multiple school picks, Florida 3 players, Miami 2, Florida State had 2 taken, Oklahoma State 2, and 2 from Arkansas. Let's talk about the pick that capped that first round. Keith DeLong, his dad was the first round selection. He was. His father might have made more sense back in '65, you were saying.
Well, I just think that when you look at DeLong, you saw a consistent player all the way through his career, but not a first-round pick. I thought more of a third or fourth-round pick. So he would qualify like a Loggaman as one of the major reaches. And we talked about no inside linebacker looking like a first-rounder. We had 2 go in the first round, both of which I thought were, in Loggaman's case, a 1-round reach, and DeLong's about a 3 or 4-round reach, which is rare for the 49ers. If they're in a position where they're going to draft a player like a DeLong, they usually move down, which they didn't do in this case, which really surprised me.
Well, Bill Walsh, of course, not the head coach, but certainly very active in that decision. Chicago had those 3 selections coming into this round, but they utilized 2 of them. Donnell Woodford, Trace Armstrong with their selections, both on defense. Let's check in now at Bears headquarters with Pete Axtell. Pete?
Back in Lake Forest with Mike Ditka, and Mike, you got 2 solid defensive picks, but with everything that's happened today, you could have taken Godzilla, and it wouldn't overshadow the rumors we've lived with since this morning about McMahon. What's the story?
Well, basically, that's more than... they were rumors, but there was discussions that went on with San Diego. And, of course, like in everything else, if one team wants an orchard for an apple tree, it's not going to work. But, you know, our whole ambition, Pete, and to be honest with you, is to keep this football team as positive mentally and physically as we can and put the right people into the program. And we've tried to do that, and we're going to continue to try to do that. And people who don't want to be part of our program will be part of another program. It's that simple. And it doesn't matter who it is anymore. You know, people think that's cold and calculating, but it's a part of life. It's a fact of life. We love the people who play for us. We love the people more who want to play for us, even than those who do. I said that they really want to. So that's always been important with the Bears, and that'll always continue to be important. So if we make a trade or we make a change in our football team, the whole 45, 47 players are what's concerned, and not just the one individual.
I have heard in the month leading up to the draft, several executives around the league have told me that they've been under the impression McMahon has been shopped, that you were looking for a deal. Is that accurate?
Well, anybody who's called us about him, we've talked to him. That's all that's ever happened. We have never initiated the trade. We have never gone out and said, hey, we have a guy that will trade you. And we've never done that. The other teams that were involved, in this case San Diego, came to us. Now, regardless if they want to say that, that's their business, but they did, and that's where we're at with the situation right now.
Of course, we've all chronicled the story of Tom Zach and the difficulties he's overcome in terms of confidence and so forth. Is this going to shake his confidence to hear that there's questions about who's going to be quarterback?
Let me tell you something. You know, the only thing Mike's overcome is you know, he's had a little problem sometimes in dealing with the way I handle him, but that's not necessarily Mike's fault. That could be my fault more than anybody's. But I think the thing about Mike, I think this excites him even more. I think it excites Jim Harbaugh even more. I think that those guys thrive on competition. You know, the great people in life, Pete, you thrive on competition. It means something to you. Anybody that doesn't want to compete shouldn't play.
Okay, who is going to play next year? Is there any way we can predict right now?
Well, right now we're going into camp, and we said if we go into camp with the 3 quarterbacks we have on our roster, we'll look at the first 2 objectively, which will be Mike Tomczak and Jim McMahon, and then Jim Harbaugh will fit in where he fits in. I think right now he's going in the coach's eyes, as the backup to whoever is a starter, but that doesn't mean it'll come out that way. Knowing what I know about Jim Harbaugh, he's liable to make a pretty good run at everything. So I just don't feel like a lot of people in the media has done to us. You know, we've been pumped up as being a one-dimensional football team that we can only win with 1 quarterback on the field. Well, we've also lost with that 1 quarterback on the field in crucial games. So, you know, Mike Tomczak's record as a football player is very good. Jim Harbaugh's is 500. He's 1-1. So, you know, I got, you know, what can I tell you? If he plays 10, maybe he'll be 9-1. I don't know.
To get to the matter of the day, the defensive players you got in the first round, can they start for you?
I think they both can start for us, and I'm not going to say that they will start for us, but I think they both can. I think they come in, and right now they can come in and they can line up and compete equally with the people we have, especially at the left corner right now. We have a young kid that we're going to have to play out there. Richardson is no longer with us, so Donnell's going to have a great chance. Trace is, he's our kind of player. To me, he's a young Dan Hampton. And anytime I mention Dan Hampton's name, I love it, because he's our kind of football player. This kid will give us a chance.
A final thought, I'm sure many viewers would like an update. How's your health?
Took a stress test Friday, and the doctor said I still have a heart, which probably surprised a lot of you people. But no, I'm doing fine. I feel very good, and everything's been great. Golf lousy, but I'm doing okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mike.
you, Pete.
Okay, that certainly is good news that Mike's feeling well, but he laid it out. It's the Bear way or it's the highway, and he said San Diego came to the Bears about the possibility of McMahon. They have built their team any number of which ways. I mean, they've had a free agent in the Pro Bowler in Jay Hilgenberg, so yeah, they can put it together different ways, but it's wide open at the top of the depth chart going to training camp at Lake Forest as far as who is going to be the starting quarterback, and Jim McMahon may not like that.
Well, still, it isn't. Mike Tomczak obviously has the inside track on that quarterback position, but if you look at who they drafted, he mentioned Armstrong, his kind of player, and you look at a guy like Wolford, a guy who has a 4-year starter at Clemson, has a good chance to come in right away and contribute at the pro level, also has that punt return ability that we talked about, so he's getting 2 impact defensive players in Armstrong and Wolford. They're going to come right in and be starters, and he moves down and picks up additional choices, so I think the Bears had a good idea what was out there and knew how to handle this draft in particular.
It's a little taste of the middle of the winter with a quarterback controversy here in late April, and don't forget the Bears will pick again by virtue of their trade with Miami. They will be up in the 8 hole here in the second round, the 36th selection overall. But some square talking, some straight shooting, Chris Berman, from head coach Mike Ditka, who's in good health and in rare form.
I think, Bobby, that we have a scoop when Mike Ditka doesn't shoot from the hip and doesn't give you some straight talking. The one thing that we've grown to love about Mike and many things is that he says what he means, and you can respect anybody that says that. And so saying what he means, Tommy and Joe, means that he's just sick and tired of a lot of the back and forth. He just wants to play football, and i.e. Jim McMahon. He may not be in San Diego, but he may be somewhere else anyway.
Well, I think Mike certainly says what he means, and the indication has been for a year that I think he would like to see Tomczak in the lineup. Tomczak came along. I think McMahon has created this situation in Chicago where Mike feels he's like a disruptive force for the other 45 guys on the squad. That will not be the case when they open up the season in September.
Is that a fair assessment, Joe, that McMahon has disrupted the rest of the team?
I got to believe that I think they're so used to what Jimmy has done. I don't think he's disrupted that football team, truthfully. I think what's happened is the trade rumors were initiated by Zucker and by McMahon. It's a perfect day to do it. This is the perfect day to let the world know that Jimmy McMahon is shopping. And you go to a football team like San Diego that has really big holes at their quarterback situation. The thing I think that's hurt Jim McMahon throughout his career is his inconsistency of being able to stay on the football field and help his football team. That is the one thing that I've been critical of as far as an analyst, and even when I played against him. He's tough when he's out there. But the fact is, he just wasn't out there enough to really have his teammates look at him and say, hey, no matter what, he's going to be there. So I really think that Jim McMahon has sort of created his own situation. Where his future is right now is going to be very questionable, because he's going to have to go to camp this year and feel like, well, am I really going to have a legitimate shot at the #1 position now? I mean, that's got to be the biggest question in his mind, as well as his agents. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a deal made going out through the summer, but I don't think anything will happen through this particular draft day.
No, it doesn't sound like today. And he will have a shot because, as Mike Ditka told Pete, he does indeed have a heart. And we knew that all along. And that was good news to hear from Mike. Dallas, by the way, has started off the second round. They've made their selection. And they've got a good value for this pick. Steve Wisniewski, guard from Penn State, as the first selection of the second round. That goes to the Dallas Cowboys. So Troy Aikman now immediately has someone to block for him if he breaks into the starting lineup. The second pick in the second round is owned by Detroit. They had the 3rd overall pick of the draft. And with the first round selection of theirs, they chose the Heisman Trophy winner from Oklahoma State, Barry Sanders. And our Dan Patrick has been with Barry Sanders out in Wichita, Kansas all day long. He visited with Barry after he was chosen by the Lions.
Back here in Wichita, and we're finding out Barry Sanders is just as elusive off the field as he is on the field. We finally tracked him down after a couple of hours. We had sightings of you going to church. We had sightings of you going to the airport to go to Detroit. Where have you been?
I've been at home watching the draft. First, I watched the first 10 selections. Then I did a little press conference over the phone with Detroit media and talked to a few reporters here from the local staff. So that's what I've been doing.
Now, is it a relief or is it excitement? You don't seem like you're thrilled with all of this.
Well, like I told one guy, I'm the type of person, and I got this from Johnny Unitas. I heard him say, I get emotional at weddings and at funerals. I mean, football, it's a game, and I don't really like dealing with a lot of unnecessary stuff that goes on with it.
Now, last night I spoke with Barry, and he didn't sound thrilled to be going to Detroit, only because they have a run-and-shoot offense. Mouse Davis is now taking over the offense there. Did Wayne Fonts tell you, don't worry about the offense, you'll get your chance to run?
Well, yeah, he did. He told me a lot of things, you'll restore the roar in the dome and you'll gain 1,500, 1,600 yards and just, trying to comfort me and coming up there. At first I was a little skeptical, about going up there because of the fact that it was a run and shoot. And, I've been playing since the 4th grade, and the only thing I've played in was, I formations and 3-back offenses. So that's just something that I've never been involved in, and something that you don't know about, you usually stay away from it.
You're one of the shyer persons I've ever met, and you didn't want to meet the media today. You didn't want to go to Detroit to meet the media up there. Pretty tough to be a pro athlete and stay out of the spotlight there, bud.
It's I think I'm being read wrong. I think it's not that I'm shy. I'm not shy, but like I say, some things are just unnecessary. And I'm not trying to downput what you guys do, but you have to respect my judgment and the way I am as a person too, every individual is different, and I'm learning now that people in situations like this, people don't really care about you, and that's all I'll say. They don't really care about you. They just pretty much want what they can get out of you, but I don't know, that's just something I'll have to deal with,
One final question. You're probably more nervous about your brother Byron, who was a 1,000-yard rusher at Northwestern, where he's going to be selected, and people say maybe 4th or 5th pick, maybe 4th or 5th round.
Right. He's played a big part in my success, and like you said, I am pretty much anticipating the rest of the draft and see what he'll fit in. I just wish him the best, and I know he's a top quality player, and he can make a contribution to any team that he goes to. It's kind of it's really negative, and it's unfair that a man, gains 1,000 yards in the Big Ten, and he's not
ranked higher than he is, you know. And I'm not down his players, but he didn't have the best offensive line, you know. And, I mean, it's just a school that's devoted to academics, you know, whereas my school is devoted to sports, you know, pretty much. So it's a bad situation for him, but he'll get his chance and he'll do well.
All right, Barry, thank you. We finally tracked down Barry Sanders. Good luck to the rest of the NFL defenses around the country. We send it back to New York.
All right, Dan and Barry, thank you very much. And speaking of opposing defenses for the Lions, they've just made their second-round selection. They've gone wide receiver, John Ford, Virginia, who can fly. And here are the Packers pick. Let's get that one.
The Green Bay Packers have traded this pick in the second round and their pick in the 5th round to Cleveland for Cleveland's first-round pick in 1990, Cleveland's 3rd-round pick this year, and New England's pick held by Cleveland in the 5th round this year. Cleveland is on the clock.
Well, that's Don Weiss up at the podium pitching long relief for Commissioner Rozelle. Cleveland has traded their #1 pick in 1990, next year's pick, for a shot here at the second-round selection. With the Packers' their second-round pick, the 3rd overall pick in the second round. Cleveland's given up their pick, #1 pick next year. I mean, we're about to find out who they have in mind.
Well, you know, it's an interesting situation, Chris. Cleveland, Bernie Kosar was hurt last year. Don Strock was hurt last year. They got real thin when they boiled down to quarterbacks for him coming in. We haven't talked about many quarterbacks. You know, Troy Aikman came out of the chute #1, and then 3 hours later, I'm going to bring it up again. Could be a situation where maybe a Rodney Peete might be taken into consideration. You know, here's a guy who was projected as a possible first. I think when he went head-to-head with Aikman, he did a heck of a job. I mean, I think he showed his abilities. He has the athletic ability. I see him more like a Don McPherson type of an athlete who is a great athlete and can fit into different places. But Cleveland, if they're giving up a #1, it's going to have to be somebody that's big, number-wise.
Also receives running back Herman Fontenot from Cleveland.
So we have an existing player
running
being
back
traded.
Herman Fontenot from Cleveland.
Herman Fontenot is part of that draft. The running back goes to the Packers, who are just stockpiling folks. The Cleveland Browns are now on the phone, and I can imagine what this conversation is. I mean, they've got their player in mind. I'm trying to come up with one, but I mean, Pete, maybe it is. Yeah, it could be Lawyer Tillman. There's a unique type of player that doesn't come around all the time. I don't know if they trade a #1 in 1990. Lawyer Tillman would be ideal for him. I mean, Ozzie is, well, of course, he's not going to play the tight end, but they need a big player. They have gone Metcalf already and made a trade. But I'm looking over at Mel for some confirmation of this or not. Maybe Lawyer Tillman is their guy.
Or Peebles. I think those two are your picks here. They need a wide receiver. They needed Metcalf, obviously, to give them that skill position running back, but they need somebody opposite Langborn, and I think it'll either be Lawyer Tillman or Danny Peebles with this pick.
That's a high price. Your #1 selection is something to be prized, cherished, nurtured, and shopped around very carefully. And to trade it as part of a package for a high second-round pick right here,
well, the way they figure
Tom Bratz, I tell you, stuck to his guns if he did and worked himself a pretty good deal.
Well, he knows he has Kosar, and he doesn't have any weapons. Now he has Metcalf. Now if you go with Lawyer Tillman or Danny Peebles, Tillman is 228 pounds. He runs a 4.5. He's 6'4". He's a great player. He should have been a mid-first-round pick. You look at Peebles, he's a 4.3 sprinter, which is exactly what they're looking for. So it's going to be one of those two players. I'd say right now, if I'm wrong, fine. But if I were the Cleveland Browns, I'm going to make a trade of this magnitude. The only players I would really consider, even over Peebles, is Lawyer Tillman.
We'll see if it's Tillman. Ernie Accorsi, the man who outsmarted the NFL to the point where he's had to revise the supplemental draft, has worked himself a big deal today, and we'll see what he does with it, Chris.
All right, Bobby, so we're guessing it's probably Lawyer Tillman. Let's backtrack a little bit, and we just saw Dan Patrick and Barry Sanders, and we want to bring in now Bino Cook. You know, Barry, he's a true junior, and Bino, him going into this draft, it was potentially a very touchy situation. Your thoughts on a true junior entering the NFL draft?
Well, I don't think Pete had any choice, and I think it's one of the many reasons he quit. He knows you can't win in the courts today in anything. And I think it's, I think players are going to be able to come out. Pete Rozelle said a number of years ago, and I don't worry about the players at the skill positions coming out, but it's the offensive linemen, defensive linemen. But I think the courts are going to, if it goes to a court case, Tex Schramm wants to fight it and go to court, and we know what the courts do today. The idiots broke up the phone company. The one thing that worked in America, we got a bunch of judges and lawyers running around, broke it up. The draft is a fair way. It's worked through the years. And I just think if it does go to court, no chance. More kids are going to come out. However, more kids are going today to play college, to play sports, not worried about studies. And maybe it's time, if they want to come out, let them.
Bino, how do the colleges feel? You're in close touch with them, obviously. How do they feel? I mean, they know the NFL really had no choice in this move. I mean, do they really get annoyed and kind of disallow scouts on campus, that sort of thing?
No, I think that they might get mad at agents. But they know they're not that upset. I've only talked to maybe about 20 coaches, and they realize it's going to, it's the way it's going to be if kids want to leave. But they don't think that many kids will want to leave. They truly don't think that many kids are going to leave, and that's probably the case.
All right, Bino, let's go to the podium. Here's Cleveland's pick, of which they surrendered number 1 in 1990. If you talked about lawyers, maybe this is Lawyer Tillman.
Cleveland, on the choice just obtained from Green Bay, has selected Lawyer Tillman, wide receiver, Auburn.
Yeah, for them to spend a number 1 next year, it had to be a unique player. And we talked a long time ago in this draft that Lawyer Tillman, the big guy from Auburn, was a unique player, and that's why they spent the number 1. Great size. I mean, 6'4", 222, but we're talking a wide receiver here, not a tight end. 93 receptions, 1,800 yards, 14 touchdowns. His size outstanding, his speed outstanding. Obviously, he's strong, and what you're going to have is some very good cornerbacks, some excellent players who just may have trouble being big enough to guard a guy on the outside like a Lawyer Tillman, Tommy and Joe. I mean, no matter how good a cover guy you are, if the man you're trying to cover is almost as fast as you are, just about as fast and is bigger, that's trouble, right?
Size-wise, he's going to offer a lot of problems, and the way Webster Slaughter has performed in the last couple of years, with the exception of the injury that he had last year, this kid will get a lot of single coverage, and it'll make for a very difficult time for even defensive safeties. When this guy gets into the middle of the football field.
Yeah, they'll be Tillman and Metcalf with their picks. And I'll tell you, Cleveland was very uptight about this draft. And I think, Joe, they have to be very pleased with the way things went. They made the moves on the spot, seeing who was available. They've got to be pleased as heck to get these guys.
I think they're pleased, but it also tells us the direction that Cleveland wants to go in front of. The direction they want to go to. You got Minifield and Dixon, the two probably best quarter combinations in the National Football League. So Tillman's going to have a lot of work against the best defensive backs, although he's a big guy working against tough little people. But Cleveland now, I think, with Bernie Kosar back, they got close a couple of years ago putting the ball in the air. They got Metcalf, they got Tillman. We're going to, you got Mouse Davis now in Detroit. The 1989 season could be a place where people are going to have to duck because there are going to be a lot of footballs in the air coming out of that Central Division.
Cleveland drafted pretty much all defense last year in the beginning of the draft, and they realized that they got to win now. They've been knocking at the door, and they don't want to be a San Diego. They knocked at the door, and they knocked at the door. At any rate, we'll talk more about that. Eric Clemens by in a moment. First, here's how the positions have gone. ESPN's coverage of the 1989 NFL Draft is brought to you by Acura Legend and Integra. Precision-crafted performance exclusively at your Acura dealer. By New Michelob Dry. One taste and you'll drink it dry. And by Red Lobster Restaurants. Come in today and enjoy all your seafood favorites.
Well, it is round 2. The 33rd selection overall. It is Tampa Bay's. We are early in round 2. Welcome back to New York City as we continue with our live and exclusive coverage for the 10th consecutive year. Tampa Bay is up to be followed by Pittsburgh. And just look, a glance back at our shoulder quickly again at round 1 as there were 3 Florida athletes taken. Lewis Oliver, David Williams, Trace Armstrong. So 11 Florida players taken in the first round in the last 7 years. We've got a trade. Let's check in with Don Weiss.
Dallas Cowboys and the Los Angeles Raiders. The Cowboys have traded the rights to Steve Wisniewski, who they just selected at the top of this round, along with their 6th round pick in this draft, to the Raiders for 3 choices. The Raiders, Washington's pick in the 2nd round held by the Raiders, the 11th position in this round. The Raiders' own 3rd round choice in this draft, and Atlanta's choice in the 5th round held by the Raiders.
So Steve Wisniewski, who was the first selection in this round, the rights to him have been traded to the Raiders. Raiders, you figured they'd be doing something. Again, to recap, Dallas trades the rights to Steve Wisniewski and their own 6th round pick to the Raiders. In return, Dallas will receive from the Raiders a 2nd round selection that they own from Washington, which is the 11th pick. And let's get back for a pick now.
The Raiders have from Atlanta.
The recap of the trade. We'll recap the trade. We are awaiting the Tampa Bay pick. And we'll get that momentarily, to be followed by Pittsburgh as they will go on.
Tampa Bay's 2nd round selection is Danny Peebles, wide receiver, North Carolina State.
Danny Peebles from North Carolina State, who can, yes, fly and then some. Let's take a look at Danny Peebles in action. A young man who can fly, yes, because that is the trade he has plied for so long on the North Carolina State track. Only caught 12 passes his first 2 years, but really has helped himself of late. And this is a guy who can run under 4.40.
He's been running 4.3s, Bob. And one thing about Peebles, he became a lot more consistent catching the football this year. Was the primary deep threat for NC State. Obviously, they had Naz Worthen working opposite him, which really helped his cause. But really came on stride. A great week of practice prior to the Senior Bowl, and that really solidified a position for him in the 2nd round. He was only projected, Bob, as a middle round pick going into the year.
Just before that selection, Kansas City needs quarterbacks. Well, they need a winning quarterback. They've got plenty of quarterbacks. They took Mike Elkinson. He will join Steve DeBerg, Ron Jaworski, Danny McManus, Steve Slayton in camp. The young man now from Wake Forest, drafted by the Chiefs.
The big, strong arm kid, pocket passer, great release. Throws everything from the ear, very accurate in the intermediate areas. Also has the arm strength to get the ball down the field effectively. Really late in the year when you saw him in the All-Star games, he didn't perform that well, but he had a tired arm. He had been going since July, throwing the football through the All-Star games. It was just too much. He was in a system at Wake Forest which really didn't take advantage of his skills, but Mike Elkins is a fine prospect down the road.
Is a young man who had been through a number of different offensive coordinators, and so he's had a checkered career as far as getting onto a single track, but right now he has been selected. We're going to recap that trade for you just one more time and then move along. Dallas trades the rights to Steve Wisniewski and their own 6th round pick for the Raiders' 2nd round pick, which they own by virtue of a deal, the Jay Schrader deal, which is the 11th pick in this round. So if you're scoring with us at home, the number 11 hole in this round, 39 overall, Dallas will pick there, and also they will get the Raiders' own selection in the 3rd round, and Atlanta's 5th round selection, which the Raiders own as well. So the big one that's upcoming next is Dallas will pick in the 11th slot here in round 2. Kansas City opening the 2nd round, their 2nd round selection, quarterback Mike Elkins. Their 1st round selection was linebacker Derek Thomas. An amazing story, certainly on the football field, and an amazing story in his own life. His selection means so much to the Thomas family, where he has been and where he is today, draft day.
The U.S. Air Force called it Operation Linebacker, 11 straight days of aerial bombardment of North Vietnam. Operation Linebacker began December 18, 1972. Captain Robert Thomas piloted a B-52. At home, his 5-year-old son, who ironically would grow to play linebacker as well as any. Captain Robert J. Thomas never saw his son again. He never returned from Operation Linebacker.
They said in the flames, when the plane burst into flames, they saw him parachute out of the plane. They don't know really what happened to him from that point. I still have that dream, that hope that he's still alive and one day he'll come back.
Derek's childhood was spent in the suburb of South Miami with his mother and his grandmother, Annie. Annie had her hands full. Young Derek could have used the father's direction. He challenged authority, missed school, and joined a local gang. A familiar story. Except this time, someone noticed.
When I was 14, my counselor took me out of regular school and she put me into Day Marine Institute. And I think that was the best thing that could ever happen to me, because I had a chance to see what kids were like that didn't want to do anything with their lives. And I had to make a choice at that point. Well, do you want to be like them, or do you want to go on and be productive in life?
The young rebel became a model teen, winning the Butkus Award, the Boy Scouts Role Model of the Year. His life was on course, like his father's. Captain Thomas had graduated at the top of his class at Tennessee State. He had run track. Derek's memories of his father are hazy, but his sense of continuity is strong.
You know, they try to make me remember things that I should remember. And, you know, they just tell me that he was a great person and, you know, he would be proud of me now. And, you know, a lot of the things that he accomplished, I'm at that point now where I can accomplish them. And they just tell me that he would want me to go on and be the best that I can be.
I think they should have signs that help us. Have signs that like, slow down, cop hiding behind building.
Young man, you're in big trouble.
Hate that when they ask you.
Do you know how fast you were going?
Oh, no. You know what I tell them?
You know why I stopped?
I said, how about you? You had to catch up with me. I was driving down the street and I saw a sign. It said, slow down, road coming to an end. What am I slowing down for? I don't want to go off the cliff slowly.
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If you're not wearing Dockers, you're just wearing pants.
Oh, I love it. What is it? Wrong way. How do they know where I'm going?
This is my lawn, and I love to work on it. I feed it. I keep track of its growth, its thickness. I know every inch of this lawn, and if there's a problem, I fix it. I give it the kind of care and attention you just can't count on from any lawn care company. I mean, this may not be my house, but it is my lawn.
We care and it shows. Chem Lawn, we care and it shows.
7:49. Back live at the 1989 NFL Draft here in New York. A pair of UCLA players have just gone in the second round. Pittsburgh, their choice in the second round, just took Carnell Lake, a defensive back, played linebacker school, but defensive back. That goes to the Steelers. And Cincinnati, with their first selection of the day, if you will. Remember, they made a trade of their first-round pick with Atlanta. Cincinnati selected running back Eric Ball at UCLA, so he may be thought of as a replacement to Stanley Wilson, who won't be a Bengal anymore. His problems well documented leading up to the Super Bowl week, etc. So it'll be tough for Eric Ball to beat out Ickey Woods and James Brooks, but the Bengals like to go with the three backs, and so that's maybe why they're looking at Eric Ball. Guy was yet to go and could go any pick now is our bubble man, if you will. Robert Massey, who was where Jimmy Roberts is, down in Durham, North Carolina. Let's check in on the situation down there. I guess you guys are getting to know each other pretty well, Jim.
I think that's an understatement, Chris. The bubble burst about 45 minutes ago, and now we are looking directly at the second round for Robert Massey and anticipating what's going to happen. I know you were looking at Tampa Bay as a possibility, and there's somewhat of an irony there because Danny Peebles is a friend of yours. The man who runs on the other side from the man who sits on the other side of you there, Naz Worthen. What are you looking at right now?
Well, right now, it's pretty much in there. I don't know who's willing to risk drafting me, but like I said, you know, I'd be content and satisfied with any team.
Naz Worthen, Danny Peebles is gone. Andre Rison, Lawyer Tillman, several other guys are gone. Your name has been mentioned. What are you looking at now?
Well, actually, I projected myself to go from second through the third round, so anything within those 2 rounds would be fine for me. I think the guys who went ahead of me, they're great athletes, and I think they deserve to go where they went.
What about the guy sitting next to you? You play the position opposite to him. Can you evaluate, can you tell why he might not have gone at this point yet?
I have not one idea, because I thought Robert Massey would definitely go in the first round, and he hasn't gone yet, and I feel just as bad as he do.
Well, I don't think he's going to be feeling all that bad, because the signing bonuses in the second round are nothing to sneeze at. We're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000 for signing in the second round. And you told me earlier that you would have liked to have played for the Raiders. That was one of the teams that you would have liked to played for. But we're going to be back later to talk to you about that. And we will be back with more from the draft from New York after this break.
You got any inter-office mail for 9?
Nope.
And me neither.
Hey, maybe they stopped sending memos.
Oh, get real. Those suits on 9 are always sending stuff to each other. Yeah, well, if you didn't pick them up, and I didn't deliver them, how do they get them?
Computers.
7's got computers. They send tons of memos.
These kind of different. Same ones they got in L.A.
Well, Bernie, you got any overnights from L.A.?
Nope.
Weird. Very weird.
Saying goodbye to a car you've owned for years is a lot like saying goodbye to an old friend. But if it's a Mercedes-Benz, there's always this cheering fact to consider. Over the years, Mercedes-Benz automobiles as a line have retained a higher percentage of their original value than any other make of car sold in America. And that can make the sorrow of parting a little sweeter.
I send you for a Bud Light, and you bring back...
Well, if you want the one light that outshines them all, ask for Bud Light.
So, there are no men here, there's an unlimited supply of Bud Light, and we can never leave.
Correct.
Because everything else is just a light.
We can live with that.
Yeah.
Back in New York, the Chicago Bears have just made their second-round pick, or... one of theirs. Remember, this was involved with the trade that they made a few moments ago with Miami for the first-round pick of Miami. The Bears have chosen John Roper, linebacker from Texas A&M. Roper, a guy that had some poor combine workout, so he fell down in the draft as far as some were concerned, but obviously not as far as Chicago was concerned. If you want to keep track of such things, the man leg presses 800 pounds. He's a very good special teams player, which meant he would fit in well at Chicago. 36 career quarterback sacks. I mean, a superior athlete for Jackie Sherrill down there, as you can see right there, slapping some players around. And here he is on the special teams, just all over the punter. 6'1", 230 pounds, hometown of Houston, Texas. And so he is now a member of the Chicago Bears. And John Roper now joins... well, the Bears have 3 selections here in the first 36. And they've gone all for defense. Dano Wolford, cornerback Clemson. Trace Armstrong, defensive end Florida. And now with the linebacker John Roper, they've got somebody at all 3 spots, Joe. And it's not that the Bears don't have good defense, but they were getting some thin spots, and especially losing some of their veterans in the replacement draft.
That's you bring up the most important factor, Chris, is they've lost some people. Al Harris has gone to Philadelphia. Otis Wilson out with, of course, the questionable knee. Wilbur Marshall went last year. So I think the 3 selections are excellent. Richard Dent coming off a broken leg. The Bears have done their research. They're filling spots. They're an excellent football team. We're not just talking about somebody trying to make themselves better. They're an excellent football team. They're trying to put themselves back into the Super Bowl.
We heard Mike Ditka, Tommy, talk about guys who are Chicago Bears-type players. He mentioned Trace Armstrong. Reminds him of a young Dan Hampton. Roper's got a mean streak in him. That ought to fit in there.
I was just going to say, Joe mentioned the Bears doing their homework, and their homework does not consist too much of that combine workout, how fast you run a 40, how much you weigh. They check your attitude, and Roper supposedly has the kind of attitude that's going to fit in with the Bear program.
Attitude dancing. That's what the Bears do. We're going to dance out to Lake Forest, Illinois, and join Pete Axtome, who's had a busy afternoon. Pete.
Chris, there's certainly great jubilation that Roper was still available this late in the draft. You know, interesting contrast. The Bears have a record of 21 picks in this draft. They have really stockpiled. In a contrast, just after the trade the Raiders made a few rounds ago, there's no truth to the rumor that Al Davis wanted to spend the weekend on Catalina Island. He is involved in this draft. But he was saying to me just last night, he said, there are other ways to build a team beside the draft. He points out guys like Mike Haynes, who helped him get to a Super Bowl victory, guys like Bo Jackson, who may someday do the same if he ever plays full-time. He thinks that it can be done other ways. Interesting differences in strategy, and we'll see how it pays off down the road. Let's go to break.
And you are looking at a telephone helmet that you have not yet seen coming into your pictures here on ESPN as we continue coverage of the NFL draft. What I'm trying to say is the Washington Redskins have gone to the post for the first time. They will go to the post with their next pick in the second round. San Diego just selected Courtney Hall, a center from Rice, and a lot of scouts told me the guy was moving up in the last few months, a player that the Chargers can really use help a lot of places. Courtney Hall, a guy who really improved his ranking as the season wore on in the fall and as the workouts wore on here in the winter and now the spring. So the Chargers go offensive line there. Washington will choose next. And they have not yet gotten their trade for Gerald Riggs. Doesn't look like they're going to. They haven't made a deal with Ernest Biner. Joe, that means what?
That means that you got two guys out of Syracuse. You got Johnston and you got Drummond. One's a fullback, one's a halfback. Both of them can fit the needs of the Washington Redskins. They got rid of Timmy Smith's now in San Diego. They have Keith Griffin, a little guy, Mike Oliphant from last year's draft, another little guy, Jamie Morris, even littler guy. Make another, but you know, it goes from like 185 down as far as weight and size go. Tommy talked about you don't run through holes this big, you run through them this big. They don't even need them this big. They got little tiny people. I think they have to go to a running back. And as I look at the list of players that are left, both young men out of Syracuse could fit the bill for the Redskins.
There are some running backs left. Also Henderson from Georgia. But I think you're right. The Syracuse guys, and think about that backfield. And here is we take a look at the Redskins. Yeah, big, talented running back. Depth at DB, and of course the Darrell Green situation, he's still unsigned.
And I don't think Darrell Green's talking for $1 million. He wants $1 million a year. He's not going to get it from the Redskins. I don't believe he's going to get it from anybody. So if Darrell Green doesn't change his attitude, he may not play cornerback. The Redskins' most immediate need, absolutely no question, is a running back. You brought up a guy out of Georgia, Hampton, who we saw in the Gator Bowl, is a heck of a football player. So, I mean, but as far as rating goes, the two guys in Syracuse come up a little bit higher. Again, Bobby Beathard has not been able to work the deals that I think he wanted to.
Right.
So it's pretty much got to go that way.
Johnston is the fullback who was kind of a throwback style to the classic old days. And the Skins have got the pick going up there. Drummond is a guy who got better as the year went on and a guy with excellent hands. We'll be back in a moment. We're back live at New York at the NFL Draft. We are awaiting the Redskins, their first selection overall in the draft. It is the second-round pick, the 10th pick in the second round. And you can see they're working the phones with about 3 minutes to go. I understand they're talking to Atlanta about a possible trade. I don't know that this story is, yes, and there's our friend Robert Massey, our bubble guy, who would be a good pick. Well, I mean, Washington does need the running back first, but Massey would make some sense, too.
He should be smiling. I think he should relax a little bit. We've all been through it, so I think Robert ought to just appreciate the fact that he's not the first one to sit there on a bubble. I mean, there's two guys sitting up here that have sat on bubbles as well. A cornerback just doesn't make sense for Washington at this particular point. There are other football teams that could use his talents more than the Washington Redskins. I still wouldn't outrule a trade. Having talked to the Redskins earlier this afternoon, just before the draft started, they felt like if a deal was going to be made, it would be made right up before their choice. And we're right here at the 11th hour for the Washington Redskins. I know Joe Gibbs' priority is a running back.
The Washington Redskins, when they finally make their selection, unless they trade it, we are now down to only a few teams that we haven't heard from. Minnesota we haven't heard from and won't for a little while. Philadelphia we haven't heard from. The Raiders we didn't hear from directly, but they got Wisniewski in the pick with Dallas. And Buffalo we may not hear from all day because I'm talking to them last night. Their first pick is the 3rd round, and it's the 82nd overall, and they're just hoping to make the telecast before we go off in 7 hours. But at any rate, the Redskins are now up, and let's go to Don Weiss at the podium. It looks complicated.
There, you can't pronounce it.
We have a trade between Washington and Atlanta.
Can't be.
Washington has traded this pick in the 2nd round and their own #1 choice in 1990.
Maybe it is Riggs.
To Atlanta for running back Gerald Riggs and Atlanta's choice in the 5th round in 1990. With the choice just obtained from Washington, Atlanta has chosen Ralph Norwood, offensive lineman, LSU.
Well, Gerald Riggs is now the big back the Washington Redskins have been looking for. This was a trade we thought would come down early as part of the 3-way deal with San Diego. We got to this point. Cleveland broke the ice by trading a #1 pick next year in their efforts to get Lawyer Tillman. And now Atlanta. Kenny Herrock is wheeling and dealing down there. And I'm not trying to imply anything, because I think Riggs is certainly physically fit and everything's fine. But only they really know how fit he is. Because they've kept at it, Joe, to trade a Gerald Riggs. I'm not trying to imply it's damaged goods at all, because I'm sure Washington has checked him. But Gerald Riggs is a heck of a football player.
Yeah, Gerald Riggs is a heck of a football player. I have believed for the last 2 years that if the Redskins could have gotten Gerald Riggs, they would have won 3 Super Bowls in a row. I really feel like that's the weakest part of their football team, was the running back. In Atlanta, Gerald Riggs was asked to do a lot more than he will be asked to do with the Washington Redskins. It's sort of like a Dave Butt situation. Here's a guy who is only going to play 1 or 2 downs, possibly. And it'll give them that big down back that they can bang in. They've got the big offensive line. They'll be able to pick up the 3 and 4 yards. You could see a throwback to what the Redskins had when John Riggins was their fullback. Now, if they can settle their cornerback situation with Darrell Green, I like the Redskins to be #1 as a shot at the big Super Bowl coming up. I think this trade puts them over the hump, going in the right direction.
Tommy, Gerald Riggs, I mean, this is not the type of player you really expect to get, certainly in a trade that, 4 hours after the draft started. Yes, it's a #1 next year. Washington has to be, I mean, you played against Riggs, a Pro Bowl player. I mean, if he's on, he's as good as they come.
Outstanding back, reminiscent of some of the throwbacks, the older, big fullback types hitting the hole very quick. And as you say, if he is not damaged goods, and if he can play the way he's played in the past, the Redskins could use those 2 plays that they ran against the Broncos and get to wherever they want to be in the
Wherever they want to be. I hate to bring that up.
No, I know. I brought it up.
And not me. The other thing, Chris, is attitude. You mentioned it before. The attitude syndrome right here. Attitude. Gerald Riggs has got to be ecstatic. He's been with Atlanta. They've struggled and struggled and struggled. He's been beat up behind questionable offensive lines, coaching changes, all kinds of philosophies. He's coming to a contender, a proven champion. So now you have a situation where a guy is going from, oh gosh, another year, gee whiz, to holy mackerel. Now I have a shot at what I've always wanted. I have a chance to contribute, but I also have a chance to be a part of a championship football team. So I think attitude for Gerald Riggs could overcome any little nicks he might have.
Now, Atlanta is really building a team for the future, because they're trading away one of their established stars. Atlanta themselves now has Dion Sanders, Sean Collins, and Ralph Norwood, and gone is Gerald Riggs. So the times, they certainly are a-changing for the Atlanta Falcons, and now we can all rest assured, we can sleep easily. Washington won't have a first-round selection next year either. That makes me feel better. We'll be back.
Dallas Cowboys. They've got the 11th pick in the 2nd round. They've got about 4.5 minutes to make their mind. They picked that selection up today. Originally a Redskins pick, then the Raiders. It's all part of the Jay Schrader trade. But the big news just moments ago, Gerald Riggs traded to Washington. Open secret that the Washington Redskins coveted a strong running back coming in here. And as part of the deal to acquire Gerald Riggs, they have traded away their 1990 #1 draft pick. You know, when the Redskins have had #1s in the 80s, and they've only had 3 of them, all 3 of them have been Pro Bowl players. Mark May, Art Monk, Darrell Green, they have made the Pro Bowl when they've drafted #1. During the course of this NFL season, Mel Kiper, Gerald Riggs is going to turn 29 years of age. Perhaps no other position, certainly no other skill position, if you like that term, has the punishment of running back. You want young running backs. At age 30, running backs are thrown on the junk heap. Normally, you had a chance to go for some 22-year-old running backs here, and you trade for a guy who's 28 going on 29.
Well, when you look at Riggs, he's not only is the age factor, it's the injury factor. He had a knee injury, he missed 8 games last year, and he's coming off of that. He's obviously with a team with a much more improved offensive line than what he was used to in Atlanta, but you're talking about a gamble on Beathard's part that he didn't see any running back here in the second round that interested him. But when you look at Drummond, you look at Johnston, you look at Keith Henderson, there were some pretty fine running backs on the board at that point that had the kind of size he's looking for in a one-back offense. So I think it's going to be very tough for them next year, not having another first-round pick. It seems like every year they don't have a first-round pick, and you pay the price down the road if you give up too many choices. And I think that Bobby has to worry about that at this point, that he's gambling, that with the offensive line, Riggs is going to be a great player with that particular team.
Here's the pick. Round 2.
Dallas has selected Darrell Johnston, running back, Syracuse.
There's one of the players we thought that would have been taking the pick before Washington worked that trade. So Gerald Johnston out of Syracuse is selected. And, you know, getting back to #1 picks for Washington, they haven't had one since 1983. Darrell Johnston, bit of a throwback out of the fullback position at Syracuse. Young man who can block, who is averaged also as a runner, 5 yards a carry, blocked for Drummond, blocked for Michael Owens.
Best pure fullback in this draft. You know, Cleveland Gary might be a better receiver and what have you, but Darrell Johnston's a great blocker, tough inside runner, and a real sure-handed receiver. He will be a fine complement to Walker, obviously. Newsom's only going to play 1 more year. They needed a fullback. Johnston could have been very easily a late first-round pick. This is a value choice for the Cowboys, and like I said, this is one of the players that the Redskins could have had.
Exactly. Instead, they worked the trade for Gerald Riggs, and so Herschel Walker has a large, accomplished, well-thought-of blocker. Phoenix is up with about 8 minutes to go. We are midway through round 2. We have had trades. Another draft day trade by Washington. The streak is intact each year in the 80s. They've worked a deal on this day. We'll be back.
Back in New York at the NFL draft, we are approaching the middle of the second round. The Phoenix Cardinals are the next squad with the selection. Darrell Johnston, fullback from Syracuse, just selected by the Dallas Cowboys in the second round. But we're still buzzing about the trade that Atlanta made with the Washington Redskins. Essentially, Gerald Riggs going to the Redskins for the #2 pick right here, which Atlanta cashed in on Ralph Norwood. Washington's #1 pick next year, which is bound to be a very low pick as we expect the Skins to be back in the playoffs, which would mean a low #1. And Atlanta surrendered #5. Of course, Atlanta did have John Settle, Pro Bowl player last year, the free agent who rumbled for a 1,000-yard season. I don't know that he's a Gerald Riggs, but he did perform very well for him. Joining us now, Paul Zimmerman is back in. And, Paul, I'm just wondering, your thoughts on the Riggs trade. Originally, Atlanta and the 3-way deal with San Diego and the Washington Redskins, it looked to me that Atlanta was going to get more if that deal had gone off than this one. Yet they continue to persist to trade Riggs. I'm not implying that he's not physically fit or maybe that he's not got a good attitude or anything, but why? Why keep pushing to try and trade it back of that stature?
Well, they have a one-back offense.
Right.
Settle looked indestructible last year. Now is the time to make a play while Riggs still has value. If they wait too long, he doesn't have that much value. As far as Washington is concerned, instead of giving up a quarterback, they gave up their future, which is their style. I mean, they always dip into the future. So I think both teams did fine.
You think Riggs fits the Skins' needs? I mean, it looks like it.
And you almost spell it like Riggins.
Yes. He runs a lot like him, too, really. I mean, don't you think that is the one key element that they needed, Doc?
2 things. I think they needed that to control the ball, and I think their defense really needs help.
What else has happened here in the second round? We've seen the 2 #1 picks for the next year go. Cleveland making that move for Lawyer Tillman. Trading away a #1 pick of a year down the line for a player right now. What do you think? That's kind of a gamble, but...
Well, I think Bud Carson feels that he can take care of a defense. And he has been proven. I mean, he was the architect of those great Steeler defenses. Linebackers like Andy Russell said they'd never played for a coach like him. He's a wonderful defensive coach. The Jets loved him. I mean, he did miraculous things with defenses. And I think Bud feels that he can handle the defense. Let's get some offensive impact. And I think their draft has been terrific so far. They got 2 big game guys.
So Cleveland has shipped the #1 for next year, and the Redskins have shipped the #1 for next year. We will be coming back to the draft as we are midway through the second round. But you want to talk about some heavy reading. Here's Robert Massey with Mel Kiper's bestseller, The Draft Report. We'll be back.
Like that spelling?
Well, we're back here at the Draft 89, and time to evaluate some of the talent on a day like this. And, you know, according to the National Center for Educational Statistics, each year about 1.5 million people leave college with degree in hand right here in the United States, and they go out into the job market looking for employment. Well, on a day like today, it's kind of a similar situation for a couple of hundred college football players. They, too, find themselves out there looking for employment, which leads us to ask the following question. Is looking for employment in the National Football League just like looking for a real job?
It's not an exact science, and everybody's got mistakes on their board because there are certain things we just can't evaluate that precisely.
A good player is not just a good player in a vacuum. It has to be that player, that executive, in the context, in the environment that he's going to be injected into.
The guy's character. What makes him tick? Is he a self-starter? Is he a guy that needs to be pushed, to be motivated?
There isn't anything about that individual, I mean, that we don't want to know.
One man decides who might play quarterback in the NFL. The other has a major say in who might call the signals for some of the world's biggest corporations. But which is Dick Steinberg of the New England Patriots? And which is Jerry Roach, head man at Heidrick & Struggles, a top executive search firm? Sometimes it's hard to tell, because in carrying a football or carrying a briefcase, much is the same. From an intelligence test that all 28 NFL teams and some 10,000 American companies administer, to the sheer magnitude of their searches.
We're probably starting out with 3,000 names, and we're eliminating that group down to the ones that can run fast or have a size-speed ratio, which is good enough for the NFL. And then we're eliminating out of that group the ones that don't have the skill in their particular position. And then we're eliminating out of that group the ones that have the size, speed, and skill, but don't compete and aren't productive. And finally, we're working with a group of maybe 300 or 400 players, draft day.
In the world of executive search, Heidrick & Struggles computers contain almost 500,000 possibilities. Jerry Roach has placed top people at Apple Computers, Reebok Shoes, United Airlines, and the last 4 presidents of CBS.
In talking with clients, I often refer to one of the specifications that Bela Karolyi, the Romanian gymnast coach, the Kamenic, and who has done so many great superstars for the Olympics, when asked what he looks for in his potential future gold medal winners, he said they've got to have fire in their eye. That's the first thing he looks for, is fire in the eye, the intensity, the dedication.
Which sounds a lot like football talk. But whereas Steinberg drafts known quantities, Roach must recruit like a college coach.
85% of our answers come from initial digging, from somebody coming to us and saying, hey, who are the best people out there that could run an airline? You're not going to get those people sending in resumes. We go and dig them out. And there's a big difference. We go after who's good, not who's available or who's looking.
I think you need to get the best talent that you can possibly get and fit your offense or defense to your talent. If you start trying to fit the player to your system, you're going to end up with a lot of mediocre players, or you're in danger of ending up with a lot of mediocre players.
So what's the formula for success? Well, both men are still looking. But it's the price of failure when the evaluations don't work, which is increasing in both worlds.
It's among the saddest things and the worst things that can happen to us personally and humanly. I mean, especially if you're uprooting somebody from a good company where they're in a solid situation and move them geographically, move them emotionally, and put them in a new matrix, and it doesn't work out, no amount of severance, no amount of money can make up for the psychic harm that's been done.
If we do make a mistake, it hurts a lot more now than it used to because we're paying a lot more money now than we used to. And you lose the value of that choice forever. But I think you just have to take a hard look at why that guy failed and don't make that mistake again.
Actually, the world of Jerry Roach isn't as far removed as he might have you believe from the world of sports. As a matter of fact, 5 years ago, after the conclusion of the 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles, Heydrich and Struggles and Jerry Roach helped place Peter Ueberroth as the commissioner of Major League Baseball. All right, we're going to come back with more from New York. The draft of '89 after these messages.
Back up here with the draft Knicks, Dennis Friedland. Rick Friedland, right? You think he's from Denver? No, he goes there in the summer. He's from New Jersey. Why are you a Denver fan?
Well, when I was traveling cross-country with my family when I was 4 years old, our car broke down outside of Mile High Stadium during a preseason game. And I was a bit overwhelmed at the age of 4 by seeing all that orange. And I've been a Bronco fan for now 12 years.
How about your neighbors? Are they Jets or Giants or just crazy?
Both, mostly Jet fans, but I don't go for the Jets, especially the way they've been drafting now.
Yeah, you should be up here. The Jet fans are in an uproar. It's kind of like the Christians and the Lions and down. I mean, the fans are upset with the second pick. How do you feel about Denver's pick?
All right, well, first of all, Steve Atwater, I think, he's a big safety from Arkansas, 6'3", 210, and he's got good range. He should help them out. I guess that also kind of make Dennis Smith trade bait. And the guy Wydell from Boston College, I don't know, he's a little small, and I was still looking for them to take a defensive lineman because they're a little, weak on the defensive line. I was looking for maybe Andrew Stewart from Cincinnati, but I don't know. We'll see how this guy Wydell does.
You're 15 years old.
Yeah.
You normally you don't go to a co-ed school, so you study all the draft rosters.
No, I do both.
I do both. Okay, well that's good. Thank you very much, and may Denver someday make it back to the Super Bowl and not lose by 60 points. Now back to Bob Lee.
TJ's going to get you, Bino. That's a promise. Okay. Well, yeah, it's a little dangerous for Bino up there right now in the gallery because of what the Jets did in the second round. There's a broiling sentiment of unrest, kind of like the Bastille on July 13th before it all percolated. We'll get to that in a second. Let's go back to Denver's selection of Doug Wydell, guard out of Boston College. Young man, 6'4", with fairly good speed. Needs a little bit of work on his pass protection.
It's a real good pick for Denver. They need offensive line help. Wydell should have been an early second. He went right where he should have, and he'll fill in position of need for the Broncos, and they'll be able to move in right away as a starter because he's an experience in that throw-style attack, a team that throws the ball and runs the ball. So he has that pass blocking and run blocking experience that you need to contribute early in your pro career.
Then came the Jets, who, with their selection of Jeff Loggaman in the first round, that was in the 14th hole in round one. This room exploded here in New York, as you might expect. We called it a reach. What did I say? Kind of like Muggsy Bogues trying to block Manute Ball. They come out with Dennis Byrd, defensive end, Tulsa. So if the first reach was a capital R, this is a capital R underscored on a reach because you said he's a fifth rounder.
Fifth rounder, Bob. And when you look at a guy like this, you're looking at a guy that plays all out. He's a hustler, but he doesn't compare physically and athletically to a guy like Rondi Weston from Florida. You can take a guy even like Rocker. He was productive at Auburn, but he had the knee problem. I would have taken Matt Brock from Oregon with this pick. He had a couple good all-star games, a very underrated player in the Pac-10 conference at Oregon.
When's the last time, was it the Bears, the last time a team has had, well, we call it a reach, and that's a subjective term. The last time a team has really had unusually off-the-board picks like this, rounds 1 and 2.
Last time was the Chicago Bears. They took William Perry in the first round and then Reggie Phillips in the second round. One of the few years that the Chicago Bears did not do a good job in the early rounds. And of course, the Jets have had a history of some questionable selections, going back to the Ron Farreau choice when they traded up for Lamb Jones. And then if you look at these two selections, they make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Obviously, right now, if you're going to analyze all 28 teams, the Jets are on the top of your worst draft list right now.
Okay, not much doubt about it in your mind, in the minds of a lot of the people who are here at the Marriott Marquis. Doug Wydell, taken by Denver, highly rated, certainly as a lineman, but nobody on the draft board had higher grades and had more scouts drooling more than Tony Mandarich, who probably is looking at an excess of $10 million for a contract, who has given a new meaning to big man on campus.
His goal is simple. Tony Mandarich wants to be the largest and the fastest NFL offensive lineman. He's well on his way. Superhuman strength, single-minded attitude, 315 pounds, and 4.6 speed over 40 yards. That simply should not happen on a football field.
Some people, say that I'm too big and that I want to be too big. Well, just because the trend has been, 270, 280-pound offensive tackles, I'm breaking that trend. I want to be 300, 310, maybe 315, and I still can be an athlete.
The famous frame carries little excess, from 8 to 15% body fat, a diet high calorie and high protein, and he sits down to eat 7 times each day. Meet Rory Liedelmeyer, a former Mr. America who used to train the LA Rams and now trains Mandarich. A customized regimen to bring Tony to his goals.
His personal goals now become my goals, and that's to become a mature 345-pound offensive lineman for the NFL.
That's 30 pounds more than he weighs now. Tony's dedication, some would say obsession, with size and strength, would have passed for laudable dedication in years past, but now, strength sports, especially football, live in the new age of steroid awareness. The drugs aren't new, but rules and damning medical evidence are. Can a player like Tony Mandarich be so strong, so large, without steroids? He's heard the charges.
Those people that say that have never put the balls to the wall, and they don't know what it takes. Those people are the people that sit at home, the armchair quarterbacks, point the finger. They've never had a lot of pressure on them. They don't know how to perform under pressure. They go to their 9-to-5 job, they come home and they eat and they go to bed. They have nothing, they don't have to perform in front of 80,000 people.
It's pressure Mandarich knows well, with a body he's proud of. So much so, he may pursue professional bodybuilding around his football career.
It's something that I love to do, and I love to lift. If bodybuilding paid more than pro football did, I'd bodybuild.
Yeah, he's a character. He is a devotee of Guns N' Roses, the rock and roll group. He says he does not use steroids, but he said in the national publication, Sports Illustrated, this past week, that who knows, he might have to open the door and think about doing it in the future. There is a steroid testing program in effect now in the National Football League that is actually one step more strict than the controlled substance testing that is underway. Players will be tested, every player in the league, once in preseason. It is an announced test. If a player tests positive, they will be tested weekly thereafter. First positive test, a 30-day suspension. There is no second chance. Second positive test, a 1-year suspension. Third time, and then it's gone. You're gone, and it's bye-bye. But the fact about steroids is that it is very easy on the black market to obtain masking agents. As quickly as new steroid testing technology is developed, masking agents are developed, and new steroid regimens. So whether it is an effective policy, something we'll have to see through the year. The official number, about 9% positive tests. Those on the inside say the number of users is much, much higher. But Tony Mandarich says he is clean. He is big. His parents are large, and he is extremely large, soon to be very wealthy as well. A Croatian from Canada. We'll continue after this.
ESPN's coverage of the 1989 NFL Draft is brought to you by Acura Legend and Integra. Precision-crafted performance exclusively at your Acura dealer. By the Principal Financial Group, financial products that give you an edge. And by the American Express card. Membership has its privileges. Don't leave home without it. Back live at the NFL Draft. We've been on for almost 5 hours. We go to 7 o'clock Eastern Time, a couple more hours. The draft will go today and tomorrow. No, we don't bring you all 12 rounds, although at times it might seem like it. And we are now midway through the second round. Let's get us caught up on what you've missed. All right, we'll get it straight. When we last left you, we had the Jets picking Dennis Byrd, defensive end, Tulsa, which was an interesting selection. New England has gone with a guy that we certainly had ranked up there as a defensive back, the corner from Wyoming, Eric Coleman. Well, our friend Robert Massey, our bubble guy down at Durham, North Carolina, may not have enjoyed that. Eric Coleman, corner, goes to New England. Seattle then made a very interesting selection. We had to look deep in Mel's book for Joe Tuffelmeyer, a center from Arizona. And so Seattle has gone offensive line 1 and 2. Tuffelmeyer, center Arizona, goes to Seattle. Not Mel Stottlemyre, Joe Tuffelmeyer. And the Rams, with one of their second-round picks, have just gone with a linebacker from Notre Dame and Frank Stamms. It's very interesting, Joe, when we talked about Stamms. This guy was a fullback originally under Jerry Faust at Notre Dame and eventually played linebacker with Holtz, gets drafted in the second round. Heck was a tight end drafted by Faust, ends up playing tackle this year for Holtz and ends up getting picked in the first round. Jerry could get the guys.
He could find them. Absolutely.
He couldn't put them in the right place.
He just didn't know where they belonged. I mean, you really have to thank Lou Holtz for having an idea and a concept of where a guy plays at the best positions. Both Notre Dame guys, I think, are going to help the football team. Obviously, I think the transition going from tight end to guard means the guy's got good hands, good feet, so it works out very well. Now, you know,
he was a fullback, Stamps.
Yeah, going from fullback to linebacker. That's the same position.
Yes.
Fullbacks and linebackers, just the mentality is just a little bit different. Linebackers, maybe a little less.
Tommy, real quick.
Oh, sorry, Tom. Didn't see that.
You're going to be listening very closely.
We're going to dish one out here back before we bring Dr. Z in here. The Wydell, guard from Boston College. I mean, that's a safe and a good pick for the Broncos, right?
Well, I think Broncos certainly would have liked to have had a defensive player if they could have gotten one. Wydell is a good ball player, and although his feet are supposedly needs a little work on his pass protection, John Elway will help that. Elway is a guy who will move around and make it easy for you to learn how to block. So, John, put on your running shoes for another little while until the guy learns how to do it.
Paul Zimmerman is with us. And, Paul, the Dallas draft and then their deal with the Raiders for Wisniewski. Explain what the Cowboys are thinking.
Well, the Cowboys got very lucky in that. The Raiders were going to trade the pick. They're going to trade for the pick with Detroit, and they were going to take Wisniewski in that pick. And they wouldn't have had to give Detroit as much as they gave Dallas. Dallas crossed them up by drafting Wisniewski. They didn't know that was going to happen, so they had to get Wisniewski, and they had to give the Cowboys more than what they would have given up. Now, Dallas came in with 3 big needs. Quarterback, a big blocking fullback to lead Herschel out of the I formation. Timmy Newsome is like a third down back, catch the pass out of the backfield type. They got that. Now they need somebody to rush the passer from the outside. They went with 2 defensive ends the whole year last year, and you just don't do that in the NFL. So if they can get a pass rusher somehow, got lucky, they filled 3 major needs.
Anything else that's happened here? The Jets really, we shall see. Mike Hickey doesn't draft what a lot of people feel is chalk. He's certainly going on a limb with a couple of picks.
Well, the rumor is that Mike Hickey lost a bet, and this is the way he had to pay it off.
Well, we'll try and substantiate that rumor, but while we try and search that out, let's go over to Bob Lee and Mel Kiper, and maybe Mel can tell us about our friend Joe Tuffelmeyer.
Well, because Seattle, Chris, has gone offensive line. First, thank you, Dr. C. Good to hear from you. 2 picks so far for Seattle, both offensive line. Andy Heck in the first round. Second round, Joe Tuffelmeyer. This is a team that has usually gotten exceptionally good mileage out of their top draft picks. In fact, here in the 80s, 7 of their 8 number 1s are still starting for this team. Steve Largent's a question mark. He's auditioned for TV jobs. He's made his decision. He hasn't announced it whether he's coming back. But Tuffelmeyer, he was not the best center available.
No, he wasn't. Now, if you look at just the center position, Jeff Ulenik from Ohio State was clearly the best center available after Brian Williams. And if you're going to take a center in the second round, that's who you take. Joe Tuffelmeyer was projected as a 7th to 9th rounder, and he goes in the second round. There are some other outstanding players. Talk about defensive backs. This is a position, Seattle needs some help. You have a guy like Bubba McDowell from Miami still there. Robert Massey's still sitting there at this point. So they're better players even in positions of need like defensive back than a guy like Toffelmeyer, who they could have acquired in the middle rounds. Why use a second-round pick when a guy you could get in 5, 6, 7, 8?
I can't remember in recent years as many head-scratchers in one year. We've had 2 number 1s for next year already dealt. We've had shifting and turning, and we've also had the draft rights to Steve Wisniewski traded, the first selection of the second round. The Raiders have acquired those rights from Dallas. We've had some interesting selections in less now than 3 minutes on the Saints as we await to see what they do here in the second round, to be followed by Denver. Denver working a draft day trade with Cleveland. So those are some of the things we have seen so far. In evaluating players, you know, one of the things that we use in evaluating players, or I should say scouts use, the Wonderlic personality test. Jimmy Roberts alluded to it earlier in his discussion of how to judge talent. 50 questions, some of them ridiculously easy, some of them absurdly hard. National average is, I believe, at 22. The average for the draftees this year is at 20. How much do scouts look? If somebody's got a real low grade, I know if you're on the fence, it may put you over, but how much do the scouts and player personnel guys look, and are they scared by a really low intelligence grade on this test?
I think it varies from team to team, Bob. I think if you look at some of the top guys, I think it's because you're not going to see that much effect. There were players who went in the top 15 in this draft that had low scores on that type of test. I think it affects you in the middle rounds and later rounds. When you're getting into that point, you're separating players. It can have an impact. If you have 2 players that are equal, obviously you go with the player who tests out better on that particular test. You might look for the bigger player. If you have 2 linebackers that are equal, you go for size. But I think it just gets down to individual preference with each team.
The national average, as we said, is a 22. Most of the players have averaged out in this draft to a 20, the same as a mail clerk. Reporters to the 28. I just thought I would throw that in. We're late in the second round. We'll be back after this.
Back here in New York at the NFL Draft, just a couple seconds ago, Don Weiss at the podium with the Saints selection.
New Orleans selects Robert Massey, defensive back, North Carolina Central.
And there he is. As we look in live in Durham, Robert Massey, congratulations. See, if you wait long enough here on ESPN, our bubble guys always go second round, but they go to teams that are going places. Last year, Thurman Thomas fell asleep at one point in the second round on TV. He woke up and he became a member of the Buffalo Bills, a team that was just one step away from being in the Super Bowl. Now, Robert Massey goes to the New Orleans Saints, a team that, no, they didn't make the playoffs last year, but they were close, a team that certainly is a candidate to win the NFC West. And Joe and Tommy, a team that can use some corners. They lost Van Jakes, and he can play there, Joe.
Well, not only that, they've been trying to do something with Dave Waymer for the last couple of years. So, you know, you get Van Jakes, of course, is gone. Dave Waymer getting a little bit older. This is a great opportunity for Robert Massey. The thing about not going to the earlier teams is, you know, you're going to be in a rebuilding process, and maybe you're looking at 3, 4, 5 years of taking beatings, getting struggles, overcoming a lot of things. Now he has a chance to go into an organization that is used to winning. And I think he can help them because it's a need position. And I also believe that they will benefit from this kid being a part of their football team.
What do you think, Tommy? He's pretty relieved right now.
I think he certainly will fit in. Yeah, being on the bubble and going in second round is no big deal. I mean, it's a big deal money-wise, but it's not something that he's worrying about now. He's feeling pretty good. The other thing is he's going to be surrounded by exceptional people defensively, especially that linebacking core, yeah, and that will help him grow as a ball player and become better quicker.
Robert Massey will be joining us live in just a moment, but we thought it would be nice if we let him talk to Jim Finks or whoever is on the phone right now with him. He seems to be relieved and happy. Robert Massey, cornerback, NC Central, member of the New Orleans Saints. We'll be back with more on the draft in a moment.
All right, Jimmy Roberts back in Durham, North Carolina, with a decidedly noisier crowd here at the home of Drew Rosenhaus, and a happier one at that, because Robert here has gotten the phone call that he was expecting. And Robert, when you become a television journalist, the first thing they tell you is you are not allowed to ask the following question. How do you feel?
Oh, boy, it feels good. You know, I sat here and waited, and I kind of gave up. But then, you know, I kept hopes, and then things worked out for the best.
Hey, you said you were getting kind of sick and tired of waiting. I know you were a little disappointed earlier, but of all the people in the room here, your family, your agent, some of the other players around, you said it didn't matter what anybody else said because all the scouting reports and reports, they were all just one man's opinion.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, like I said, people looking at Freddie Kuiper sometimes, and they get carried away with that. But, you know, and you tend to fault Kuiper and blame Kuiper if you're not selected at that particular prediction. So, you know, and I was very objective about it. I kept open my... So I didn't, you know, when I'm in a situation where I'm not going to point fingers. Because, you know, I'm a fan of Kuiper.
All right, so you're going to a team that finished last year 18th in the league against the pass. You can learn something from a couple of guys there. Dave Waymer.
Yeah, Waymer's also from Charlotte, North Carolina. So I figured we'd become good friends, and I can learn a lot from him. He's a vet. And hopefully I can step in and contribute to the team.
All right, well, that closes the book on one of the stories here today. And we're going to be back in New York with much more. They draft in 1989 after these few messages. Whoa!
NYT Cable TV, the place to be in '89. Your access to today's most powerful and influential advertising medium. From history in the making to sports spectaculars. From mystery and suspense to the trials and tribulations of motherhood. Cable television advertising, the way to get your message to your customer. Dare to be part of the excitement. Call NYT Cable TV now at 354-1880 and get in on the action.
Hi, I'm Tom Brookshire. If you're like me, you depend upon your car. That's why I choose Quality Plus Ford products and Quality Plus Ford dealership like Rison Home and Ford, Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
Tom's right, folks. If you're in the market for a new or used car, you'll find it here at Rison Home and Ford. I'm Joe Glowacki, General Manager, inviting everyone to visit us today. Test drive a vehicle of your choice from our large inventory. Experience the Quality Plus Ford service you'll receive at Rison Home and Ford, Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
When you race Formula One cars at speeds exceeding 200 miles an hour, you're bound to gain a great deal of valuable information about engine technology. You might expect us to keep information like that under lock and key. But we prefer to keep it someplace a little more accessible. The Acura Integra Sports Sedan.
We gave this man a standard carbide blade, and it cut for 20 hours straight before it lost its bite. Then we changed to the new Dionite blade from Vermont American, and it cut and cut and cut. 2, 3, even 5 times longer in industrial tests. Dionite blades from Vermont American. Maybe it's time you change blades.
And we are back in New York City. Denver moments ago selecting Warren Powers, defensive end out of Maryland, after the Saints had taken Robert Massey. Okay, Mel Kiper, you heard what Robert had to say.
I heard what he had to say, but I don't understand what he was talking about. We had him in the second round. He went in the second round. Only thing is, he didn't go in the first, which is what we talked about earlier today.
Now, it's you're a patron saint to some of these young men, though, because I mean, it's become recognized. And what you put out there is, you know, there are so many varying opinions, though, and when you what you call a reach. Let's talk about some of the names. Rodney Peete. Tracy Rocker is still available out there. And among the running backs, Robert Drummond, Johnston's running mate from Syracuse. There are some players who had been maybe even late ones at one point.
Well, what you have to realize when you get into this point in the draft, that we're only midway through the second round, getting towards the end of the second. And the third, fourth round is very important. Obviously, the whole draft is. But a lot of these players are going to be in the Pro Bowl, are going to go in these next few choices. They might go while we're off the air, but I think we're focusing in too much on just the first and second round. We have to realize that the third, fourth, fifth rounders are going to turn out to be more productive than some of the guys that have already been taken.
And there are so many franchises around the league, as again, as we review all the picks we've had to date. Franchises around the league that, well, you heard what Al Davis told Pete Axtell, that, you know, you're not just going to use the draft. You don't have a lot of draft picks. You've got to do other things. But it makes a difference monetarily, because last year, first-rounders averaged about a $700,000 signing bonus. Second-rounders, $240,000. Third-rounders, about $125,000. And you've got those veteran free agents out there now. You've got the specter of the international League, the entire matrix of the entire league really has changed. You're going to have a new commissioner. You've got a very definite generational gap among the different owners right now. The old blood is paring the list of candidates down, but there's a lot of new young blood out there. So the league is going through a lot of changes. One thing I want to talk to you about, Bill Polian, general manager of the Bills, had talked about possibly, given all these type B free agents who've gotten the bonus money out there, late draft picks maybe in their contract, they don't see the bonus money till after the first year. Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it is. I think when you look at the impact of free agency right now, you're seeing guys that are going to have impact as far as depth, but they're not going to affect this draft. And I don't think they have. I think the free agent system, the way it's structured right now, has had no impact whatsoever on the first and second round.
Which is exactly what the players union would say, because management would tell you that well over half the players, in fact 64% of the players that signed in veteran free agency went to teams that last year had a losing record. So is it true free agency? No. And as Jack Donlin said, we never pretended that it would be true free agency. At what point do you think it becomes a factor, though, in this draft? 5, 4, 5?
I think it becomes a factor as far as depth. There's a lot of teams that got players that'll come in and be adequate starters in some cases, or just provide depth. So when you're in the later rounds, you don't necessarily have to draft for that. You don't have to draft the young guys who are going to be on special teams and work their way through the organization and develop. Now you have the guys who are going to be able to come in, and in most cases, you have guys who have only been in the league 1, 2, 3 years. Guys that were drafted last year and didn't make it, or were held on injury reserve and were projects that last year. So you don't have to go out and get another project when you just signed one.
And there are new injured reserve rules this year. You go on the IR, you're on there for 6 weeks, and you've got to be on the active roster to start the season. Cannot stash people this year. The new roster limit that we really haven't even touched on, you've got to be down to 80 players under contract by the first day of July. You start the season with 47. It's going to make a major impact. A lot of hard decisions in the new economic reality of the NFL. We'll continue late in round 2. Our 10th consecutive year of covering the National Football League draft will continue from New York and around the country after this.
I said I'd say it once. Welcome back to the NFL draft here in New York. I had to get it in. It's after 5 hours. We are late in the second round. A couple picks had just been made. Denver has picked Warren Powers, defensive end, Maryland. Brian Smith, linebacker, has just gone to the Los Angeles Rams, which means next up for the first time we will hear from the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course, a couple picks ago, Robert Massey was selected, defensive back, going to the New Orleans Saints. There was no question that the first defensive back chosen in this draft would be Deion Sanders. And the best thing about Dion is that he gives our show at 7 p.m. on Sundays during football season a lot of pub. This is Deion Sanders, a.k.a. Primetime, a.k.a. star athlete at just about anything. Graceful on the gridiron, crafty on the court, debonair on the diamond, swift as the wind. There is nothing Primetime cannot do.
He may be the best athlete that I've ever been around as far as somebody who could be what we would call world class in a variety of different sports. He's totally in a class by himself.
Playground hoops is up his alley. Michael Jordan he may not be, but this he can do. And this he can do.
There's no question the guy was the best athlete I've ever seen. I've never seen a kid that could run from home to first, home to third quicker than he.
Along with his physical gifts, the competitiveness Sanders brings to every performance makes him hungry.
I expect myself to be great in a game of checkers. I expect myself to be great in a game of pool because I'm just the kind of competitor I am. I hate to be in second.
And throughout his college years, second was not very often in his vocabulary. He and the Seminoles were tops in the College World Series. He qualified for the Olympic trials in his only season of competitive track. He received a nice invitation from his favorite ball club, $60,000 for a summer. But he's following the footsteps of Bo Jackson, playing baseball and football, and he hates the comparison.
Bo Jackson plays football and baseball. He does well. Deion Sanders wants to play football and baseball and excel.
And excel in lifestyle. The Primetime signature, a fast life, white hat, Primetime shades, a look Primetime hopes will catch on.
Endorsing everyone wants to endorse Deion Sanders in prime time. I want to see that on sweatsuits, on shades, on hats, shoes, everything. I wouldn't mind that. I love to see little kids walk around here with prime time sweatsuits on.
And it's his antics on the field that may be what inspires little kids to be wearing primetime sweatshirts. He's flamboyant, cocky, brash. He makes sure everybody knows primetime is on the field. But primetime delivers, and he can't wait for his first NFL game.
I have never seen a NFL football game. I've seen one on television, but I never have been to a game. And I'm looking forward to my first game, walking out on that field. I love to have all the fans yelling, prime time, prime time, prime. And I'm back deep on the punt and just running all the way back or intercept the first pass thrown at me. Run all the way back, and turn to the crowd and throw my arms up and just take it all in.
Deion Sanders will be prime time on Peachtree Street now as he's the top pick of the Atlanta Falcons. Certainly will put some people into the stands, a team that had some empty seats last year. However, will he play baseball? He's playing right now Double-A in Albany. There is a possibility that the New York Yankees might upgrade him to Triple-A in Columbus. What about Andrew Kramer? You've talked to Dallas Green. You've talked to Sid Thrift of the Yankees. What about Deion Sanders as a baseball player? Is that real?
It is for real. Ironically, I talked to Sid Thrift the day after he had seen Dion play for the first time. Needless to say, he was pretty impressed by him. Both he and Dallas Green are impressed with his skills on the baseball field. They feel that he would be a tremendous defensive outfielder in the mold of, say, a Ricky Henderson. But Dallas Green pointed out that Dion is not as good of a baseball player as he thinks, that perhaps he would not make the transition to baseball as easily as a Bo Jackson has done. But there's no doubt that both Sid Thrift and Dallas Green are very impressed with his skills in baseball. Now, as we talked earlier with Steve Zucker, there's no doubt that they will use the baseball as a negotiating tool, as a form of leverage. But I feel that Dion has said all along, football is the thing that he wants to do first and foremost. And the other thing to keep in mind is that Dion likes the glamour, so to speak. He's certainly going to find that in football. The night that his team, Albany, played in Canton, which was the evening that Sid Thrift saw him, he got on a bus after the game, which they won. He ended up in Harrisburg at 5 o'clock in the morning. That's not exactly the glamorous life. Now, the other thing to point out is that they may be bringing him up to AAA soon, but the other thing is that he will not make it to the majors until the end of 1989. And that's all we have here on Dion and his baseball, and let's go to break right now. Stay with us, please.
Back now at the NFL draft, you are seeing guys who, if we didn't take this shot, may not make our telecast before we go off at 7 o'clock. That's because the Buffalo Bills have the 82nd overall pick. They don't have a first or second, courtesy of Cornelius Bennett. And talking with members of, we can say it once this show, Tommy, our Bills. I know they ordered extra sandwiches and everything for the press guys up in Buffalo because they figured they'd have a lot of time on their hands, as our friends do, over our shoulders. They're just hoping to make the telecast, and maybe there's the promo for the 11 p.m. Sports Center so you can get Buffalo's picks then. We just heard from Philadelphia for the first time, and a couple of picks we'll hear from Minnesota for the first time. And so everybody sooner or later will get a pick. We haven't heard many quarterbacks mentioned, and there's a reason for that. Sure, Troy Aikman was the first pick overall. Mike Elkins has gone with Kansas City. But two guys, Tim Rosenball, Washington State, Steve Walsh, Miami of Florida, they will be in the supplemental draft. We might have heard both of their names. Were they in this draft? Now, Rosenball is a guy that many people had improving so much that he was approaching Aikman, the way he played for Dennis Erickson up at Washington State, Joe.
Well, he has that kind of ability. You know, he's got a nice delivery. He's played in a big-time system. He puts the ball up, and he moves around very well. I think, you know, he's like the number 2 rated quarterback as far as the draft would go if he was still in the draft. Walsh, on the other hand, I think is a young guy who's still, you know, he's still young. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I think the maturity that he can gain by going to a team and spending a year sitting and watching is going to make him very important to a football team in the future.
Well, we saw Bobby Humphrey there, too, and he had the leg injury. Let's explain now, if you're wondering, what is this supplemental draft? The supplemental draft that these guys will be in, they filed after April 10th, which was the deadline to get into this one. That will be held the first business day, the first week in July. What happens is they've changed the rules every year on this. Remember a couple of years ago, they had the Bernie Kosar situation. The Cleveland made the trade with Buffalo. They didn't want that to happen again. Then the next year, all 28 teams went into the hat. They picked out an order. Seattle was picked out first. They got Brian Bosworth. That won't happen anymore. Here's the way it works. The teams with the 9 worst records, which as it equates is everybody 6-10 or worse last year, they go to a hat. They pick out some sort of drafting order, 1 through 9. All right? The next 9 teams who were not playoff teams a year ago, they're in tier number 2. They pick out a drafting order, and they are now 10 through 18. The 10 teams that made the playoffs last year go into another hat, weighted as to their record. They pick out another order, and that's how you establish the supplemental round. What happens is, then they go through it. If you're following, it's scored 6-4 to 3 at home if you're scoring at home. It will cost you a draft pick in 1990 if you want to make the choice. So one of those worst teams will have a shot at Rosenbaugh. And by going into the supplemental draft, if you followed all that...
confused.
Well, wait a minute. Instead of Rosenbaugh going maybe 10th or 12th in this round, he could go first and demand top money.
That's right.
If you're a bad team, a poor team last year, like a San Diego or something like that, you'd have to take a look at these guys next year.
Well, you get a chance to take a look at the kid, and for the kid, it adds up to dollars and cents. These kids are going to come out and ask for first round, upper echelon first round money, which they probably wouldn't have gotten this year.
And you get a free ride. You get your guy a year before you spend your first round
I think
pick.
that's the most important thing, Chris. We're all talking about first round money, first round players, first round. You know, Rosenbaugh would have been a first round player if he came out this year. Walsh, they will be first round players. First round money. This is something that San Diego can take a chance on not making trades for quarterbacks, because they're going to have, somebody's going to get a quarterback like him, like Rosenbaugh or Walsh. Then they can make the deal a little bit later on. There are 3 quarterbacks coming out who can help right now. Walsh, Rosenbaugh, Aikman. So it works for them very well. There are other quarterbacks in this draft, too.
That are here right now. All right, give us the next few names. Where's Rodney Peete?
Rodney Peete, I think Rodney Peete could wind up, his dad's in Green Bay. He could well wind up in Green Bay. They need a quarterback. He could wind up in Detroit because they spent that draft choice last year for a quarterback. Now they're going to, with Chuck Long, now they need somebody to back him up. Terrence Jones out of Tulane. Now here's a kid who's probably going to be projected as a defensive back. Played running back as a freshman, so he's got a lot of ability, but may not be the quarterback that we expect, or, you know, a professional type of quarterback. Jeff Graham out of Long Beach State. Good arm, not real quick feet, but again, it looks like the mode of quarterbacks today has gone to the big pocket passer. And then the last guy is Anthony Dilweg. Now, he played in Steve Spurrier's offense down in Duke. If you play for Steve Spurrier, you're going to have big numbers. So the numbers don't necessarily translate into how well he can play, but I still think he's the kind of guy, not as mobile, not as quick, but again, a lot of teams are getting the big offensive linemen, and they can use the big stationary quarterback.
It is interesting that we've been talking about San Diego and quarterbacks, because while we were away, the pick was the Giants. They made a trade. We'll get you the full details. San Diego gets the pick. They chose a quarterback. Billy Joe Tolliver was chosen by San Diego just a moment ago, a quarterback from Texas Tech. One other name I like to throw out is Eric Wilhelm, Oregon State. I mean, the guy threw for 9,000 yards and broke Elway's records. You got to look at a guy like that. I'm sorry. I just think maybe before we go off the air, we'll hear from Eric Wilhelm. So Tolliver has just gone to San Diego, so maybe there's a look at a quarterback. As far as the supplemental drafting goes and how it changes everyone's drafting order, perhaps, let's go out for a comment to Bears headquarters and our compatriot, Pete Axtell. Max?
Wilhelm's problem, Chris, is that a lot of scouts are a little confused. They think he throws only knuckleballs. But, you know, it's the end of a long day. I'm sitting here gloating about my prediction that Riggs would wind up with the Redskins. But I am also just awash in awe and wonderment. The time it must have taken you to learn how to explain that supplemental draft, you could have gotten a degree in nuclear physics. In fact, I thought about getting that degree, but I decided I'd rather be Deion Sanders' jeweler. Back to you.
Well, Axe, I'll tell you what. We'll cash in that jewelry, and we'll both go for a new degree. I don't know. I didn't invent those rules of the supplemental draft. I was only trying to explain them. Maybe I would have had better success about 1 or 2 this afternoon, not about 5:30. At any rate, We are coming back with the end of the second round here at the NFL Draft. It's like the Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
You get killed if you don't talk to some Giant fans from the balcony. First, we talked with Renee about the draft pick, the first one the Giants made. Are you pleased or not?
Oh, very pleased. He's very agile. The guy could jump 29.5 inches up high. He could play center or guard. Extremely happy. We got a real strong guy right up the middle. That's what we need.
Okay, Giants made a trade, gave up their second choice, got 3 future picks. Do you like it, and why, Joe?
I like it because they have 2 picks in the next round, and there's not really that much to pick from at this time. So what's left available, they can pick 10 picks later.
Okay, thank you very much. Now to Bob Lee.
Okay, Bino, thanks a lot. So the Giants working that trade in the second round. And up next, Minnesota. Now, Minnesota essentially already has a selection today, even though this is the first pick they will be making today. They've got about 4 minutes left to make that pick. They have agreed to terms with holdout Pittsburgh Steeler linebacker Mike Merriweather. The holdup had been about he wanted a $400,000 signing bonus. The club was offering it as an interest-free loan. Obviously, they got together, and it was agreed to. They just have to get the physical. So Minnesota has that in the bank. Now, they had an excellent draft last year, but lost badly to some veteran free agents. So here they sit with the first call for Mike Lynn and Jerry Burns.
Well, I think they need a left defensive end. I thought, that Matt Brock would have made a lot of sense in the first round. Obviously, they traded that pick for Merriweather. But when you look at the late second, a guy like Brock is still there at this point, a very productive player at Oregon, a very underrated player in the Pac-10 conference. And that would be my choice if I were the Vikings, looking to replace Bubba Baker, who's aging, and, of course, Doug Martin's coming off that major knee injury.
Yeah, statistics can say anything you'd like them to say, and the statistics that we could recite about the second round in the 1980s for the Minnesota Vikings, it has been a disaster area. They've been jinxed. They have not had good second-round luck. Evaluating talent so much a part of the business. Mike Lynn, general manager, this past week made a lot of news. Says, we spend $1 million, and each team spends about $1 million on evaluating talent. Why don't we just pool our efforts? Now, to a large extent, that is done already with the NFL Combine and the Blesto scouting group, but there are teams that do it on their own. It'll never happen. You're never going to get 28 teams to pool it.
You won't, but I think it would be great if you had all the teams evaluating players on their own, and then it would be more of a situation where you would have that sleeper out there that certain teams weren't aware of. Now everybody's aware of it. All the players, all the information is basically a consensus opinion. The teams themselves have to make decisions, and they have different ways of evaluating people. Assistant coaches become heavily involved with some organizations. Others rely strictly on their scouts. Others, the GM has the final say. Others, it goes all the way up to the owner in some cases. But I think it varies from team to team, but I think the best way to do it is if everybody in the organization is on the same page when each pick is made.
In one sentence, though, let me ask you about the San Diego pick. Tolliver, in just one sentence, does it make sense?
No, not at all. To trade up for Billy Joe Tolliver when you could have sat there where you were and probably got a Rodney Peete or a Jeff Graham or a quarterback like that.
There's
Terrence Jones from Tulane is still there. There are 3 or 4 quarterbacks on the board at this point that are better than Billy Joe Tolliver, who looked going in to be no better than a 4th, 5th, 6th round pick.
It's a long sentence, but that's okay. Well, Tolliver, they trade up to get him, and still you got to believe they're going to be shopping Kevin Kiley, who's at Anaheim, still probably shopping in the supplemental draft with a shot at Rosenbaum, maybe Walsh, and I know you've got some thoughts on that.
Well, I have seen Tolliver there. I'm out in the Los Angeles area, and as you might expect, there's some frustration and surprise that Rodney Peete has not been picked yet. But I watched Billy Joe Tolliver play a couple of years ago and throughout his career at Texas Tech. That's one of the reasons you haven't seen him. Texas Tech not on TV a whole lot. He's a Joe Cap type. He has a tremendous arm. He's a raw kid, but he's a leader. He's a rah-rah type of guy. And I don't know that San Diego doesn't need a player like that at quarterback. And I don't know that it's not such a good shot. He's a guy that could develop. He hasn't developed very well to this point, at least not to be a top pick, but he's a guy that could develop, and I believe that he could help that San Diego team quite a bit. So Billy Joe Tolliver versus Rodney Peete, no. I think what it is Billy Joe Tolliver and maybe something for the future. All right, we'll be back with more from the 1989 draft on ESPN following these messages.
You are looking back at Durham, North Carolina, where that's David Braxton, who just got off the phone with the Minnesota Vikings. David Braxton, the pick of the Vikings in the second round, linebacker from Wake Forest. And he, of course, was down with Robert Massey and our Jimmy Roberts in Durham. And our congratulations to Braxton, who goes with the Vikings. Their first overall selection. Next up, as we try to close out the second round here in the next 20, 30 minutes, will be the Los Angeles Rams. Gives us great pleasure, gives me great personal pleasure to say hi to a friend, Commissioner Pete Rozelle, who this is your 30th draft. I hate to keep reciting the numbers every time I see you, but you have to be a little bit melancholy because I know that draft day has always been very special for you. Is that right?
It is. You know, the whole country's watching, particularly the last 10 years that ESPN has carried on television. But the teams are interested, their fans are interested, and all the colleges want to see where their players are going. So it's a fun day, like the Super Bowl. Those are two of the uppers you have as commissioner.
And I imagine the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies would be too. But the draft, Commissioner, is kind of it's the unofficial start to the next season, a new season, right?
It really is. We're fortunate to get this type of coverage in April on our season. The regular season, of course, won't start until September. But there's tremendous coverage in the off-season. I think that helps the sport a lot.
Do you remember back, well, certainly when you were with the Rams, or also, let's say, in the 60s, your earlier years as commissioner, the draft, people would sit down maybe with one book and draft, out of publications?
Well, the Ram owner, Dan Reeves, he felt very strongly about the draft. I think the Rams were probably ahead of most of the other teams, but actually in the 50s, when we go to draft meetings, some teams, it wasn't a complete exaggeration to say that they would take a Street and Smith preseason football annual and sort of get some information out of it. It wasn't quite as sophisticated then as now.
That was a long day. You went many more. Now you go 12 rounds or 16, 18. It went forever sometime, didn't it?
I think we had 30 rounds.
30 rounds.
Fewer number of teams, however.
Yeah, but you lock everyone in a room, and then when you were done, just let everyone out, or what?
Well, I was locked in the room. That was during the 50s, and I wasn't commissioner, but they lasted a long time.
You had potentially a very difficult decision to make this year, Commissioner, when Barry Sanders applied to get in the draft. It's something that really, if you probably try and fight it in court, it's not going to go your way. What were the things that weighed in making your decision on both sides, and how tough was it to make to allow him in?
Well, I feel, and I think most of the clubs do too, that you'd sure prefer to have a player complete his 4 years of college. Now, whether he's a Phi Beta Kappa or not, I think the 4 years exposure to college helps everyone mature better. And in the case of Barry Sanders, it wasn't a question of going to court. He had already hired an agent. The NCAA would declare him ineligible. So the case was whether he could sit out for a year or whether he could play in the NFL in 1989 because he was through in college. And that's frankly why we allowed him in.
Are you concerned? You still will be involved with the league forever, really, whether you're commissioner or just consultant to the new commissioner, parentheses S. That that the list will get more and more every year. That's a tough one.
It is a tough one. I think that to try and preserve some part of our rule, we just have to treat each case individually. And I certainly hope that there isn't a rush because many players would be making mistakes. They wouldn't be ready emotionally and physically, so they'd end up not having a college education or the 4 years exposure to college and not making it in the NFL. I think they're better off to wait.
It's been a month since you made your decision public, or more than a month, a lot longer, of course, than you knew it, and we're so successful at keeping it from the rest of us. There had been some comments that maybe two people should be, quote, co-commissioners or something. I know the selection committee got all its recommendations in the beginning, April 15th, on which way they should go. What do you feel? Should it be just one man?
Well, I think that most of the committee and also the clubs feel it should be one. I do, too. I don't think you can have two chief executive officers. It has to be one. Now, he could have strong deputies under him, but I think one person should have to make the decision.
I guess it's still a way. Perhaps the owners will meet in May, and may be too soon still to even narrow down the list. What sort of timetable does the league have?
I think they'll just rely on the committee. The committee's, I think, working on it very diligently. I think they're going to meet at least weekly. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm hopeful they find the person that will do the best job for them and elect him so that I can get out west and start building my new home.
That's right.
Myself.
That's right. And she says that she is going to be playing polo, and I asked her, it's an interview that will be seen tonight on the Sports Center at 11 o'clock Eastern. I feel like it's all in the family. I'm with you today, Pete, and I was with your wife, Carrie, on Wednesday. I asked if you would be the commissioner of the Polo League. She said, I didn't think so.
No mas. No more czar.
Football into the 90s. You're going to Europe. You're going to the International League right away, next year. I know it's been looked at for a while, but to the public it seems so fast. Why the rush? What seems to be a rush?
I think that we hope to do it in 90. I really hope they can. I won't be directly a part of it full time. But they're ready over there. We've been playing games, as you know, in England. I think this is our 4th coming up. We played in Sweden, and our television will be live during the regular season. NFL football will be carried over there live on TV. And now is the time, and we'd like to capitalize on it and having maybe 5 or 6 teams in Europe, plus 5 or 6 here, and have an international league in the spring. Be a big job getting it ready by next spring, but I think they can.
Well, Tex Schramm is, if anybody can help get it ready, it's the new commissioner of that league, Tex Schramm, a close friend of yours for so many years. As you now step back a little bit, but still a man who I think has, the thing that's always remained the same with you, Commissioner, is that going in and going out, you just love football. What would you like to see the game? What couple things would you like to see in the 90s where maybe football can tread on some new grounds? I don't mean the International League, but so much in the NFL. What couple things would really make your heart, make you feel great about something?
I think the biggest thing for the future, and I sure hope they come up with an answer for it, is to resolve the collective bargaining agreement. I don't mean just this one. I mean during the 90s and after the 90s. Find some system where the players and owners can reach agreement without the detrimental strike like we had in 82 and 87. And I think the players and owners are going to have to get together and find some system to avoid that. I think it's the most damaging thing we've had in sports, and it's most unfortunate.
And what it does is disrupt the playing of a game that I think everybody, players, owners, fans, commissioners, certainly love.
Everyone loses.
Everybody is a loser. Everyone was a winner during your 29 years, and this is your 30th draft. We'll make it in base 8 or something. We'll make it seem like a little less time. We will, it's the end of an era. You're welcome here every year. You know that.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you, Pete. All right, Commissioner Pete Rozelle with us, was at the microphone for all of the first-round picks this year in 1989, and we'll be back in New York in a moment.
We're back in New York, and I guess Chris' conversation with Pete Rozelle, you really begin to see as the eras do change. The leagues are changing more or less in the NFL in short order. Pete Rozelle, Tex Schramm moving to the International League. Tom Landry, no longer the coach of Dallas. And yes, it's a new era as we approach the 90s. We have 2 selections left to go in the second round. Our live coverage will take you right up till 7 o'clock Eastern time. We'll be back during Sports Center to give you a little bit of perspective on what we've seen today. And to step back in time a little bit, we made a lot about the Vikings' first pick. They went for David Braxton, linebacker, Wake Forest, and as soon as the selection was announced, you twitched appreciably next to me. Why?
Well, I thought that Braxton was going to go in the second or third round, but when you look at David Braxton, he's got great physical ability, runs well for a kid his size, but he doesn't have the instincts that you look for. He doesn't make enough impact plays. Now, you're going to see a highlight reel here of Braxton making some tackles, but I thought, you know, if I was selecting, I would think about Braxton in the 4th or 5th round, but his physical ability, his workouts were outstanding. The lack of instincts, I think, would cause him to have trouble at the pro level. That's why I think in the second round he qualifies as a major reach.
That was Minnesota's pick. Then the Rams had a pick that completed the Eric Dickerson saga. Finally went for UCLA cornerback Darrell Henley, a 3-year starter who is also one whale of a punt returner. And one-on-one, he is as tough. And this punt returning dimension is a nice one to add to the package.
Well, you see his quickness and speed and the way he evades tacklers in the open field. And he can put that 6 points on the board like the Wolford can from Clemson. And, of course, as a cornerback, he's not that big. He's smallish cornerback. You have to have trouble tackling in the open field. But a real good cover guy, and that's what the teams are looking for. And that's what the Rams needed. They needed a cornerback with coverage skills, and Darrell Henley has that.
So Henley selected the 53rd pick overall by the Rams. And you know what? From that evening that we broke the story a few years ago on SportsCenter with the Eric Dickerson trade to the Colts, the 3-way, it's finally over. All the future draft picks, and that was Darrell Henley represented the last one. Here is what the Eric Dickerson trade is in flesh and blood. The Rams acquiring Greg Bell and Owen Gill, a one-time draft pick. In fact, both of them were. The Colts draft picks, the Rams using for Aaron Cox, Fred Strickland. Gaston Green has yet to really produce, but the Rams last year recognized, aside from Green, who had injury problems, having a very good draft. Also picking up Frank Stamms this year in '89, as well as Cleveland Gary, good receiver and runner, and Darrell Henley, which that's a pretty good selection. Cornelius Bennett, of course, wrecking havoc on the opposition offense with the Bills. Eric Dickerson doing his thing for the Colts. You know, a dramatic improvement when Dickerson went to the Colts immediately, but if you're going to look into the early 1990s, the Bills, I would think, and the Rams finished leagues ahead.
A good trade for all three teams. You know, Colts initially, because of Dickerson, you know, they got the help they needed to get them into the playoffs, but down the road it's going to hurt them because they gave up so many choices. Obviously, Bennett's going to be a major factor in the years to come, and you can see by the players of the Rams selected that they're in a good position to really do some damage in the NFC West, especially now that they're surrounding Everett with the kind of weapons he needs.
Let's see where these three teams finish relative to each other, though, whether indeed the Colts can make some playoff noise this year. Rams expect to challenge the Niners this year, and on the strength of all those people, again, as we recap what we've seen so far today, on the strength of the players they've picked up. What else has happened? Chicago picking with the 54th selection, 26th in the second round, going for David Zawatson, an offensive tackle from Cal, and the next to last selection in the second round was Freddie Childress, guard from Arkansas, taken by Cincinnati, and so the clock is running with about 7 minutes to go on San Francisco, about to make their second pick, as the Niners, with a bit of a reach maybe on first time through on Keith DeLong. Do you see something on the chart? As San Francisco, Wesley Walls, tight end from Ole Miss. That's a good selection.
It's a great choice right here. Wesley Walls could turn out to be the best tight end in this draft. Walter Reeves already went in the second round, but when you look at Wesley Walls, you see a guy who's got the size. He was a former linebacker, played both ways this year. Just a great athlete, can catch the ball, improved dramatically late in the year. Has a great attitude, one of the hardest workers in this draft. I think Wesley Walls is going to be a fine pro and obviously solidify a position of need here.
And his selection caps the second round at, let's check it, 5:52 Eastern Time, as the second round is now in the book. Walls, by the way, had one of the highest grades on that Wonderlic personality and intelligence test we talked about, so he'll learn the offense, and it gets complicated, as you well know, Chris, in San Francisco, but we are through 1 and 2. Clubhouse turn, getting ready to hit the stretch.
Yeah, we are hitting this stretch, Bobby, and the Wonderlic test is over here to us, Tom Jackson and Joe Theismann, and yours truly. I don't know how Wonderlic we are at this point, but the 49ers, in case you join us late, John Frank did or will, at some time since the West Coast of PR is behind us, will announce his retirement, the starting tight end last year, to go finish up med school at Ohio State. So that's why, really, that's a position of need. And so 2 rounds are done. You know, we were looking, Mel and Bobby were looking, guys, at the Dickerson trade, the Cornelius Bennett trade, and the Rams with all the veritable plethora of picks that they've come up with over the last couple of years, if I may use that. I don't know whether you go into a trade to defeat another team. I do know you go into a trade to help your team, and we know how much Cornelius Bennett has meant to Buffalo and Dickerson to the Colts. And the Rams will have to wait and see. Is there a winner in this, Tommy?
I still think the final payoff is left to be decided, and that's because the young talent in Cox, Green, Bell that went to the Rams, I think that talent, as it develops, then you'll make that decision as to who came out on top. I think certainly for immediate payoff, the Bills, I think, got the better of the deal because Mr. Bennett is going to be a force in this league well into the 1990s.
Joe, do you have a thought?
Yeah, I just don't believe that one football player is going to be the determining factor in the success of a franchise. I really think the Rams came out of this one better than Buffalo or the Colts, because Buffalo got Cornelius, yes, an impact player. The Colts got Eric Dickerson, obviously an impact player. But you just can't win with those one players. I think what the Rams have is they have a diversity in the individuals that have been chosen. And that will allow them to not only be good today, but down the road as well. So I think the Rams come out of this one in the best shape. I really felt like they improved the most. You got 2 given qualities in the other 2. The Rams, you know, they've got what they've got, but that's got a lot of potential to get better.
The only danger in giving up all those picks for one guy is that if, heaven forbid, an injury befalls Dickerson or Cornelius Bennett, then you've got nothing else to turn to for your insurance. My goodness, the Rams have more insurance than the whole city of Hartford, I think, could sell, because, I mean, they have all those players that were, you know, last year and this year with the 5 picks. Well, 1 pick each year was their own. If I had to pick a winner on year one, it would be Buffalo on last year. Obviously, they were in the playoffs. The Colts just missed. The Rams guys were still young. Year 5, maybe a difference. See, year 7 and year 8, Cornelius is still an impact player. Dickerson may be retired. The difference is that Cornelius was, 22, 23 years old, where Dickerson was a 5-year veteran.
But you bring up, I think, the most important factor in this thing, Chris, is when you're talking about one player versus 5 players. And if something did happen to that one player, where's your insurance policy? If one of those receivers goes down for the Rams, you still got 4 other guys that you can spread out the wealth and help your football team. These 2 guys definitely are the best at what they do, but if your Dickerson goes down or a Bennett goes down, well, you've got a gaping hole with nobody to stick their finger in the dike to stop it from breaking on you. So, I just really got to believe that if you're going with more players, more quality players, and not having to give up a lot of your own choices to do that, you have to have benefited from that trade.
Cornelius benefited. How many times have we heard it, though? A trade that helps both clubs, or a trade that helps all clubs. In this case, there were no losers. In this case, there were no losers, and often you can't say that about
and we are talking about the premier rusher in football. We're not talking about a guy, one ball player. We're talking about a ball player who may be well worth 2 or 3 good to just above average ball players.
It'll be fun to see if, well, of course, Bennett and Dickerson in the same division, but if the Rams get into a Super Bowl in the next few years against one of these other teams, that would be interesting as well. When we return, before we return, the real inimitable one, Tom Mees, will be by with an update. We'll be back to New York in a moment. All right, we are back live, our final hour of live coverage of the NFL Draft. It will go 12 rounds, and they will go, they will not start around after 9 o'clock tonight. They'll come back tomorrow and finish it up. This is what's coming up on ESPN this evening. 1 hour from now, we wrap up here. The Sports Center at 7 Eastern Time, followed by Bobby's College Basketball Special, or John Full Court Pressure. At 8 Eastern Time, NASCAR Auto Racing, the Panel Sweatshirts 500. You don't want to miss that. And 11 Eastern Time, Larry Burnett and Charlie Steiner will be by with the hour edition of Sports Center, in which our one-on-one interview with the commissioner's wife, Carrie Roselle, a fascinating lady. And so join us on Sports Center for that, and then more auto racing from San Marino, Formula One. That is at midnight. Right now we have Kevin Kiley out in Anaheim with a man who's been very busy, certainly the last couple of years, the coach of the Rams, John Robinson. Hi, Kevin. Once again, it's now
since we last spoke with John Robinson, the Rams have had 4 picks. They took Cleveland Gary out of Miami, a running back, Frank Stamms out of Notre Dame, an inside linebacker, Brian Smith out of Auburn, outside linebacker, defensive end type, and then just a few minutes ago they took Darrell Henley, a cornerback out of UCLA. And John, going in, you needed an inside runner, you needed some pass rush, you needed inside linebackers and a cornerback, and you seem to have hit the jackpot here.
Well, the picks we've had seem to fit what we wanted. Hawkins and Smith, big guys, 6'6" type people, outside pass rushers. We love the way Frank Stamms played this year. He's just an attacking type of linebacker. Cleveland Gary, a surprise for us being there. We had him in the Senior Bowl and loved the way he caught the football and ran the ball inside. Darrell Henley, one of the best punt returners in the country, which is a need for us as well as a cover corner.
Let's talk about the Eric Dickerson trade. Now you've put it to rest. I'm sure there's kind of a bright spot for you guys, probably tired of hearing about that Eric Dickerson trade. How do you feel about the picks that you got in the past 2 years and the Eric Dickerson trade and losing Eric?
Well, of course, the whole thing was traumatic for us. Since that time, our team has taken a new direction. I think everybody's benefited. The Buffalo feels good about what happened to them. The Colts feel great about Eric. Eric's continuing his great career, and things are good for us. The exact numbers of who we got from Buffalo, who we got, it doesn't matter to us. But we feel positive about our team.
Let me ask you about Mike Gooman and Carl Eckern. Gooman, a running back, Eckern now an aging linebacker for you guys. You have drafted in both of those areas, and they were thought that maybe they were going to retire if you did get some quality people in those positions. Has that situation changed since this morning?
Well, we are going to talk to both men. I think they're both at that point where the decision is coming. We filled some of those holes in the draft, but we're going to wait and talk to the men early next week.
You had talked about the Rams, the direction they're going. You feel like these players, you were talking 8-10 years, you were trying to build out for the future. The Rams becoming younger and younger. Do you feel like you're accomplishing that?
Oh, definitely. We're going to have 26 where we would classify as young players on our squad, 25, 26, 27, somewhere in that area, which probably is the most in the NFL. We're solid at quarterback, and so I think there's a chance that we can be contenders for some period of time. These young men have to develop and fit into spots and contribute, but I think they're going to.
All right, John, thanks a lot. Okay, good luck the rest of the draft. We'll have more of ESPN's coverage of the 1989 NFL Draft after these words.
We are back live at the NFL Draft here in New York. Let's give you very quickly the opening picks of round number 3. Dallas began the third round a few moments ago with Mark Stepnoski, offensive lineman from Pittsburgh. Green Bay's third round pick, Matt Brock, defensive end from Oregon. Detroit picked a guy I kind of like. Big, huge, 6'6.5", 300-pound, listed as tackle but can play guard, Mike Utley from Washington State. You kind of like him. He can move, which will help in that run and shoot. Kansas City picked a wide receiver in the third round, Naz Worthen, who you've seen earlier today because he's been down. There's Naz on the left of your screen right now. And on the right side of your screen is Derek Hill, who was just picked up by the Pittsburgh Steelers in the third round, the wide receiver from Arizona. So Naz, wide receiver, NC State on your left. A Chief, Derek Hill, wide receiver from Arizona on your right from Pittsburgh. And so a couple more of the wide receivers are going with Atlanta with the next one to pick. It is interesting as we get toward these rounds. You may have heard of a trade a couple days ago that the Bears traded one pick. They got, what was it? Philadelphia gave their 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th to the Bears for the Bears' third-round pick. Now, maybe that's because Buddy has a horse running at Keystone tomorrow, and he doesn't want to pick. Or maybe it's because the Philadelphia Eagles are one of those teams, Joe and Tommy, that have a lot of players on their roster. And with the new 80-man rules, Joe, to take in effect, June 1st? A little earlier than normal. You can't stockpile as many players. So the Eagles figure, why draft them if we're not going to keep them?
3 teams last year had players, 150 players under contract. Dallas, Denver, and the Jets had 150 players under contract trying to bring them to camp. That's not going to happen anymore. I'll run down this as you ran through the supplemental.
Yeah.
This rule,
it's your turn.
This rule has changed coaches and general managers' approach to the seasons. It's going to change coaches' approaches because now they have to change their practice schedules. They no longer can have guys on injured reserve that you can practice all year and bring back when you want, fake injuries and have players around. It's not going to happen. They have to be cut down by June 1st by no more than 80 players under contract. Roster cut down to 60 players after the 3rd preseason game, which is August 29th. And then a roster cut down to 47 players Monday, September 4th, prior to the regular season opener. The regular season roster will be 45 players plus 2 inactives, and the developmental squad of 6-player maximums per club established after the final cut of 47, compromising only of rookies and first-year players. One key thing, if a player is placed on injured reserve during the preseason, he may not return to the same club all year. That's going to be the kicker for all of them. He also may not practice. So if you lose a guy in the preseason, a good player, your starter, you have to keep him on the active roster. So you may wind up only dressing 42, 41 players as the year goes on. So it's going to change coaches' approaches to how they're going to practice. The teams that have got veterans that have good work habits, they're going to be fine. The guys that have guys that sort of want to take some time off and they don't go out there and work, they're not going to have the bodies to throw around out there anymore and fill in the holes while the stars only play on Sunday.
You know, you handle that better, I think, than I did the supplemental draft.
Yeah,
but don't let it go to your head. Yeah, don't let it go to your head. Please, that's all we need. Tommy, hey, we're all getting sure, what the heck? It's been a long day for us. Tommy, it's interesting. Out at the owners' meetings, one of the men that kind of put this through, not pushed it through because it was voted on, was the owner, your owner, because he owned the team when you played there, the Denver Broncos, Pat Bowlen. Pat then kind of wrinkled, whatever I'm looking for, drew the ire of some other owners when 2 days later, after putting in the 80-man roster rule because to try and keep the expenditures down, and offering Bruce Smith a contract, which then Buffalo eventually matched. Not asking you to judge on that, but all I'm saying is it's very hard. It puts a really more of a premium on these draft picks, because if you're a good team, it's hard to keep your players. I mean, you have more than 80 players.
It puts more of a premium on the draft picks, and I think that the situation with Mr. Boland was one where he so much needed Bruce Smith that he had to go out on a limb. I don't think we will see him do that with any other player in this league. The thing that I'd like to comment on, and Joe explained this to me, he's a quarterback, explained it to a linebacker, is the fact that the developmental players that you'd like to bring in, that you'd like to come work along and bring along slowly, will no longer exist.
And the teams, the good team, through that and also the free agent thing, which wrecked Houston, you got to be really careful. You can't stash players anymore. So,
well, one thing we talked about is that June 1st date now all of a sudden becomes like the old August 1st date. There are no so-called prospects or projects in existence anymore for coaches and general managers. You got to take proven players.
You got to make decisions a little earlier, which means if you want to hit the links, you don't have as much time to do that, and make you got to make some personnel decisions, which is why you stay in this and not be a coach, Joe. We'll come back with more at the NFL draft in just a moment.
ESPN's coverage of the 1989 NFL Draft is brought to you by The Hartford, the insurance people of ITT. When you need us most, we're at our best. By Visa Gold, for emergency travel assistance worldwide. It's everywhere you want to be. And by Burger King, where we do it like you do it.
Our final hour of coverage from the Marriott Marquis in New York City, along with Mel Kiper Jr., I'm Bob Lee, and of course we'll be back on SportsCenter at 7 Eastern Time to try and put a little bit of perspective. We are midway through the second round, and as you'll note, we'll become a little bit smaller as we show you where we stand now through round 3, and we're waiting for Washington to make their second selection of this draft. You know, we don't have the big board, may it rest in peace, but we have it graphically, and we have it certainly between the pages of your books, rating the players. There are some good defensive linemen left out there. I know you're amazed that Keith Henderson, fullback out of Georgia, is still left. So who are the Rodney Peete? There's some names. There's some quality players yet to be drafted.
There is, and we're into the third round, and you still have Rodney Peete, as you mentioned. Robert Drummond's still there. You mentioned Keith Henderson. You have some defensive linemen. Tracy Rocker, granted he had the knee injury, and he had some bad workouts prior to the draft, but you can't take away all the production during the 4 years at Auburn. He's still there on the board. Both Stewarts, Alex and Andrew Stewart, are still there. Bubba McDowell, Kim Phillips, two fine defensive backs. There are still plenty of quality still in this draft.
Rodney Weston, defensive lineman, and man of power, Tracy Rocker, with all the hardware. And we had talked over the weekend about the way his, the opinion, the slippage you get from time to time. Obviously, it occurred there. I don't think Tracy thought a couple of months ago he'd be a third rounder or maybe a fourth rounder.
Now, he was a definite mid-first rounder going into the year, and of course the last month or so has allowed him to slide into the third. But somebody's going to get themselves a good football player and a good value in round 3. In the first, he wouldn't have made too much sense, but in round 3, you're getting good value here.
The opinions are always changing through the year. You target a man from the time he enters school. The scouts keep a file, keep an eye. They have the numbers. They take a look at exactly how these young men do. Then come the combines, and certainly we have had some surprises. One surprise this year at the Indianapolis NFL Combine, the two fastest wide receivers from two very small schools, but certainly the wide open spaces have given us some wide open wide receivers. Let's take a look.
Early spring in the heartland. Not your usual dateline for NFL talent, but now the scouts know about Chadron, Nebraska and Decatur, Illinois. Required stops this year. There are pearls on the prairie, and they fly like the wind that kisses the land. Don Beebe and Jeff Query, the fastest wide receivers at the NFL Combine workouts. You can't teach speed, and these unknowns have it. Don Beebe grew up in Chicagoland and headed for Western Illinois back in '83. That didn't work out. He tried Aurora College, left there, and became a tin man installing aluminum siding while his eligibility dwindled. Then in '87, he re-enrolled at Western Illinois and caught the eye of a Dallas scout. By then, though, his eligibility was gone, so the trail brought him to Chadron State, an NAIA school, for a final productive year. A twisted path, but one that Don ascribes to his religious faith.
At 7 years old, my Aunt Marion, took me up to the altar, and I gave my life to the Lord then. And at that time, she says, we were just praying, and she says, what would you like to pray for? And I said, I would really like to be something special in sports. And it's really ironic, how everything's turning out.
Jeff Query is another Illinois native. He spent his 4 years at Millikan University in Decatur. Big numbers, but it was Division III, not necessarily an accurate barometer for NFL skills. That's never been a concern for Jeff.
I believe in myself, and I believe in my ability, and I don't think that I'm any different than an Andre Rison or Harley Dykes or whatever. But I know I can play to their ability or better.
Across the line of scrimmage, soon it won't be Division III, but the best defenders in the business. Beebe and Query know they'll be looking at eyes full of experience, skill, and fury. Then they'll look within and see opportunity.
If you go across the middle and say Mike Singletary's sitting there, and you go up for it and he hits you as hard as he can and you catch the ball, that guy's going to respect you.
At this level, I've been able to get away with a lot of things I'm not going to be able to do in the pros. And I'm anxious for that day.
The two fastest combine runners at wide receiver at the NFL workouts in Indianapolis. The music from U2. And shortly, Mel Kiper Jr., U2, these players will be in the league. And Floyd Turner is about the only other player, and maybe Dana Brinson in their class with them among the available wide receivers at this moment.
Well, speed-wise, Query and Beebe are the two top receivers available right now. Floyd Turner doesn't necessarily have that kind of speed. Brinson does, but he's not the complete receiver, more of a wing back that you're going to have to move and make into a project at wide receiver. I expect Beebe and Query both to go somewhere in this third, fourth round area, and I think at that point they'd be good choices. They both catch the ball pretty well for track guys that have that great speed, and both of them, even coming from small schools, do a pretty good job running routes, getting open.
Chadron, Nebraska.
Well, there was a Western Illinois before that, so it's not like he played at Chadron his whole career. He was at Western Illinois and did a pretty good job.
Out on the prairie with a wind hits. And speaking of Tracy Rocker, as we were before we went to that little feature, he has been drafted by the Redskins, and we'll talk about that. The Skins with a big pickup. We continue in round 3.
I'm Kevin Kiley in Anaheim with the Los Angeles Rams. One of the big surprises of the early draft is the fact that Tracy Rocker did not go until just a few minutes ago when he went to the Washington Redskins. One of the reasons for that, as I spoke to John Robinson earlier, he was telling me that the concern about Rocker is that he's very beat up, that he's played a lot of college football. He may be arthritic. Now, Mike Patrick and I did the only game that Auburn lost, and that was to LSU, 7-6 in the college football season. And in that game, Rocker was dominant until late in the game. He appeared to tire, and he did have some problems. Going to Washington, it's not a bad pick for Washington. They play situational defense there, and they bring people in and out all the time. And Rocker will not get the punishment that he would have gotten had he had to play 3 downs instead of 2 downs or 1 down like he might play in Washington. So Tracy Rocker, a good deal, I think, for the Washington Redskins, and glad to see him go. Back to you, Chris.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. And Tracy Rocker, the Outland Trophy winner, the Lombardi Trophy winner, falling all the way to the 3rd round, and the Skins have finally been heard from, although we heard from them a lot earlier when they made the deal to acquire Gerald Riggs. You hate to say anyone's an heir apparent to Dave Butts. I mean, it's hard to plug someone in and say, oh, he's going to play 13 years there like Butts did. But maybe this is the guy, Joe.
I don't know. Dave Butts was, I think, one of those really rare athletes. He never tapped his potential. There's no tell. If Dave Butts ever decided that he wanted to spend time in a weight room, he'd have made Tony Mandrich look like an anthill because he has that much physical ability. Mandrich would have been, my gosh, look at the size of this guy. Dave Butts has gotten by on great natural ability, and the Redskins have simply said to him, listen, I'll tell you what we want. Dave Butts, if you want to come to camp, we'll offer you a contract, but you're going to have to come under our terms. And our terms are that you get in here right now and start working out and doing the things that we're asking of you. David really hasn't made that decision, so they have to protect himself. He's not going to be a replacement for a Dave Butts. I think what he's going to do, he'll fit in because you got the bookends, Manley and Mann. Yeah. You got Darryl Grant in there. And the Redskins, just like their running backs, their offensive linemen are the same way. They only play 1 or 2 downs, except for their defensive ends. Their tackles are just like their fullbacks. They're only in there for a play or so, and then they're out. So I think it is a good deal for Tracy Rocker, and I think it's the best player out there that the Redskins could have chosen for their team.
Certainly he fell, Tommy, a lot, and then you don't win the Outland Trophy and the Lombardi Trophy, that probably being a first-rounder. I mean, let's just say that whatever caused him to fall, the arthritic condition aside, let's say there are other things that caused him to fall in the list. I mean, obviously, he's a heck of a football player when he puts his mind to it. That may be a steal in the 3rd round.
Well, I think it may be a steal. It's all going to be dependent on his physical conditioning. And I read in Mel's book the fact that
War and Peace, right?
War and Peace, yeah. that the guy had an arthritic condition. And if you have an arthritic condition, which I have arthritis and a few bone chips floating around in my body, it'll all be dependent on whether he can overcome that pain mentally and put his game back on the field.
All right, but the Washington Redskins have made their first draft choice. That's Tracy Rocker. We may not get to them, but they will be heard from eventually in this draft. The Bills are the only team have yet to pick. We'll be back. Back at the NFL draft, you may not hear his name on our telecast. You may read about it in the paper after Monday's rounds in the latter half of the draft. There's an intriguing player down at Georgia named Richard Tarditz. When they say let the big dog eat, the big defensive end, in his case it's let le grand chien manger, because Richard Tarditz came to Georgia from France. Four years ago, Richard Tarditz came from France to the United States to visit some friends for a few weeks and decided to enroll in college at Georgia, where he walked on the football team. Though Tarditz had played on the French junior national rugby team, he had never played American football, never even seen a football game. He had a hazy idea of what the rules were about, but from the very first day, he was in for a lot of surprises.
I thought they were all walk-ons, you know. I didn't know about the scholarship things and people getting recruited. I thought just everybody wanted to play like in rugby, you know, in France or soccer. You just come on and try to make the team, and if you don't make it, you just don't make it.
I can recall the first day trying to get him to line up at tight end to fire off and block somebody, and he fired off and tackled them and wrestled them to the ground.
Richard quickly learned he had come to a land where football was king and could make you a star, and the quarterback was the bad guy, and if you got to him enough times, football could pay for your education. Richard needed a scholarship, so he studied hard, learned his lessons so well that Coach Dooley did something he'd only done once before in 25 years of coaching at Georgia.
One day in a scrimmage, which was the spring after his first year, he sacked the quarterback 5 times, and on that 5th sack is when I gave him that battlefield promotion. I gave him a scholarship on the spot.
Over the next 3 years, Richard's fairy tale continued. He earned a starting position, broke Georgia's season sack record, broke Georgia's all-time sack record, made All-SEC, a basic gridiron star. But there's more. He also completed a double major for international business and management information in 3 years with a 3.2 GPA. And he's now completing his master's in finance and computer applications. He was honored this year with a postgraduate scholar athlete award, which he plans to apply towards law school. The only thing missing from Richard's charmed life was his parents.
4 years in this country, I've always talked to my parents, you know, and friends, and I tried to describe to them what football was all about. And that's something you just can't relate in Europe. You know, we don't have this kind of fans, we don't have the stadiums, we don't have these facilities to practice at the college level. Maybe for the national team, they may have these facilities, but not for a college team.
So the University of Georgia invented something they called Franco Georgia Day. They had a parade. They brought Monsieur et Madame Tarditz over from France. And the Bulldogs invited the Barretts rugby team over to play football à la Française. The French showed they, too, have perfected the lateral pass, making it harder to rush the passer. The line of scrimmage, a little bit different. Even dads can play at this game. All of this hoopla just for making the football team. What a country.
And this could happen only in America.
Ah oui, Richard Tardit. You think he'd be playing for the Quebec Nordiques, so the Montreal Canadiens, but he's a heck of a player, and obviously you hate to think, well, you don't hate to think, supposing he'd been playing since he's 8th or 9th grade. Joe, I know you saw him, what, against Mandarich, right?
I saw him in the, when Michigan State and Georgia played in the Gator Bowl. I saw him against Tony Mandarich, and oddly enough, he was the only guy that I saw in that football game that actually had the quicks to get around Mandarich, which is a key, I think, for the people that are going to prepare Tony up in Green Bay against quick little defensive linemen or linebackers.
From France.
Well, he probably, you know, you can picture him in the huddle. Talking to all these defensive guys screaming and yelling, him go, parlez-vous français?
You ever play with a foreign player, Tommy? Well, outside of a kicker, of course, right?
Yeah, just the kicker.
Just the kicker.
Nobody down in the dirt.
The Orange Crush didn't have any guys from Marseille in France or anything like that.
I don't even think we went east of the Mississippi for ball players. We just kind of searched the mountains for guys.
All right, we're going to go to a break here and check out some of the schools who have had some players chosen. Remember, Florida had 3 in the first round. We'll be back. The fun continues in a moment. Back at New York, we are midway through the 3rd round in the draft, and we began the day talking about the possibility of Jim McMahon leaving Chicago, going to San Diego. That didn't happen. So does Jim McMahon definitely stay with the Bears? Pete Axtell out at Bear headquarters at Lake Forest, Illinois, says, what, are they still trying to trade him away? It's been all day, hasn't it, Ax?
Well, Chris, with my incredible nose for news, I've managed to be on the biggest non-story of draft day. I have pieced together what happened here. San Diego, as I reported at the top of the show 100 hours ago, whenever that was, really hoped to get into that 3-way deal that sent Riggs to the Redskins, and they wanted to get Stan Humphries, the Redskins' backup quarterback. When that fell through, they traded up to get Bobby Joe Tolliver, who they obviously rate a lot higher than Mel Kiper does. And we'll see who turns out right in that dispute. And they said, in their words, they were hedging their bets with McMahon. He was their 3rd option, and they decided not to use that option. In fact, another source unrelated to the Chargers made the comment to me around the league today, said, Mike Ditka's told you earlier we wouldn't give up a whole orchard for one tree. He says by the time they really unload Jim McMahon, they may be giving up just an apple. And now back to the Big Apple.
All right, Ax, thank you, as long as it's not a rotten apple, and that will be for some teams to determine. We have seen a day in which the biggest news involved the trade of a couple existing, but the non-trade of McMahon. The trade of Gerald Riggs going from Atlanta to the Redskins. We've seen 2 teams, the Redskins and the Cleveland Browns, both unload #1 picks next year in the 1990. The Redskins in the Gerald Riggs deal with Atlanta. The Cleveland Browns in the deal that enabled them to draft Lawyer Tillman very early in the 2nd round, an impact player for them. We have seen a couple of other trades and swapping of some positions. We've seen Dallas' 2nd-round pick become a Raider, Steve Wisniewski. But, you know, so it has been a day full of some surprises, a day when some teams made some moves like the Jets. Of course, when the Jets or the Giants make some interesting moves, you hear them all over the place. And people are wondering about the Jets' move. Time will tell. It was a day in which the top of the draft, you pretty much knew what was going to happen, in which the Blue Chippers went where we thought. Mandarich to Green Bay and Barry Sanders to Detroit, Derek Thomas to Kansas City, and Dion Sanders, prime time, if you will. So, of course, we'll have to feature him on our show every year. Every week, I should say. He went to Atlanta. And then, as expected, Broderick Thomas went to Tampa Bay. Some surprises like Andre Rison falling all the way down in the 1st round, as far down as Indianapolis, who may have gotten themselves a steal. Some surprises like Louis Oliver, the safety, falling all the way down to the late 1st round, in which Miami made a deal with the Bears to get him. Miami took a chance to go with Sammy Smith. I would say that is some interesting news as well. And San Diego did not make that deal to give away their 8th overall pick, going instead for Margot Adams' stepbrother, Bert Grossman, the defensive end from Pittsburgh. See, we worked Margot into the show twice. We're midway through the 3rd round. They go 12 rounds in all, 335 picks. Draft will start no round past 9 o'clock tonight, and then they'll pick up tomorrow morning and finish it off. And the 1989 NFL Draft will be history. We promised you before that we would take a look at where certain schools, how they have fared in the draft wars, if you will. We're going to try it again and take a look. We'll be back. There it is.
Welcome back to New York City. We're midway through round 3. Our live coverage right up till 7 Eastern time. Then we'll be right back in Sports Center again to put a little perspective on this draft. The draft that really may mark in many respects as we recap what we've seen so far today. Draft that may recap beginning of a new era in the National Football League. And the first pick of this draft way back when belonged to the Dallas Cowboys at noon Eastern time today. Troy Aikman, the selection, of course, he'd already signed a 6-year, $11 and change million contract that included a $2 million plus signing bonus. New ownership, Jerry Jones, new coach. But yesterday in Dallas, about 100,000 people lined the streets on Tom Landry Day. Day of a lot of emotion, a day of heartfelt thanks to this man, what he has meant as the only coach until now since 1960. Few dry eyes.
He's been the best at what he's done. He's the best coach in the National Football League and a pretty darn good guy.
Great pleasure for me to be here today. And I'm especially thankful for all the wonderful people who made this day probably the most exciting and the most meaningful day of my life.
As Tom Landry said yesterday, I'll never be in another parade. He says, I'll never have another press conference, but if I see you on the street, I'll stop and say hi, which summarizes that, gentlemen. Let's get back to where we stand with one of the local teams, the Jets. All right, you've had your pointed opinions about rounds 1 and 2. All fair enough. Up they come in round 3 with the 70th selection, 14th selection in the 3rd round. Joe Mott, linebacker, Iowa. Let's do this in stages now. You know what we're about to do. Give me your opinion on the pick.
Well, Joe Mott was, I thought, would be about a 6th, 7th, 8th round pick. You had a decent career at Iowa, productive player, but not a kind of athlete that you look for in the 3rd round. And I think that if you look at all the selections of the Jets, everyone was a reach. Loggaman, a 1-round reach. And you go to the 2nd round with Bird, a 3-round reach. And this one was at least a 3 or 4-round reach. So the value's just not there for the Jets. They got some defensive players, but I don't think they helped themselves. And I think they passed up too much quality and obviously could have really enhanced their club if they would have made wise choices in these first 3 rounds.
And then prior to that selection, several of the local beat writers for the Jets came over to our set during a commercial break. They had spoken to Mike Hickey, and as I recall it, this is the quote ascribed to Mike Hickey, having watched today's coverage. He says, he'd like to match up with you head up in the NFL because you do it in your basement, end quote. And that's the quote we've heard. Now I'll ascribe it 2nd and 3rd hand.
Well, I look forward to the opportunity to going head-to-head with anybody, including Mike Hickey. Mike, I had a lot of respect for. He's done a good job over the years, but you have to call him as you see him. Yeah. Everybody has an opinion, and my opinion is that the first 3 choices for the Jets just didn't make any sense to me. Obviously, to him, he's not making choices to go against the grain. He obviously had these guys rated highly, and hopefully they'll pan out for the Jets. I'm just giving my opinion, and my opinion is that these were reaches, and there were better players on the board that could have done a much better job with the New York Jet organization.
Draft day is opinion day, and you're of the opinion we've got 3 good ball carriers still available, and we've got a quarterback that had been talked about in terms of being a first-rounder, Rodney Peete, still available.
He is, and if you look at Keith Henderson, when you're talking about Keith Henderson, a guy could have been a first, you have a Robert Drummond still there. There's a lot of quality still on the board at this point in the draft, and they said it was a weak draft, not deep at certain positions. It turned out to be very strong, and there's going to be real good players in the middle rounds, and certainly some good players late rounds that can help you.
It's, as we said, the 1st and 2nd round, what we call the blue chip picks, the premium picks by which at a first glance you can really judge a draft. Yeah, that's important. It's going to be several years down the road. You look at Pro Bowls that are not necessarily studded with free agents, but yeah, you'd get free agent Pro Bowlers. Through the 1980s, statistically, though, you have as good a chance of playing in the Pro Bowl as a free agent than as you do being a 3rd-round selection. I don't know if you knew that, but I mean, the drop-off from rounds 2 to 3 as far as getting to the Pro Bowl, and I guess the Pro Bowl being the end of the season, this being the first day of the season, is the yardstick by which you've got to judge your draft selections.
And I think if you look at the second and third rounds of this draft, you'll see more surprises and more guys that were projected in the middle rounds, which means that all those guys that we're looking at as second and thirds are now still there. That's why the draft, when you have an opinion, all 28 teams evaluate differently. And every team is going to come up with guys that they have rated much higher on their board at the point in which they're selected. That's why I keep talking about when you buy in the NFL draft is just as important as who you select. A guy can be a great pick in round 3. He could be a major bust or a major reach in round 1. It's all depending upon what round he's taken based on what kind of player he is.
Just for the record, you don't do it in your basement, do you? You've got an office, right?
We have an office, and I'm out there. I try to do it just like the NFL does. So, you know, if Mike wants to take some shots, fine. But these 3 choices, in my estimation, just didn't make any sense.
Okay, we'll look forward to 1990.
3 years down the road, we'll find out.
We'll see what the verdict is. Okay, Chris, over to you.
All right, Bobby, Mel, thank you. A couple of picks, and in the third round, we can't give you all right now because we're recapping them underneath our faces. But a couple of picks that just went by. Green Bay took a quarterback in the third round, Anthony Dilweg of Duke. And just a couple of moments ago, Philadelphia took Robert Drummond, the running back from Syracuse, a guy that Philly certainly didn't have a first-round pick, but maybe they got their value with Robert Drummond. We talked with Commissioner Pete Rozelle a short while ago here, and this is his 30th and presumably his commissioner final draft. We saw the Tom Landry parade. Certainly everything is changing. Tex Schramm leaving Dallas to go now head up the International League. Let's quote our good friend Robert Zimmerman, a.k.a. Bob Dylan. The times, they are changing. And I think that to see Tom Landry go out and see the commissioner go, I mean, football will be different next year, guys, don't you think?
Well, during my career, I certainly played against Landry many times, and the only commissioner I've ever known, as the rest of this league has, is Pete Rozelle, and both of those guys, you know, can't say enough for what they've done for this league. Even though Landry beat me in a Super Bowl,
and even though the commissioner
you don't particularly have to like a guy who beats you, but you certainly respect Tom Landry's ability and the commissioner of this league.
And you and Pete are good friends, even though he used to write you the letters about not wearing your socks up high enough with the Broncos,
every week.
And so, I mean, the Cowboys without Landry, I mean, it must be bizarre, even for a Redskin.
It's different. Yeah, even for a Redskin, it's different. I really believe that Tom built that organization, and, you know, the legacy of the Dallas Cowboys will go under, and it'll be because of what Tom Landry did. Although, as far as what Tom did, what Pete did, the National Football League is in good shape. It's going to move along very well. It's going to get very exciting. I think, you know, you're going to see maybe not the impact players and the names that we saw come in, but the National Football League is going to change only for the better. It's going to become more wide open. I think this year's going to be exciting. Mouse Davis is in. He's going to put the ball in the air. Cleveland's made some moves to get some wide receivers. I think it's, you know, duck and look out for footballs in the air this year, which is great for a guy who's a quarterback. I mean, that's the way it should be.
Every year is exciting because I don't think anybody watching this show and all of us who are involved with it do it because we love the game. Let the games begin. It's been a game for 7 hours here as we continue our coverage of the third round from New York. And we'll be back to, heaven forbid, sum it up right after this.
Instant analyses, writing instant history is dangerous. We'll attempt to do that now, the 2 3/4 rounds deep. Winners, Chicago came in with 3 number ones, used 2 of them. How'd they do?
I think they did great, Bob. I think when you look at Donnell Wolford, Trace Armstrong, 2 outstanding first-round choices. Roper could have been a first-round pick, just tailed off late in the year, didn't have the good combine, goes in the second, great pick at that point. And then they added 2 offensive linemen. So Watson and Fontenot, I thought they went a little higher than they should have, but it's only by a round or 2. And I really like what Dallas has done so far.
Pittsburgh also, too, as you take a look at the selections for the Chicago Bears. Pittsburgh was able to complete the Merriweather transaction. He signed with the Vikings. They picked up the extra number 1. They've done things today.
They did. They got Worley, which was the player that they should have taken. You're talking about a great running back. They missed Stevens by 1 pick. Tim Worley's going to be a great addition. Tom Ricketts, they need a left tackle, has a lot of ability. Dropped down late, could have very easily been a top 10 pick if he wouldn't have had that injury late in the year. And then you even look at Carnell Lake. I think he's going to be an outstanding safety, teaming with Thomas Everett. And they come back and get Derek Hill, who's a steal in the third round.
And if you are a fan of the Lions and you're looking forward to the silver stretch of the run and shoot, you've got Barry Sanders, John Ford, Offense right out of the box.
And then Mike Utley in the third round, that big offensive lineman that they're looking for as well.
And there we sit. As we said, instant analyses can be dangerous. You're also looking really at the beginning is this draft, the last one for Commissioner Pete Rozelle. I would think let's look forward, not backwards, but more forwards and saying this could be the beginning of a new era. Certainly we will have a new commissioner. You've got the new ownership. You will have a new commissioner selected over the summer. You've got the new roster rules. We touched on how exactly that will be important with only 80 people under contract as of June 1. That will affect personnel decisions and Type B free agents. There is a new economic reality on the land and new rules by which to play, and perhaps this draft is day one of that new age. Chris?
All right, Bobby and Mel, thank you very much. A yeoman's service once again, both of you. And Mel, try and work on the book a little bit better next year, will you? Of course, we're only kidding. Everybody's a fan of Mel's book. All right, who are we a fan of today as far as the drafts go? Myself, Indianapolis for having one pick for only the first 2 rounds, getting Andre Rison. Boy, they had to make it a lot better than they thought they did. I admire what Cleveland has done, putting something on the line there with Eric Metcalf and Lawyer Tillman making some trades. And I think New England, Dick Steinberg got some great value for picking in the middle of each round with Hartley, Dykes, and Eric Coleman. Tommy, some thoughts?
I liked what Chicago did today with Wolford and Armstrong. I like that they got Roper late. He could be a guy that comes on. I have to comment on my team. I thought that the Broncos took what was available. Got the lineman Warren Powers could be a make or break guy, but they got 2 offensive linemen in Hamilton and Wydell that will stand out in front. They got a little more defensive help with the backfield in Atwater. So I like what the Broncos did today.
Jim, let me go down the pike to you first. Your thoughts on some winners and some losers today?
Well, it always amazes me that Chicago, no matter where they're drafting, what position they're drafting, they always manage to come up with good players across the board and depth. And these teams that complain when you draft low, you can't get good guys. Chicago is the answer to that. I thought their draft was terrific. I mean, quality up and down the line. But my favorite draft was Dallas's. I think they had definite needs to fill, and they filled them, I think, with good players. The last one being Rondi Weston, who's a slugger type. He's more of an inside type, but he can develop. And I think he addressed his needs, and he filled them, and he did a good job.
Joe,
I agree with Dr. Z. I feel like Dallas had an improved situation, but I like what the Rams did. I think they really took advantage of the picks that they had. You know, they took Hawkins in the first as their first pick. Cleveland Gary gives them that big running back. Stams, the linebacker, is going to help them out. Smith, the defensive lineman, will help him. Then again, Henley, the defensive back, and Robbins, the offensive lineman. As John Robinson said, they had 4 specific areas they wanted to fill. It looks like they got them filled in every area.
All right, we have seen just about all of the third round. We hope you have enjoyed our 10th year's coverage of the NFL Draft. For Mel Kiper, Bob Lee, for Bino Cook, for Paul Zimmerman, Tom Jackson, Joe Theismann, for our crew out on the road, Andrea Kramer and Axe and Chris Myers and Kevin Kiley and Jimmy Roberts and Dan Patrick and Al Bernstein. I think I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching. We'll see you.
every single flight one of these makes stand the 60,000 professionals of United Airlines, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies.
Coming up next on SportsCenter, the ageless wonder Nolan Ryan bids for his 6th career no-hitter north of the border in Toronto. The Boston Celtics bid to lock up the final playoff berth in the NBA's Eastern Conference. The NFL Draft on ESPN provides some surprises and some trades as well. We'll recap the final round of the Greater Greensboro Open on the PGA Tour. Gabriela Sabatini looks for his 2nd tennis title in 2 weeks. And the good old boys have their sweatshirts on in Old Virginia. We'll explain and have all these stories and more next on SportsCenter. Everyone, welcome back to the ESPN Sports Center. I'm Tom Mees along with Eric Clemens. And Eric, it's become old hat over the career of Nolan Ryan to talk about no-hitters and possible no-hitters, and that's exactly what we're going to talk about this evening.
At his age, it's amazing that he can still throw the heat, but they say the legs are in great shape, and that's the primary reason, Tom. Nolan Ryan, at age 42, may not reach the coveted 300 victory plateau by the time his career ends, but he'll make the Hall of Fame because of his strikeouts, which ranked first all-time and counting. His no-hitters, 5 of them also an all-time record and counting. He went for number 6 in the last game to be played at Exhibition Stadium in Toronto this afternoon, and Nolan had the high heat working. Here, he's going to sit Ernie Witt down with the moving fastball. And George Bell on the nasty off-speed pitch. Jays were throwing their helmets quite a bit today. Meanwhile, Ruben Sierra cranks one off Todd Stottlemyre. Jesse Barfield drifting back. This is not an imitation of Chris Berman. He just runs out of room. Rangers build an early 4-0 lead on Sierra's 4th homer. Ryan was, meanwhile, striking people out. K-ing Manny Lee there. Nelson Liriano, remember that name. The Coneheads trying to hex Ryan there. 7th inning, doesn't work. Ryan sits Fred McGriff down. Bobby Valentine says, hey, hasn't allowed a hit yet. 8th inning, Ryan still untouched. Jesse Barfield, sit down. I mean, the outfielders and infielders didn't have any work to do. No hitter after 8. Ryan looking for a 6th career, but with 1 out in the 9th. That man, Nelson Liriano, rips a low fastball fair inside the right field line to spoil the no-hit bid with a triple. Blue Jay fans gave Ryan a standing ovation. Rangers went on to win it 4-1 on Ryan's 1-hitter. And the Rangers snapped a 2-game losing skid, moved to 13-5 on the season. They lead the American League West. Ryan would have become the oldest ever to throw a no-hitter, but not today. Ryan, meanwhile, keeps throwing the heat. He lost a no-hit bid April 12th against the Brewers in the 8th. He has 10 career 1-hitters. He fanned 12 today for his 275th career win against 254 losses. And you see all the other great records of Nolan Ryan.
Well, Eric, in the NBA today, the task for the Boston Celtics was very simple. All they had to do was to lock up the final playoff spot in the Eastern Conference was to beat the expansion Charlotte Hornets in Boston in today's final game of the regular season. It was that simple. Nothing else mattered as long as Boston won. Larry Bird was there to cheer them on. Celtics have to make a decision by midnight tonight whether or not to activate Bird for the playoffs. The first half belonged to Kevin McHale, though. McHale with a jumper in the paint. How many times have we seen that? Then a familiar turnaround. Some more vintage McHale. Watch the fall away after a couple of fakes in the lane. 22 points in the first half for Kevin. Third quarter, the Hornets hung in. Rex Chapman, rookie out of Kentucky, with the steal from Kevin Gamble, goes in with a nice layup. The Hornets and Dick Harder only down by 3 in the third. Could it be? No. Kevin Gamble took over for the Celts. Here, Gamble with the J over Muggsy Bogues. Then the long-range J for Kevin Gamble. Then on defense, Kevin Gamble steals from Robert Reed. He'll beat Reed for 2 of his career-high 31. The Celts are happy they're in the playoffs. The bad news is they'll have to meet Detroit, which means their season will probably last 3 more games. Anyway, Boston beat Charlotte 120-110. In Philadelphia, the Sixers and the Bullets at the Spectrum. Bullets started out sloppily. Hersey Hawkins with a steal for Philadelphia, ahead to Charles Barkley. Guess what he's going to do, friends? Get out of his way. Thank you. Sixers led by as many as 20. Bullets battle back. Steve Coulter blows past Scott Brooks. Bullets down only by 6 at the half. Midway through the 4th, Liddell Eccles with the steal. Liddell Eccles with the J. We're tied at 98, and the Bullets still feel they have a shot at the playoffs, but the Sixers would pull away. Barkley jump ball over Coulter, head to Hersey Hawkins off the glass, and Charles is ready to knock heads with the New York Knicks in what should be a dynamite playoff series. There's the final. The Sixers will open the playoffs Thursday in New York. The Bullets finish at 40-42. Here's a look now at the Eastern Conference playoff series to come. Milwaukee at Atlanta on Thursday. Philadelphia at New York on Thursday. On Friday, Chicago opens at Cleveland. Boston opens at Detroit. All opening round series are the best 3 out of 5.
Things are still unsettled in the Western Conference. It comes down to the Blazers and the Mavericks. Dallas needs a win and a Portland loss to move into the final spot. Dallas taking on Denver right now, looking pretty good at the half, leading by 17, 58-41. Sacramento and Portland, the Blazers will know what they have to do by the start at 10:05 or 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight. A win simply puts them into the playoffs. Now at Inglewood, fans around the league said goodbye to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar today. The veteran center, called by many the greatest player who ever lived, played in his final regular season game against Seattle. Let's go to the festivities. Kareem was introduced to the ovations of the capacity crowd. And the man of the hour, of course, Kareem, sitting in the rocking chair at the Forum. Moment that no doubt made him a proud father. His son requesting the privilege of singing the national anthem pretty well. One of the several emotional moments for Kareem in the 45-minute ceremony. In his final season, Kareem has received gifts from teams all around the league, but not many as lavish as a Rolls-Royce. That's right, from management and his teammates. Now on to basketball. Final regular season game wouldn't be complete without the patented skyhook. Kareem with 10 points. He finished with 38,389 for his career. There's Magic on the nice pass to James Worthy for the jam. Magic 29 points, 21 assists, 1 rebound shy of a triple-double. The Lakers won it by 4. The Lakers shot 69% from three-point range in the game. Magic was 4-4. The X-Man led Seattle with 39. Detroit over Atlanta 99-81. The Pistons snapped the Hawks' 9-game winning streak. Detroit has won 21 in a row at home. Cleveland down Chicago by 6, 90-84. The Cavs and Bulls meet in game 1 of their playoff series Friday. Cleveland took the season series from Chicago 6-0.
Well, Eric, of course, for the 10th straight year, ESPN telecasts live coverage today of the NFL Draft from the Marriott Marquis in New York City. The first overall pick was no surprise at all. That was determined last Thursday when the Dallas Cowboys signed UCLA quarterback Troy Aikman. But before the first round was complete, there were some surprises. But let's start at the beginning with the first pick. Troy Aikman out of UCLA. Everyone knew that he was the Cowboys' first pick. All they did today was make it official in New York.
Certainly, I don't know at this time what's going to be asked of me, how quickly I'm going to be able to get in and learn the system. And until I do, there's really no timetable. But I'd certainly like to get in there when I feel like I'm ready to go, and hopefully it'll be sometime this year.
Taking number 2 in the first round of the draft by Green Bay, again as expected, offensive lineman Tony Mandarich, who says the pros will be more challenging.
I mean, I don't think it'll be like that in the pros. I think the pros level is a lot higher than college, so the season will be a challenge. It's probably twice as long as the college season, so that'll be a challenge to stay healthy and to play. I want to make the Pro Bowl every year. Within 5 years of being in this league, I want to be the best offensive lineman that was ever in this league. That's my goal.
He also wants more money than Aikman. That's another goal. Oklahoma State running back and Heisman winner Barry Sanders was picked for the Lions. At first, that move had him concerned.
You know, at first I was a little skeptical, about going up there because of the fact that it was a run and shoot. And, I've been playing since 4th grade, and the only thing I've played in was, I formations and 3-back offenses. So that's just something that I've never been involved in, and something that you don't know about, you usually stay away from it.
Meanwhile, the flamboyant Dion Sanders from Florida State was the number 1 pick by the Atlanta Falcons, and he was relieved.
I was so happy but I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would have asked for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
New York Jets, first-round choice. Jeff Loggaman, linebacker, Virginia.
To me right now that the Jets just don't understand what the draft's all about.
All right.
You're supposed when you buy in a draft is just as important as who you select. And what they're saying right now is that Jeff Loggaman is one of the top 10 players in this draft, and there's no way.
All right, we'll take your word for it. A couple of mysteries today, like why it took wide receiver Andre Rison out of Michigan State until the number 22 pick in the first round when he was finally taken by the Indianapolis Colts. They got a good one. And highly touted safety Louis Oliver from Florida was left until number 25 in the first round when he was picked by Miami after the Dolphins made a trade with the Bears to get him.
I think I would have gone crazy if I would have slipped into the second round. I'm disappointed because I didn't feel like that there were that many other guys that were better than me. And once I slipped past 13 pick, I thought I would have been gone by then. But now I'm just getting picked. But I'm happy to know that I made it in the first round, but I'm still disappointed.
Among the trades made today at the draft, the Atlanta Falcons sending running back Gerald Riggs and their 5th-round pick next year to the Washington Redskins in return for the Skins' 2nd-round pick this year, as well as the Skins' #1 pick next year. The Falcons using that 2nd-round pick today to choose LSU offensive tackle Ralph Norwood. And the Steelers and Vikings wound up a deal today. The Steelers sending, of course, linebacker Mike Merriweather to the Vikes. In return for the Vikings' 1st-round pick today, the Steelers using that pick to choose offensive lineman Tom Ricketts from the University of Pittsburgh. University of Pittsburgh is noted for turning out great offensive and defensive linemen.
And a day not without rumors. The Bears rumored before the draft to be trading Jim McMahon to San Diego for their 8th pick overall in the 1st round. Didn't happen.
No, it didn't. The Chargers thought better of it.
Stay with us. We'll have the rest of today's busy Major League Baseball schedule up next.
But before we leave you, let's take a look at the first half of today's first-round selections in the NFL Draft.
Sports Center is brought to you by Levi's Dockers. If you're not wearing Dockers, you're just wearing pants. And brought to you by your friends at Anheuser-Busch, who remind you to know when to say when.
To baseball now. A week ago, the Chicago Cubs sat atop the NL East and were riding high on a win streak. But thanks to a road trip to Montreal and New York, they've now come back down to earth. Ron Darling looked to break into the win column this afternoon against the Cubs. Highly favored Mets, of course, having their trouble getting out of the box this season, as well as Gary Carter there. He was thrown out by Ryan Sandberg. Cubs up 1-0 in the 7th, and Andre Dawson takes Darling deep with one swing. It's Cubs 2-0, but controversy would soon follow, setting the table for a turnaround. Bottom of the 7th, bases loaded, 2 out. Mookie Wilson with the chopper to second. Is Ryan Sandberg interfered with by Lee Mazzilli? He thinks so. Don Zimmer can't convince Terry Taylor to rule otherwise. Watch the replay in slow-mo. No contact, but watch Sandberg. Does he have time to throw out Mookie? Yes. Mookie's still in the picture. Anyway, Kevin McReynolds goes down low to take Calvin Schiraldi, who's had all kinds of problems at Shea. Over the wall, Mets ahead 3-2. Gary Carter added a solo later. Mets won at 4-2. Chicago's lost 6 of their last 7. Mets have come from behind to win their last 4. Pittsburgh beat Philadelphia 6-4. Bobby Bonilla's 2-run 8th-inning homer brought the Bucks back from a 4-0 deficit for the victory. Montreal over St. Louis. That final 9-3. Spike Owen led a 15-hit Montreal attack with 3 hits and 3 ribbies. The Expos had scored 4 runs in their last 3 games.
Meanwhile, at Dodger Stadium this afternoon, the Dodgers and their arch rivals, the Giants, winding up a weekend series. The Giants were looking to make it 2 in a row over the Dodgers, and they had their ace, Rick Russell, on the hill. But in the 8th inning, the Giants lead at 6-5, but Russell is out of the game. Will Clark is a home run in this game, so does Eddie Murray for the Dodgers. The Giants now in the 8th lead at 6-5. Houston and Cincinnati at Riverfront today. Houston wins it by a score of 5-2, first win of the year for Bob Knepper. And in Atlanta, Gerald Perry and also Dale Murphy had home runs. The Braves playing well. They beat San Diego 9-4.
In the American League, the first-place Baltimore Orioles, who came into the afternoon at 500, look to stay atop the AL East with their 3rd win in 4 games. They finished off their weekend set against the Twins this afternoon. All the offense you need to see is right here. Mickey Tettleton against Shane Rawley. The pitch. And there it goes. Deep to left center field. Going, gone. The O's had an early 1-0 lead. Bob Malachi and the O's defense, the story in this one. In the 4th, Kirby Puckett. The 6-4-3 double play. Move to the 5th now. Gene Larkin at the plate. The 3-6-3 double play the hard way. Some O's defense continues. Cal Ripken to the hole. Backhand stop. Robs Dan Gladden in the 7th. Then in the 9th, guess what? Pinch hitter John Moses, the 1-6-3 double play. The O's turned 4 DPs on the day. Malachi faced the minimum 27 batters. He also threw only 100 pitches as Baltimore won at 3-0. The O's are the only AL East team over 500, and Milwaukee moved to 1-1. Kansas City shuts out Boston in a rout, 10-0. The Royals get their first 3-game sweep at Fenway since August of '71. They had 17 hits. Bo Jackson hit his 6th homer of the year, and Lee Brandt tossed a 5-hitter. Detroit over Milwaukee 11-3. Pat Sheridan had a 2-run homer. Detroit Pro get open with a 6th-run 9th. Tigers also picked up outfielder Gary Ward. Released by the Yankees, they sent infielder Billy Beane to their international affiliate at Toledo to make room.
And speaking of the Yankees, they were in Cleveland this afternoon. The Yankees sending their ace, so they call him, Andy Hawkins, against John Farrell, the Indians. Let's go to the highlights now from Cleveland Stadium. Early on, John Farrell watch the heat to Rickey Henderson.
Pretty close behind.
Try and hit it, Ricky. He handcuffed him. He's out looking. Then Farrell blows some smoke by Ken Phelps. Andy Hawkins just as tough for the Yankees. Watch this one to Corey Snyder. Some heat on a cold afternoon in Cleveland. Hawkins gets Joe Carter now with something a little bit less. A curveball took a little off there. New York breaks through in the 6th with the bases loaded. Finally gets some offense in this game. Mel Hall lines a double down the right field line. Henderson scores. Don Mattingly scores. The Yanks had 4 runs in the inning. To the top of the 8th inning, Keith Atherton would be pitching for Cleveland to Rickey Henderson. Henderson hits a long drive to left. Is it out? Watch it carefully. No. Hits the top of the wall. Just misses a homer by inches, but the Yankees got a run there, and they win it by a score of 5-0. Seattle at Chicago this afternoon. Mariners playing awful well of late, aren't they? Yes, they are. 10-6 winners. California at Oakland this afternoon, and that's the final. More the winner as the Oakland A's have won 5 in a row now. They win it by a score of 2-0.
We'll take a short break and come back with golf, tennis, and racing news as the Sports Center continues.
And in case you missed it, here's the rundown of the rest of the first half, or the first round, the rest of the first round of the NFL Draft. Final round action of the Greater Greensboro Open highlighted the day in golf, and as it turned out, it was a walk in the Carolina Pines for third-round leader Ken Green, who waltzed to victory. Although it was a nice place to have a waltz, isn't it? Beautiful Greensboro, North Carolina. The leader, Ken Green, here he is, chipping on the par 5 12th. Got to get it close enough for the bird. Guess what? He did, and he did. And he went to 13 under. On 13, Green again. Nice shot. Again, looking to get it close enough for a birdie try. He did, and he made it to go 14 under par. Nobody seemed to want to catch him. John Houston had a chance at a birdie here from the fringe. No, he finished second. And Ken Green here on 18 taps in for bogey, but he's not angry. You know why? That tap in for bogey gave him 180,000 clams. Not bad. Beats Houston by 2 shots. Fiore was 4 shots off the leaderboard at the end. The LPGA leaderboard. The final round of the U.S. X Golf Classic in Florida, and it was Betsy King winning in the first hole of sudden death overtime, as you see. Lori Garbazzi finished 3rd overall, 2 shots out of the lead. Seniors Chrysler Cup, and it was the USA. They had this thing clinched a couple of days ago, beating the rest of the world, if you will, in international field, 71-29 in points.
Martinsville, Virginia, the site for today's NASCAR Sweatshirt 500 race. Jeff Bodine was on the pole coming in, but had some trouble on the course. An accident knocked him out of it. And Darrell Waltrip, with some great pit crew work, was outstanding all day. He won it, while Dale Earnhardt had some problems with his pit crew. Dick Trickle finished 3rd. Rick Wilson and Terry Labonte rounded out. In the Formula One San Marino Grand Prix, the McLaren Honda team of Senna and Pro finished 1-2. Enough said. They pick up where they left off last year. You can see that race in its entirety tonight at midnight Eastern Time. It included a spectacular crash by Gerhard Berger, who wasn't seriously injured in that wreck.
Last week, of course, Gabriella Sabatini did what many thought to be impossible when she beat Steffi Graf to win the title at the Bausch & Lomb Championships in South Carolina. Today, Gabriella found herself facing 8th seed Conchita Martinez of Spain. Should be easy, right? Well, the match did end in straight sets, and let's show you what happened in this one. There's Conchita Martinez with a headband, and there's Gabriella Sabatini. First set, 5-3 Martinez. It's deuce. Martinez serving. Now, Martinez comes in, so Sabatini with the lob. But Conchita catches up to it. Sabatini with a rocket. Conchita gets this one. Sabatini returns, and see ya. Martinez wins the first set 6-3. We'll pick it up at match point in the second set. Martinez with the approach shot. Finishes Sabatini with the soft overhand. A big upset. Conchita Martinez of Spain beats Gabriela Sabatini in straight sets yet, 6-3, 6-2. First ever Virginia Slims title. She'll take home $40,000.
This portion of SportsCenter, along with the latest tennis news, is sponsored by Moet Champagne, France's best-loved champagne.
The first day of the two-day NFL draft is winding down in New York City. So for a review of today's action so far, let's go back to New York now and Chris Berman. Chris?
Back at the NFL draft at the Marriott Marquis in New York City. Hard to really analyze. I mean, let's face it, the draft isn't even over until tomorrow, and you get in big trouble if you try and say this team did well, this team didn't do well. A couple teams are obvious when they had multiple first-round picks, but some teams I'd like to single out are the Cleveland Browns. They took a shot, is what they did. They made a couple of trades, including getting rid of their number one for next year to get some impact offensive receivers like Eric Metcalf, running back and receiver, Lawyer Tillman, the big guy who can play as a wide receiver. Cleveland is going for it in the next year or two because they know what happened to San Diego at the beginning of the 80s. You knock at that door at the Super Bowl, you don't get in, then it takes you a long time to even get up the stairs near the door. And Indianapolis, guys, for a team that had one pick in the first two rounds, getting Andre Rison that low in the first round, the wide receiver, I think they did much better than they expected. Those are a couple of teams. Some others, though, with multiple first rounds, Tommy, did well, right?
Well, I thought Chicago did really well with Wolford, Armstrong, and Roper. And if Miami can keep Sammy Smith healthy, the luck that they had in obtaining Oliver late first round is going to be a big plus for them. And I also like the Broncos and what they did as far as getting some protection for John Elway.
Of course you would like that.
Yes.
Joe, what do you think?
Would there be any difference? Well, I like what the Redskins did getting Gerald Riggs, and that's a fact. They may not have been a lot of draft choices, but making that deal has, I think, put them a step closer to where they want to be offensively to compete for the championship. I like what Phoenix did. I think Phoenix notoriously has had terrible drafts, particularly in early rounds. Eric Hill, Joe Wolf, Walter Reeves, Mike Sandusky got a linebacker, a tight end, and two guards. And I really feel like it's a good, solid draft for Phoenix so far on these two draft days.
I would like to see, because I am intrigued by what Atlanta is doing. Maybe they know something about Riggs that we don't know. I like what they chose with Dion, and also they got their wide receiver in the first round late, Sean Collins. Did they give Riggs up for not enough? Maybe they got a steal. We shall have to wait and see on that one. That's the biggest name to go on draft day. About some other draft choices, some other teams who maybe did well or didn't do well. Let's go over to Bob and Mel.
Did not. Let's pick up a theme we touched upon throughout draft day. The New York Jets, their first three selections, you had disagreements, violent ones with each one. Reaches, bigger reaches, and biggest reaches.
They were. I thought that, in the first round they should have gone with Hartley Dykes. They opted instead for Jeff Loggaman. And you look at the second round, you're talking about another major reach in Dennis Byrd. And they come back in the third round, and they don't let us down in the third round. And Joe Mott from Iowa. So none of the three choices that the Jets made that I'd agree with. I thought that they were all reaches at the point at which they were selected.
Now, of course, Detroit with Miles Davis, the offensive coordinator, running and shooting. And I guess that theme carries through their draft. First two draft picks, Barry Sanders, John Ford. Here we go. Going to put some points up.
They definitely need wide receivers for that run and shoot. They started off with Barry. John Ford's a fine football player. Could have been a first-round pick with a more productive senior year. They came back in the third round and got a mountain of a man in Mike Utley from Washington State, a big offensive tackle.
Well, you look at the new restrictive roster rules that will be in effect next year. The fact we'll have a new commissioner. This draft day, 1989, really perhaps the start of a new era in the history of the NFL. From the Marriott Marquis for all of us. Let's send it back now to SportsCenter.
All right, thank you, Bob. We'll come back and wrap things up with some Kentucky basketball news.
And two Stanley Cup playoff games underway this hour. We'll update the scoreboard when SportsCenter wraps it up in just a moment. At this hour, two Stanley Cup playoff games already underway. Game 4 of the Patrick Division Finals, and Pittsburgh leads the Flyers 1-0 on Cullen's goal in the first. The Penguins lead that series 2-1. Montreal and Boston no score in the first. Canadians looking, Eric, to close out the Bruins tonight with a win at Boston Garden.
Some basketball news. According to published reports in the Record of Hackensack, New Jersey, Seton Hall Athletic Director Larry Keating says that Kentucky had permission to negotiate with P.J. Carlesimo, the Seton Hall Pirates coach, as of last Friday. Kentucky AD C.M. Newton has reportedly had several conversations with Carlesimo, and before the NCAA probation or the pending probation, that was one of the most coveted jobs in the nation. Dodgers and Giants tied at 6 in the 9th. That'll do it for this edition of SportsCenter. I'm Eric Clemens.
I'm Tom Eaves. The next SportsCenter scheduled at 11 Eastern Time tonight.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Entree Computer Centers, the brains behind business computers.